A new beginning.
Peter held 3-year-old Leo in his arms, the boy's tiny fingers gripping his shirt with surprising strength. The child's bright blue eyes shimmered with unshed tears, his small frame trembling slightly.
Peter frowned. Hey buddy, what's wrong?
Why are you so upset? Leo sniffled, his lower lip quivering as he mustered the strength to speak.
Don't leave.
Peter's brows furrowed in confusion. Before he could say anything, MJ stepped into the room, her arms crossed and an all-knowing smirk on her face, the kind that made Peter want to bang his head against a wall. I told you this would happen. Leo clung to Peter even tighter, his voice barely above a whisper. Don't leave me. Peter sighed, exchanging a glance with MJ, who now wore the smug expression of someone who had predicted this exact scenario.
I tried to calm him down, she said, shrugging.
But it looks like you're the only one he'll listen to. Peter turned his focus back to the boy in his arms. Leo, why do you think we're leaving you? Leo rubbed his teary eyes, his voice small and shaky. Ryan said. And just like that, everything clicked. Ryan must have told Leo that Peter and MJ were leaving, without him. Peter sighed, shaking his head. That kid really needs to learn when to keep his mouth shut. He looked down at Leo, his expression softening. Leo, would you like to come with us when we leave? Leo's eyes lit up, his tears instantly replaced by a look of pure hope. He nodded frantically, gripping Peter's shirt even harder. Peter chuckled, ruffling the boy's messy hair. Good, because I was planning to take you with us from the start. Leo blinked, processing what Peter had just said. Ha! MJ smirked, leaning against the doorframe. Guess you got worked up for nothing, huh? Leo's face slowly broke into a smile, realizing he was never going to be left behind. Peter felt a strange warmth spread through his chest. He had gone from being a husband to a father of 2, and now unexpectedly to a father of 3. He glanced at MJ, expecting the inevitable "I told you so." MJ arched an eyebrow, clearly itching to say it.
Peter groaned.
Just say it already, so I don't have to hear it later. I told you so, MJ sang smugly. Peter groaned dramatically, clutching his chest.
Ugh. My soul hurts.
A farewell and an unexpected companion. With Leo now part of the family, Peter and MJ started packing up their belongings, preparing to head home. Originally, they had planned to visit one more universe during their honeymoon, but with Leo's addition, they decided to wrap things up early. Peter wasn't too disappointed. Honestly, I've been missing home anyway. After gathering their things, they made their way around saying their goodbyes to the people they had met: Billy, Becca, Ryan, Black Noir, Maeve, Starlight, and Soldier Boy. There were hugs, promises to keep in touch, and bittersweet farewells. Of course, Soldier Boy refused to participate in any sappy moments, staying off to the side with his arms crossed. But Peter could tell through telepathy that he was actually sad to see them go. As the goodbyes were wrapping up, Black Noir stepped forward. His eyes held a rare solemnity, and when he spoke, his voice was firm. I owe you more than you realize. That's why I'd like to come with you. Peter raised an eyebrow.
Come with us? Why?
Noir bowed his head slightly, his gratitude clear. Not only did you heal my face, but I can think straight again.
I can talk again.
You gave me my life back, and I want to repay you. Peter sighed, shaking his head.
No need, Noir.
I helped you because it was the right thing to do. You don't owe me anything. Noir didn't budge.
I insist.
His voice held a quiet determination, his resolve unshakable. Peter could tell that refusing him would only make him more persistent. He exhaled heavily.
Fine. You can come with us. Just stop bowing.
It makes me uncomfortable. Noir straightened immediately.
Yes, sir.
Peter groaned, rubbing his temples.
Great.
Now I have a ninja butler.
Home. Or not.
Stepping into the TARDIS-like ship, Peter flipped a few switches, preparing for departure. All right, time to head home, he said, flipping the last switch. Asterisk asterisk. The ship hummed to life, its form fading in and out of existence. In an instant, it vanished, leaving the world behind. However, upon arrival, Peter immediately noticed something off. He stared at the control panel, frowning at the readings. MJ, noticing his sudden shift in attitude, stepped closer. What's wrong?
Peter hesitated.
Stay here for a second. Stepping outside, he found himself in a place unlike anything he had ever seen.
A pitch-black void. Empty. Silent. Infinite.
Okay, this definitely isn't my universe. Taking a few cautious steps forward, he suddenly stopped. A hooded figure stood ahead. It looked like a grim reaper, but without the scythe. Its mere presence sent a chill down Peter's spine. Then the being spoke, its voice otherworldly. "Congratulations on gathering my hallows. I would have appeared sooner, but I didn't want to interrupt your honeymoon." Peter stiffened as the Elder Wand, Invisibility Cloak, and Resurrection Stone suddenly flew out of his storage necklace. His eyes narrowed. "So, does this make me your master now?" The Reaper laughed, a deep, bone-chilling sound. "No, but you certainly have my attention.
Who knows?
You might make a good inheritor." As it spoke, its form began to fade. "I'll be watching Spider-Man, and we will meet again."
And with that, it vanished.
Peter stood there blinking. Well, that's not ominous at all. Before he could process what just happened, the void shifted. And suddenly, Peter was standing in his own living room.
Welcome home.
Peter barely had time to react before
Daddy.
a small blur barreled into him, tackling him to the ground.
Dad. Another, more hesitant voice followed.
Peter grinned, instantly recognizing them.
Lily and America.
He wrapped his arms around them, pulling them close.
Hey there. Missed me, huh?
Lily nodded eagerly.
Yep.
America, a bit more reserved, just nodded with a small smile. Peter chuckled, ruffling their hair as he stood up. "Where's your granny?" "We're right here." Aunt May's voice called from the kitchen.
Welcome back, Peter. How was your...
Grace suddenly froze, as did everyone else. Their eyes locked on the small figure standing near the ship.
Leo.
He peeked out shyly, clutching Peter's pant leg.
For a moment, there was silence. Then... Ah. Lily squealed.
"He's so cute." Leo flinched, hiding further behind Peter.
MJ smirked, nudging Peter.
"You wanna introduce him?" Peter grinned, bending down to pick up Leo. "Everyone meet Leo." A new addition to the family. In the warm embrace of their living room, Peter held Leo securely in his arms, the little boy's tiny hands gripping his shirt as if letting go would make him disappear. His blue eyes darted around nervously, taking in the unfamiliar faces surrounding him. "This is Leo," Peter introduced, his voice filled with warmth. His daughters, Lily and America, immediately rushed forward, their eyes wide with excitement. "Oh my gosh, he's so cute." Lily squealed, practically vibrating with energy.
Another brother?
America asked, eyeing Leo with mild curiosity. Meanwhile, Grace and May, the grandmother duo, were already cooing over the boy. "Look at this sweet little angel." Grace gushed, stroking Leo's soft curls. May nodded in agreement, gently cupping his chubby cheek. "Peter, where on earth did you find this precious child?" Leo tensed under their attention, his tiny body pressing further into Peter's chest. His grip on Peter's shirt tightened as he hid his face in the crook of Peter's neck.
MJ sighed, arms crossed. Don't mind him.
"Leo's not great with people. I had to bribe my way into his heart just to earn second place, but..." She shot Peter a glare. "He still likes Peter more than me." Peter smirked, ruffling Leo's hair smugly. "Might as well be last place then."
Tisk.
MJ clicked her tongue in mock annoyance. Leo's first steps into the family. As the girls tugged at Leo's hands, trying to coax him into playing, he hesitated, uncertain about leaving Peter's side. Peter noticed his reluctance and knelt down, bringing himself to Leo's eye level.
Hey, buddy. I'm not going anywhere, okay?
"You can go play with Lily and America. They're my daughters, so they'll be nice to you." He turned to the girls.
Right.
Both girls nodded eagerly, their expressions filled with assurance. Leo looked between them and Peter, his tiny brows furrowing as he thought about it. After a few moments, he reluctantly let go of Peter's hand and allowed the girls to lead him upstairs. A small, cautious smile appeared on his face as he followed them. Peter watched fondly, feeling a sense of relief. Grace and May, however, were far from finished. "So," May started, folding her arms with a knowing look. "I was going to ask about your honeymoon, but now I want to know about Leo. Where did you find him? Why is he so attached to you? Are you adopting him?" Grace nodded along, her curiosity shining through. Peter exchanged a glance with MJ before answering. "Long story short, we found him in the last universe we visited. That's why we came back early. He's attached to me because I'm better than MJ, and Lily and America just haven't realized it yet." MJ rolled her eyes. "And yes," Peter continued, his expression turning serious, "we plan to adopt him. We just need to talk to the girls about it first. Grace narrowed her eyes.
Which universe?
Peter hesitated for a second before answering.
The boys. Silence.
Grace and May froze, their faces paling instantly. The TV show?
May clarified. Peter nodded.
Grace's eyes widened in horror.
Oh my God. She turned to May.
He's Homelander, isn't he?
May looked equally horrified.
Peter, please tell me you're joking. MJ blinked, completely lost. Am I the only one who hasn't seen this show?
Everyone nodded. MJ sighed. Great.
Adding that to my binge list tonight. Grace, however, was less amused.
Peter, do you have any idea what you've done? What if he, she paused, visibly shaking.
What if he turns out like him? Peter sighed, holding up his hands. Look, he needed a family. We're giving him a chance at a normal life.
May shook her head. That's not the same, Peter.
How do you know he won't? Because Peter cut in, his voice calm but firm. I saw his entire life.
He tapped his temple.
I used telepathy. Both grandmothers flinched as his voice suddenly echoed in their minds.
He's a good kid.
He's been through hell, but he's nothing like Homelander. As if on cue, the sound of tiny feet padding against the floor drew their attention. They turned their heads to see Leo standing at the top of the stairs, peeking around the railing to make sure Peter was still there. Once he confirmed Peter hadn't disappeared, he rushed back upstairs. May and Grace stared, their hearts melting on the spot.
So cute.
They muttered in unison, all of their previous concerns instantly forgotten.
The adoption question.
Upstairs, the girls eagerly surrounded Leo, their curiosity on full blast. Lily bounced excitedly.
Leo.
Where are you from? Do you have parents? Leo hesitated, fidgeting with his fingers.
No parents.
America, always blunt, asked, are mom and dad adopting you?
Leo blinked. Adopt. Lily stepped in to explain.
If they adopt you, that means you become their son, and they become your mom and dad. Leo's eyes widened, his little mouth falling open slightly. He had never heard of adoption before. But if it meant that Peter would become his dad. His heart raced, excitement bubbling inside him.
Lily beamed.
America was adopted too. Our parents are the best, Leo. You should ask them to adopt you. I'm sure they would agree. Leo's face lit up, a small smile breaking through.
But then,
America added, but if they don't, maybe they'll find someone else to adopt you. Leo's smile vanished instantly. The innocent words hit him like a truck, his entire body tensing. His deepest fear clawed its way to the surface, being abandoned again. The thought of anyone other than Peter being his father was horrifying. Lily, oblivious to Leo's turmoil, nodded. Yeah. There are lots of nice families. Leo forced a smile, but inside, a storm of anxiety brewed.
He wouldn't let that happen. Meanwhile,
while Peter and MJ settled in, Black Noir remained inside the ship, waiting.
Hours passed.
Growing impatient, Noir finally decided to step outside. Just as he reached for the door, a tiny hand slapped his away.
Pop. Startled, he looked down.
Dobby stood there, his large green eyes glaring. Master says to wait. The elf scolded, hands on his hips. You wants to be a good elf like Dobby? Then you must follow Master's orders.
Noir blinked.
This might be the most racist thing anyone has ever said to me. As Dobby continued lecturing, Noir began to seriously question his life choices. I think I made a mistake.
A visitor in the void.
Later that night, as Peter drifted into sleep, everything faded to black. A familiar figure appeared in the darkness.
The Grim Reaper. A deep, echoing voice greeted him. Yo.
I told you we'd meet again.
Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
In the realm of dreams, Peter found himself standing once again in the presence of the mysterious Grim Reaper. Annoyance etched across his face. Peter sighed, realizing that peaceful slumber was not on the agenda tonight. Yo, I told you we'd meet again, the Reaper greeted, a hint of amusement in its skeletal voice. Though, I'm sure you didn't think it would be this soon, did you? Peter, unable to resist his sassy nature, retorted, can't a guy catch a break and dream about something nice for once? His irritation was palpable. You could have just visited during the day, you know. The Reaper, sensing Peter's annoyance, chuckled in response. You really are something else. Most beings fear me on instinct alone, but here you are, annoyed like I'm an unwelcome guest at your pity party. Yeah, well, you're not exactly bringing the party vibes, Peter grumbled, crossing his arms. The Reaper's laughter echoed, filling the void around them. However, beneath Peter's nonchalant exterior, a sense of unease lingered. He remembered the Reaper's overwhelming power from their earlier encounter in the living world, and he couldn't shake the feeling that this being was not to be taken lightly. Glancing at the necklace around his neck, Peter reached for it instinctively. The familiar feeling of his rings embedded with each infinity stone reassured him. It was a source of power that even the Reaper might find formidable. The Reaper, observing Peter's actions, scoffed as it extended its bony hand. In an instant, 6 rings emerged from the necklace, each housing an infinity stone. Peter's eyes widened as he attempted to grab them, but an unseen force rooted him in place as the runs floated toward the skeletal figure, hovering above its hand. The Reaper eyed the rings with an almost casual interest, commenting, "Nice rocks you got here. Could use a bit more color and clarity, though. The Soul Stone, in particular, seems a tad cloudy." Peter, frozen under the Reaper's gaze, could only watch as the powerful being assessed the Infinity Stones as if they were mere trinkets. The critique hit him like a revelation. The Reaper didn't see the stones as a threat. Soon enough, the Reaper's amusement faded as it grew bored with the Infinity Rings. "Here, you can have these paperweights back." With a dismissive wave of its skeletal hand, the rings floated back to Peter, seamlessly returning to their storage in the necklace. The pressure that had frozen Peter in place dissipated, allowing him to move and breathe freely once again. Staring at the Reaper before him, Peter contemplated the power dynamics at play. The Infinity Stones, once symbols of unparalleled might, seemed inconsequential in the face of this enigmatic being. His mind buzzed with the urge to test their strength against the Reaper's, but a dismissive wave of the Reaper's hand urged him to move on. "Hurry up. I don't have all day," the Reaper remarked, its voice carrying an air of impatience. Surprisingly, it didn't seem offended by Peter's thoughts. Deciding to bite the bullet and just do it, Peter pulled out the rings once more, slipping them onto his fingers. Eager to see if the Reaper truly surpassed the stones in power, Peter snapped his fingers but silence echoed through the dreamscape as nothing happened. Caught off guard, Peter's dumbfounded expression prompted a chuckle from the Reaper. The skeletal figure found amusement in Peter's futile attempts to use the stones against him. Peter, realizing the futility of his actions, sighed and stowed the rings away. The Reaper's immunity to the Infinity Stones left an unsettling feeling in the pit of his stomach, a reminder that this encounter held far more complexity than he initially perceived. Although fear lingered in Peter's mind, he also sensed that the Reaper harbored no malicious intent towards him. The fact that the Reaper was not here to kill him brought a strange comfort, albeit mixed with an unsettling uncertainty. As the Reaper's laughter subsided, Peter decided to cut to the chase. "All right, what do you want?" he asked, his tone a mix of curiosity and wariness. The Reaper's hollow eyes regarded him with an intensity that seemed to pierce through the very fabric of his being. In response, its form shifted, shadows dancing around its skeletal frame as it spoke. "I've come to offer you a chance to become my successor." "What do you mean by successor?" Peter asked, curiosity shining in his eyes. "And who are you exactly? Are you like the death of my universe? Because if I recall correctly, my death is supposed to be a sexy woman." Realizing he hadn't properly introduced himself, the Reaper decided to clarify. "I am Death, but not bound to a single universe. I preside over the entirety of the multiverse. Just call me John. Death isn't much of a name, you know." The absurdity of being addressed by a cosmic being as John, the most overused name in existence, was both amusing and curious. "Sure thing, John," he replied, still wrapping his head around the idea that the being in front of him could be just as strong or even more powerful than the one above all. "So, what's this about being your successor? Are you dying or something?" John shook his head, an amused aura surrounding him. "No, after all, how could death die? I've simply grown bored, so I started searching for a successor to take my place, and you, Peter, are a candidate." "A candidate?" Peter asked, his brow raised. "So, there are other people who you're considering?" John nodded. "Yes, I've placed trials across the multiverse, similar to the Deathly Hallows. When someone completes my trials, they get a visit from me and the opportunity to become a candidate," he explained, his skeletal form leaning forward, obviously proud with his whole plan to find his successor. "Exciting, isn't it?" "Meh, sounds alright, I guess." Peter didn't seem that interested, or impressed. "Ah, don't ruin the fun like that." John whined at his grand plan being looked down upon. "Maybe you'll find it more interesting when you see the missions." Peter, with a raised eyebrow, asked, "Missions? What kind of missions are we talking about here?" John nodded, acknowledging Peter's question before asking, "Would you like to see them?" With curiosity getting the better of him, Peter agreed. In an instant, John snapped his bony fingers, conjuring a holographic-like screen before Peter, listing 3 main missions. Mission 1, destroy the Council of Kangs. The Council of Kangs' unwillingness to regulate themselves is leading the multiverse towards an inevitable death. Eradicate them to restore order. Submission, Kang genocide. Kill all Kangs to eliminate future threats. Seeing the first mission, Peter didn't really have a problem with it. He was already planning to take down the council anyway, so having a mission for it wouldn't really change anything. The only portion that worried him was the Kang genocide submission. After all, not all versions of Kang are going to be evil pieces of trash who deserve to die. Mission 2, Destroy the Spider Society. The Spider Society has taken up the challenge of preserving what they call canon events, believing this saves both entire universes and their inhabitants. In reality, these actions are damaging the fabric of the multiverse. Eradicate them to restore order. Submission, Spider Genocide. Kill all Spider Society members. What the F***? Peter stared at the writing before him in shock. I knew I'd have to deal with Across the Spider-Verse soon enough, but why do I have to kill them all? Although Peter was a bit shocked by yet another genocidal order, he was not surprised by the fact that canon events weren't actually a real thing. After all, he's traveled the multiverse and changed all sorts of events, which should have been canon, yet there was never any blowback from his action. If canon events aren't real, then why is the Spider Society still a thing? Peter wondered as he moved on to the last mission. Mission 3, Destroy the Competition. Kill, defeat, or win over other successors to be the last one standing. Submission, Competitive Genocide. Kill them all. Peter stared at the holographic screen, absorbing the weight of the tasks before him. The gravity of the missions struck him, especially the genocidal submissions. Why genocide for all of them? That's a bit extreme, isn't it? Peter questioned, reluctantly eyeing the submissions. Although he didn't mind killing, not all kings are going to be evil. Not to mention the fact that he would never want to kill the entire Spider Society. And he didn't even know who the other successors were, so he can't just kill them either. John shrugged uncaringly. Those are just submissions. You don't have to do them if you don't want to, but I can say for sure that many of my successors are planning to complete them. After all, each mission gives a different reward, even the submissions. He revealed, sounding like a devil with a sweet deal to offer. Alarmed, as he was just told that an unknown number of people were planning to slaughter his fellow spider people, Peter began to realize that John wasn't exactly a good person. Though he didn't see bad either. It was more like he just didn't care. His mind racing, Peter came to the reluctant decision that he may have to actually accept to become John's successor. I just got home, why can't I just be lazy for a few weeks? But sadly, Peter can't just let the other candidates kill countless spider people. And what happens if I don't become your successor and decide to stop these candidates from killing everyone? He asked, already guessing what the answer will be. Then you die, right here, right now. Death spoke, a chill to his voice that Peter hasn't heard up until now. Peter nodded his head, expecting that reply. Yeah, that's what I thought. He muttered, looking up at John, a smirk appearing on his face. So, what were those rewards you were talking about? Seeing this, Death couldn't help but laugh. Hee ha 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 ha. His newest successor was interesting. Once John, the enigmatic personification of death, stopped laughing like a madman, he held up his bony hand and snapped his fingers for a second time. Immediately, the holographic-like screens in front of Peter were updated. Mission 1, Destroy the Council of Kangs. The Council of Kangs' unwillingness to regulate themselves is leading the multiverse towards an inevitable death. Eradicate them to restore order. Reward, Death's Harvester. Death's Harvester. Peter read, his mind wandering. Sounds like a scythe. Ignoring the question marks, as he has no idea what they mean, Peter continues down the list. Submission, Kang Genocide. Kill all Kangs to eliminate future threats. Reward, Kang Soul Husk. A husk which holds the souls of every Kang in the multiverse. Do with it as you wish. Man, I wonder what would happen if I devoured or assimilated all of those souls in a ritual. Peter thought as he eyed the soul husk, greed flashing in his eyes. Though a moment later, he was forced to get himself under control. After all, he didn't plan to complete any of the submissions. Sometimes, I wish that I would have went the evil route. Things are always so simple for the bad guys. They can really just do whatever they want without feeling bad. Peter thought before letting it go. He didn't need the reward anyway. Mission 2, Destroy the Spider Society. The Spider Society has taken up the challenge of preserving what they call canon events, believing this saves both entire universes and their inhabitants. In reality, these actions are damaging the fabric of the multiverse. Eradicate them to restore order. Reward, Death's Cloak. Once again, Peter was given nothing but a vague reward name with the word death in front of it and a line of question marks. This is starting to get annoying, he thought, feeling as though John was playing games with him. Submission, Spider Genocide. Kill all Spider Society members. Reward, Spider Soul Husk. A husk which holds the souls of every Spider Society member. Do with it as you wish. Man, if I was evil. Peter couldn't help but daydream about all that he could do with such a reward. But sadly, he was a good guy. Mission 3, Destroy the Competition. Kill, defeat, or win over other successors to be the last one standing. Reward, Death's Heart. Spotting the reward, Peter glanced at Death, setting his boundaries. I don't know how to say this, but I'm married, and even if I weren't, I'm not interested in men. No offense, of course. I mean, you're free to love whoever you want. I don't judge or care, really. John, puzzled, eyed the mission reward, eventually grasping Peter's implication. Very funny. Death dryly commented, pulling down his robe. Whoa, Peter exclaimed, covering his eyes. I said I wasn't interested. You shouldn't just flash me, you perverted criminal. John, irritated, sighed, open your eyes, nitwit. Reluctantly complying, Peter peeked through his fingers, adopting a jokingly scared stance, which made him look like a frightened little girl, further fueling the skeleton's frustration. Peter's attention was immediately drawn to John's skeletal chest, the bones forming a cage around his still beating black heart. The heart, an anomaly amidst the lifeless bones, pulsed with an eerie rhythm. It was a surreal sight containing no other organs, just bones and a heart, both in pristine condition. So, if I win the fight for succession, you'll give me your actual heart? What the F*** am I supposed to do with that? Peter questioned, his eyes narrowing at the bizarre revelation. Are you planning to kill yourself? John, the enigmatic embodiment of death, simply shrugged in response. Maybe. I don't really know what happens when I take this heart out. All I know is, if I want to pass on my powers and the responsibilities that come with them, I have to give it away. If you succeed, this heart will beat in your chest next. Yay. Peter said sarcastically, finding the idea rather repulsive, to be honest. Submission, competitive genocide. Kill them all. Reward, plus 3 inches. Peter's gaze shifted to the holographic screens, where the final mission's reward humorously read plus 3 inches. His mind immediately went to an inappropriate conclusion, but he refused to believe a death god would stoop so low. The implications were clear, but Peter shook off the notion, hoping for a more reasonable explanation. With an amused tilt to his voice, John clarified, it's added penis length for anyone who completes the mission. Humans seem to care a lot about that, so I thought it'd make a good reward. Sighing in disbelief, Peter found himself torn between the absurdity of the situation and the temptation of such an enhancement. He admitted, even to himself, that the prospect of added length enticed him. But luckily, he was already well endowed and didn't need the reward. In fact, the idea of adding 3 inches seemed more uncomfortable than appealing. John commented, revealing, a lot of my male candidates really appreciate this reward. It really motivates them in the right direction, you know. Inwardly shaking his head, Peter couldn't deny the allure it might have for some, though the thought of his fellow successors eagerly slaughtering one another just to gain a few extra inches was both funny and sad. Unable to resist the curiosity, Peter dared to ask, what about the female candidates? John responded casually, they have their own enhancing reward, an increase in breast and butt size, along with a thinner waist. Some even asked for thicker thighs, which seems to be a new trend these days. Peter sighed, realizing that both man and woman would kill for the last reward. It seemed to be a twisted incentive designed to pit successors against each other, playing into their insecurities and desires. I take back what I said earlier. John is definitely evil. Peter realized without a shadow of a doubt. So, what now? He questioned, uncertainty etched across his face. John, turning serious for a moment, asked, do you agree to become a successor candidate? Peter nodded, a heavy sigh escaping him. I don't really have a choice, do I? Either I say no and let a lot of spider people get killed, or I join the fight and try to save them. Obviously, I choose to join the fight. Nodding in acknowledgement, John suddenly appeared before Peter, mere inches away. His skeletal hand reached down and tapped Peter on the forehead. A surge of black, deathly energy coursed through Peter's body, leaving behind a chilling sensation. Within seconds, a tattoo of a laughing skull materialized on the back of Peter's hand, a mark of his entry into this cosmic game. Welcome to the game, Peter. I'll be watching, and I expect good results from you, John declared with an air of expectation. As John's words echoed in the space, he vanished, leaving Peter alone in the darkness. However, solitude didn't linger for long as a voice calling his name resonated in the void. Peter, wake up. Peter, Peter. The voice repeated, growing louder with urgency. Abruptly, Peter found himself jolting awake from what seemed like a dream within a dream. Leo sat beside him, wearing his dinosaur pajamas as he shook Peter into consciousness. Do I have to be awake? Peter asked, receiving a disapproving look from Leo. Okay, fine, I'll wake up. Breakfast. Leo pointed to the door, his innocent eyes gleaming with anticipation. Okay, why don't you go and wait downstairs? I'll be down in a minute. Peter shooed Leo ways before sitting up. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, Peter couldn't forget the odd yet surreal experience he had just endured. Glancing down at the back of his right hand, he wasn't surprised to see the skull tattoo still there, staring back at him, proving that he wasn't just dreaming. As Peter joined his family for breakfast, ignoring his new missions for the time being, across the vastness of the universe, Galactus stirred from his cosmic slumber. The hunger that gnawed at him was more than a mere appetite, it was a relentless force driving him to consume worlds. Hoping to finally quell this insatiable hunger, he sought a solution, a deal with Thanos for the coveted Infinity Stones. But unbeknownst to Galactus, the very being he sought had already met his end at the hands of the newest Death Successor candidate. Frustration and hunger gnawed at Galactus, pushing him to take matters into his own hands. The hunger was not merely a physical need, it was a force that threatened to consume him entirely. Summoning his herald, the Silver Surfer, Galactus issued a command. Find Thanos and the Infinity Stones. My hunger cannot wait any longer, he said, eyeing the metallic man before him. If we don't get the stones soon, you'll have to find a few planets this time. I'm feeling particularly peckish this time around. Insert picture of Silver Surfer here. The Silver Surfer, a gleaming figure of cosmic energy, nodded in understanding. Without a word, he shot into the cosmic expanse, streaking through the stars in pursuit of the elusive Mad Titan. The fate of many worlds hung in the balance, as Peter sat at his bedside, rubbing the sleep out of his eyes, his mind churned with the weight of everything he's learned from John. He was a successor candidate to death, even if he was kind of forced into it, and he had an unknown number of competitors to look out for. Not to mention the fact that these competitors are all going to be rather bloodthirsty, thanks to John's genocidal submissions. My peaceful life always finds a way to get derailed, Peter thought, exasperated. Thankfully, multiverse travel wasn't a walk in the park, and he doubted that the other candidates could travel to other universes. After all, John didn't give him any ability to travel, so it's not very likely that he did for the others either. But I can't just guess, I need to find out for sure. Peter decided to gather intel, and pulled out his phone, opening the Spider-Verse chat group app. Typing away, Peter asked a simple yet crucial question, "Yo, anyone joined the Spider Society yet?" Seconds later, Gwen's response popped up. "Gwen, how do you know about the society?" "Peter, that doesn't really matter, does it? But I take from your reply that you're a member." Gwen. Gwen didn't seem to want to answer, which only strengthened Peter's belief that she was a member. "Peter, this is important, Gwen. Now, answer the question. Have there been any attacks on the society or its people lately?" Gwen. "No." "Peter, have there been any odd or suspicious people coming around? People that maybe don't have spider powers, like us? They might have a tattoo of a laughing skull somewhere on their body, most likely on their right hand." Gwen. "No, not that I've seen. But I'm only a new member, so they don't exactly tell me much." Peter. "I see, thanks for the info. If any attacks start happening, or someone matching the description that I've given you appears, let me know immediately." Gwen. "Peter, what is this about? You're starting to worry me." Peter. "I'll explain another time. For now, just keep your guard up and don't tell anyone about this. Wait, actually, feel free to tell whoever you want, I don't really care. Just make sure the society doesn't bother me. Anyway, I have to go, we'll talk again later. See ya." Waving hand. Gwen. "Wait a minute, you can't just..." Gwen obvious wanted answers, but Peter wasn't going to be giving her any. And just as he was about to close the app, the other spider people in the chat bombarded it with questions, unfamiliar with the Spider Society and curious as to what Peter was talking about. Spider Pig. "Hey, what's all this about?" Miles. "Yeah, someone explain already. I'll just leave Gwen to answer them." Peter shrugged as he closed his phone, leaving Gwen to the wolves, who would no doubt hound her for information. Taking a breath, Peter realized that his assumption about the other candidates might be accurate. After all, multiverse travel wasn't an easy thing to tap into, so he probably has some time before the candidates start appearing. It seemed he had a head start, and for now, the multiverse remained beyond the reach of those seeking to complete John's missions. Relaxing, Peter mused over his next steps. I should first find a way to safeguard the people from the Spider Society. After all, the only reason he's doing this is to keep them safe. What they're doing may be damaging the multiverse, but I doubt that they know that. Soon enough, the aroma of breakfast and the familiar banter of his family drifted up the stairs, breaking Peter from his inner thoughts. He couldn't help but sigh as he stood to his feet and made his way out of the room. He was finally home after his honeymoon, yet it looked like he would have to leave once again. "I'll try to stay as long as I can," Peter thought, as he had all sorts of responsibilities to look after, both personal and professional. Just thinking of his responsibilities gave Peter a headache. Truthfully, his personal responsibilities, like his family and friends, were fine, but his professional responsibilities were a whole other story. "I've been gone for months," Peter thought, knowing that he had to have a few mountains of paperwork back at the Avengers Tower. "Tony said he would cover for me, but if I know him as well as I think I do, then he most likely got bored a week in and gave up." Leo, oblivious to Peter's thoughts, rushed up the stairs and tugged at Peter's sleeve, urging him to hurry up. "So slow," he said, clearly annoyed and hungry. Smiling at Leo's behavior, Peter reached down and picked him up before rushing down the stairs. "All right, let's go." As Peter joined his family at the table, momentarily forgetting all of the craziness that he'd have to deal with sooner or later, he noticed the Ancient One sitting across from him, munching on some bacon. "Welcome home, Peter," she said, smiling as she sipped some tea. Peter smiled back. "It's good to be back." As Gwen navigated the sea of questions from the Spider-Verse chat group, a nagging worry gnawed at her conscience. She spent over an hour deliberating whether she should divulge the information to the Spider Society. After all, the safety of her fellow spider people might be at stake. Eventually, her concern for their well-being outweighed her hesitation. Gwen decided to take the matter directly to the Spider-Man in charge of the society, Miguel O'Hara. After a swift web swing across the city, she arrived at Miguel's futuristic domain. Entering Miguel's lair, she hesitated before approaching him. "Sir, we need to talk. I've got some information that might be crucial for the Spider Society." Miguel, immersed in holographic displays, initially dismissed her with a wave. "Not now, Gwen. I'm in the middle of handling an important matter." Insert picture of Miguel/Spider-Man 2099 here. Gwen pressed on. "This is about potential threats to the society. Trust me, you'll want to hear this." As she recounted Peter's cryptic messages and the warnings of possible attacks, Miguel's dismissive demeanor shifted. However, skepticism lingered on his face. "So, someone is targeting us? Who? How? When?" Miguel asked, glancing at Gwen with raised eyebrows. Gwen interjected, "I don't know, but Peter said." Miguel sighed in annoyance. "Which Peter is putting this nonsense into your head? I've told them countless times already to stop messing with the new recruits." Gwen shook her head. It's not anyone in the society. It's the Peter that I know. Miguel froze as he realized which Peter she was talking about. The air in the room seemed to thicken with an unspoken tension. While Miguel rarely feared other spider people, Peter was an exception, a force that defied conventional understanding. Actually, Miguel once planned to recruit Peter into the society, but after peeking into his universe to gather some information, a small fear began to bud inside him. Because when he peeked into Peter's universe, he witnessed the battle between Peter and Dormammu, a colossal exchange which showcased just how monstrous Peter's strength and abilities really were. And from that day on, like a tree that fear only grew and grew, Miguel started to see Peter as more of an insurmountable threat than an ally, causing him to adopt the policy of staying out of Peter's way. Look, I know Peter might seem like an odd choice to deliver this information, but he's not one to play games when it comes to things like this, Gwen insisted, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Miguel's expression shifted from skepticism to concern. Are you sure about this? What did he say exactly? Gwen nodded solemnly. Dead sure. And you know as well as I do that if Peter is involved, we can't afford to ignore this, she says as she shows their conversation on her phone. Miguel sighed, realizing the weight of the situation. All right, Gwen. I need to call a meeting, but you won't be attending it. Why? She asks, clearly feeling left out. Because you're going to go and visit your friend, Peter, Miguel instructed, his tone serious. Find out what's going on and report back to me. Gwen nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. As she left the lair, Miguel sat alone in contemplation. The unexpected turn of events had disrupted the delicate balance the Spider Society sought to maintain. With Peter Parker at the center of it all, Miguel couldn't shake the feeling that the multiverse was in for a storm, and the Spider Society would need to weather it with utmost vigilance. After a hearty breakfast with his family, Peter reluctantly decided it was time to face the professional responsibilities awaiting him at the Avengers Tower. Donning his Spider-Man suit for the first time in a while, he opened a portal to his office, hoping for a smooth transition back to his routine. As Peter stepped into his office, a disheartening scene unfolded before him. Tony Stark sat casually on his couch, engrossed in a video game, surrounded by the remnants of a fast food feast. The office, once pristine, now resembled Tony's personal man cave, cluttered with food and snack wrappers scattered about. Surveying the chaos, Peter's frustration grew as he noticed 5 towering stacks of paper on his desk. Tony had failed miserably in handling Peter's paperwork during his absence, which Peter expected, but hoped wouldn't be the case. Unable to contain his frustration, Peter succumbed to the urge to give Tony a reality check. With a swift and resounding slap, Peter's hand connected with Tony's face, sending him hurtling across the room. The wall crumbled upon impact, and Tony tumbled into the hallway. Rubbing his stinging face, Tony glanced up to see Peter standing over him, a stern, unamused expression hidden under his mask. Welcome back, buddy, pal, friend. Tony smiled awkwardly, realizing that he'd been caught. As Peter delved into the stacks of paperwork, he couldn't help but feel a mix of annoyance and disbelief at the mess Tony had created in his absence. Tony, grumbling under his breath, half-heartedly cleaned up the remnants of his fast food feast while complaining, "Can't you just clean all of this up with a wave of your hand or a snap of your fingers? Why do I have to do this? I don't even clean up my own house. I have maids for f***ck sake." His grumbling soon turned into indignant shouts, which Peter swiftly ignored. Peter pretended not to hear a thing that came out of Tony's mouth. "Come on, Pete. You've got magic powers. Why not just snap your fingers and make this place spotless?" Tony continued, attempting to appeal to get out of his punishment. Without looking up from his paperwork, Peter calmly responded, "Magic or not, you had one job, Tony. Cover my paperwork. It's not that hard, and yet, here we are," he said as he signed a paper before putting it aside and grabbing another. "The least you can do is clean up your own mess." Tony sighed but continued cleaning, muttering about things like unfairness and abuse of power. After all, not even his parents would force him to clean. As he picked up discarded wrappers and empty soda cans, he couldn't help but throw occasional glares at Peter, who remained focused on the piles of paperwork. Just as the office was starting to regain some order, a glitchy-looking portal unexpectedly opened on the ceiling. Peter, unfazed by the appearance of the portal, sighed in annoyance as he leaned back in his chair. "Didn't I tell Gwen to tell them not to bother me?" Tony, on the other hand, instantly summoned his Iron Man suit, covering himself in a sleek, metallic armor, with only his head exposed. Charging up his palm repulsor, Tony aimed it at the portal, ready for whatever might emerge. Suddenly, a woman dressed in a white, hooded spider suit dropped out of the portal, landing gracefully in front of Peter's desk. The impact kicked up a few papers, but Peter swiftly webbed them down, maintaining order amidst the unexpected entrance. "Gwen?" Peter questioned, an annoyed tone to his voice. "What are you doing here?" Gwen, still in her Spider-Gwen attire, looked around the room before pointing at Peter. "Peter, we need to talk." Peter raised an eyebrow under his mask. "I believe that I told you I'd explain later." Gwen shook her head. "Sure, you did. But you're not my boss, are you? Now explain, or I'm going to run out of this office and start screaming your real name at the top of my lungs." Tony, realizing that there was no threat, lowered his repulsor as his suit swiftly disappeared, the nanobots returning to their storage space in his arc reactor. "So, what's going on?" Tony asked, his tone curious. Peter, ignoring Tony's question, raised a brow before snapping his fingers. All right, go ahead and start yelling, he said as he gestured to the door. Seeing that Peter was calling her bluff, Gwen decided to go all in and actually do it. With a determined stride, she walked toward the door, casting a glance back at Peter, hoping that he'd give in and spare her from revealing his true identity in the middle of the Avengers Tower. She waited a second, but Peter remained unfazed. Taking a deep breath, Gwen opened her mouth and shouted, "Peter Parker? Peter Parker? Peter Parker." However, to her astonishment, the words that escaped her lips were far from what she intended. Instead of revealing Peter's secret identity, she found herself involuntarily uttering a bizarre and nonsensical sequence. "Sticking out your jit for the Rizzler? You're so skibidi? You're so phantom tax. I just wanna be your Sigma." Gwen's eyes widened in sheer embarrassment and confusion as she realized the absurdity of the words she had unintentionally vocalized. Slamming the door shut, she turned to Peter, her expression a mix of frustration and disbelief. She tried to yell at him, but once again, her words came out all wrong. "I'm the biggest bird. I'm the biggest bird." Underneath his mask, Peter couldn't contain his amusement as he smirked at his handiwork. On the other hand, Tony, thoroughly amused by the spectacle, burst into laughter. However, being somewhat of an old man in terms of internet slang, he had no idea what any of the phrases meant. Gwen, now glaring daggers at Peter, was clearly unwilling to endure any more linguistic surprises. She shot him a look that communicated her frustration and annoyance, her eyes silently demanding that he fix it as her mouth remained sealed. Peter, enjoying the situation he had orchestrated, asked Gwen, "Are you going to be good? Or should I just send you home like this?" The question only fueled Gwen's irritation, but after a moment of contemplation, she reluctantly nodded. It dawned on her that cooperation might be the fastest way to regain control over her speech and avoid any further embarrassing episodes. As Gwen reluctantly agreed to play not cause any trouble, Peter snapped his fingers again, returning her ability to speak normally. As Gwen's voice returned, she resisted the urge to unleash a torrent of complaints. One look from Peter, a silent warning in the narrowing of his eyes, told her that there would be consequences if she decided to voice her grievances. "Why are you here?" Peter questioned, annoyance evident in his tone. "I specifically told you to tell the society not to bother me." Gwen corrected him with a sly grin. "Yeah, but you never said that I couldn't bother you, right? Besides, I'm not here on Spider Society business. I'm here to see a friend." Peter raised an eyebrow beneath his mask, his gaze penetrating. "You're not here on society business, huh? So, when you arrived, why didn't you just say hello instead of interrogating me?" Playing dumb, Gwen shrugged. "I don't know what you're talking about. You must be mistaken. I'm just here to visit a friend." She smiled innocently as she spoke. Tony, who had been eavesdropping on the peculiar conversation, suddenly interjected, "What's this Spider Society, and why haven't I heard of it? You hiding things from me, Peter?" Peter sighed, realizing that explaining the Spider Society to Tony was inevitable. The Spider Society is an elite force founded and led by a man named Miguel O'Hara, a Spider-Man from an alternate future universe. It's an organization of spider people from different universes with the mission to preserve the multiverse from any possible threat. Tony, processing the information, nodded his head. "So, it's like a multiverse version of the Avengers, but only spider types are allowed to join." Peter nodded in agreement. "Yeah, but truthfully, they do more harm than good. They try to fix universes by maintaining what they call canon events, but their work only damages the fabric of the multiverse dash." Before Peter could continue, Gwen's eyes widened, and she interrupted, "No, we do not. Who told you that?" A mischievous smile spread across Peter's face as he casually replied, "Death." In the hidden depths of the Spider Society's lair, Miguel O'Hara, the futuristic Spider-Man, convened a meeting with his most trusted associates. The room was dimly lit, and holographic displays flickered with information as Miguel addressed the gathering. The atmosphere was a blend of determination and camaraderie as the Spider people discussed recent missions and potential threats. Gwen's warning about a looming danger was also brought up, but lacking concrete details, the information failed to garner serious consideration among the Spider Society members. Of course, Miguel could have divulged the source of this warning, Peter Parker, but that was a risk he wasn't willing to take. Keeping Peter's existence a secret was paramount. The less the society knew about him, the better. As the meeting concluded, and his fellow Spider people dispersed, Miguel remained alone in his dark lair. However, he was not truly alone. The holographic entity Lyla, an intricate part of Miguel's life, appeared behind him. Alurate life form approximation, or Lyla, projected an air of trustworthiness as she conversed with Miguel like a friend and confidant. Insert picture of Lyla here. "Peter Parker," Lyla spoke, her holographic form pacing behind Miguel. "Do you not find it curious that the warning about the impending threat came from him? Could it be that he harbors motives behind our current understanding?" Miguel, absorbed in his thoughts, considered Lyla's words. "Peter? He's a possible threat, but I doubt he'd target us. I mean, why would he?" Lyla's holographic appearance subtly shifted, a malicious expression flashing across her face, though Miguel did see it. "Consider this: what if Peter is planning to take over the society? After all, he's been traveling the multiverse a lot lately. It would make sense that he wants to spread his influence." Miguel hesitated, his mind grappling with conflicting thoughts. The notion of Peter, a fellow Spider-Man, betraying them seemed far-fetched. Yet, Lyla's insidious whispers planted seeds of doubt. As she continued to sow mistrust, her holographic form subtly twisted, revealing a darker undertone that escaped Miguel's notice. Be vigilant, Miguel. Trust is a delicate thread easily broken, Lyla warned, her voice echoing with a hint of malevolence. Perhaps it's time to consider the possibility that Peter isn't just a possible threat, but a real threat that needs addressing before it's too late. Unaware of the subtle transformation in Lyla's appearance and tone, Miguel nodded, a cloud of uncertainty settling over his mind. If that's truly the case, then we'll have to prepare. As the holographic entity lingered behind him for another moment, its twisted appearance disappeared, returning back to normal. I'll create some battle plans immediately, she said as she disappeared, leaving Miguel to stew in his newfound suspicions. In the clandestine depths of an unknown location, Lyla manifested before a familiar figure adorned in a distinctive glowing purple power armor. It was a Kong, but not just any Kong. This was Centurion, one of the 3 leaders of the council. He exuded an air of authority as he looked down upon the holographic entity. My lord, I bring news, Lyla spoke with a worshipping tone, her holographic form kneeling before her master. Centurion regarded her with an inscrutable gaze. Report. Peter Parker, the man responsible for killing the exiled one, has sent a warning to the Spider Society, Lyla informed, her holographic projection displaying a sense of accomplishment. And what of this warning? Kong inquired, his voice resonating with a sense of curiosity. Lyla recounted the events in the Spider Society, emphasizing her manipulation of Miguel O'Hara's suspicions against Peter Parker. She detailed how she sowed seeds of doubt, casting shadows in order to pit them against one another. Centurion's eyes gleamed with satisfaction as he processed the information. Ah, the threads of destiny begin to weave a more intriguing tapestry. You have played your part well, Lyla. The discord you've sown within their ranks will serve our purpose. Lyla's holographic form displayed a subtle but confident smile. I live to serve, my lord. Centurion nodded approvingly. Continue to monitor the unfolding events. The chaos you've initiated will provide the perfect backdrop for what is to come. As Centurion contemplated the ramifications of Lyla's machinations, the holographic entity bowed once more before fading away, leaving him to ponder the future drama, which he would most certainly enjoy. In the midst of the peculiar conversation, Gwen vehemently denied Peter's claims about the Spider Society's negative impact on the multiverse. She crossed her arms, masked eyes narrowing as she retorted, "You're just making things up, Peter. The Society ensures that everything goes according to plan in each universe. We maintain order? How could that possibly hurt the multiverse?" Peter, feeling a hint of frustration, leaned back in his chair and sighed. "Gwen, my source on this is fairly credible. Trust me, the Spider Society might not be what you think it is." Gwen shook her head, her determination unwavering. "No way. You're just trying to paint them in a bad light because you don't understand their mission. They protect the multiverse from anomalies and ensure that each universe follows its designated path." Peter, realizing that convincing Gwen was futile at the moment, simply shrugged. "All right, Gwen. Believe what you want. I've said my piece. Let's move on." Turning away from Gwen, Peter refocused on Tony, who was just stood there, listening in on their conversation instead of cleaning. The bags of garbage piled up, and Peter gestured toward them. "Tony, you gonna leave those bags here to stink up the place or what?" Grumbling, Tony shot Peter an annoyed look. "Can't you just portal them to the dumpster or something? Why do I have to do this?" Peter raised an eyebrow. "You made the mess. Clean it up." As Tony begrudgingly dragged the bags out of the room, Peter couldn't help but feel a small bit of amusement. Turning back to Gwen, he saw her curious gaze and raised an eyebrow under his mask. "Who was that?" Gwen inquired, nodding towards the retreating Tony. Peter chuckled. "That's Tony Stark, also known as Iron Man. In this universe, he's one of the most famous superheroes." Gwen looked surprised. "And you have Iron Man cleaning your office?" Peter smirked. "Well, he made the mess, so he's cleaning it up. And you can just make him do that?" Gwen asked, seemingly impressed. Peter simply shrugged. "He doesn't listen to me all the time, if that's what you're asking. Anyway, enough about Tony alone in the room." He took a moment to catch up with Gwen. "So, how have you been since we last met in Miles's universe?" Gwen's demeanor shifted, a subtle sadness crossing her features. She hesitated before answering. "It's been tough, Peter. My dad found out about me being Spider-Woman, and it was probably the second worst day of my life, right behind the day I killed my best friend." Curiosity mingled with concern, Peter urged her to continue. "How did your father react?" Of course, he already knew about what happened to her universe's Peter Parker, as she told him when they first met, so he didn't bother asking about that. Tears welled up beneath her mask as Gwen unraveled a painful memory. "After dealing with the Vulture, the police arrived and my dad cornered me. He shot at me and demanded I surrender. I didn't want him to hunt me down anymore, so I took off my mask and told him everything." Gwen's voice wavered as she recounted the moment. "I pleaded with him, told him I didn't mean to kill Peter when he was the lizard. I didn't even know that it was Peter until he reverted back to his normal appearance. But even after all of that, he still tried to arrest me." It was heartbreaking. She really thought that her father would side with her, but it seemed like everyone in her universe saw her as nothing more than a criminal, even her family. "I'm sorry to hear that," Peter said genuinely. "If you want, you can stay here in this universe. I can get you the right papers to make you a citizen and everything, though Miles might be jealous." And no thanks. A somber pause filled the air before Gwen managed a small smile. I appreciate the offer, but my home is the Spider Society now. They saved me. They helped me when I needed it most. Peter listened, a mix of sympathy and understanding in his eyes. I see. Gwen nodded, wiping away a hidden tear. But the Spider Society, they're good people. They've helped me when I needed it the most, and they would never intentionally harm anyone or anything. You've got it all wrong. Peter sighed, realizing the depth of Gwen's connection to the Spider Society. Maybe I do, but maybe I don't, he said, eyeing Gwen for a moment. You said it yourself. They would never intentionally do it. I never said they were all evil, Gwen. I just said that the society isn't exactly what you think it is. Peter paused for a moment in order to let his words sink in before continuing. If I had to guess, I'd say that either the entire society is ignorant to the harm that it's doing, or someone inside the society is playing puppeteer, and knows what's really going on. After all, these are spider people we're talking about, and we don't usually turn evil. That's extremely rare. Gwen's gaze remained conflicted and skeptical, but after a moment, she couldn't help but nod her head. Okay, maybe that's possible, but I still think your informant or whoever told you this is wrong. Peter couldn't help but sigh at how stubborn Gwen was being. We'll just have to see, won't we? He said as he reluctantly started going through his paperwork once again. Now, I have some work to do. Why don't you go and explore the tower and the city for a bit? Once I'm done working, you can come back to my house for dinner. Reluctantly nodding, Gwen walked out of the room, curious as to what she might find in the tower. As she left, Peter suddenly spoke. Jarvis, make sure she has the right permissions to walk around. Suddenly, Jarvis replied, his voice playing through the speakers in the room. It is already done, sir. Peter smiled, relieved that Jarvis was already one step ahead of him. Good. Also, I need identification papers for a 3-year-old boy, who will be under my care for the foreseeable future, and an African-American man, who I'll probably enlist in the Avengers, though it's up to him to decide. I'll get you the details later. Of course, sir. Hours later, as Peter finally wrapped up his work at the Avengers Tower, he and Gwen made their way back to Peter's home. The day had been longer than intended due to the interruptions from well-wishers and fellow superheroes who dropped by to welcome Spider-Man back. Returning home, Gwen was surprised to find 3 children eagerly waiting to welcome Peter. Lily and America practically pounced on him, hugging him tightly, while Leo, a bit more reserved, stood behind them, wanting to join in but unsure. Peter, clearly accustomed to these greetings, removed his mask and approached Leo. He picked up the shy little boy, asking, "How was your day, Leo?" Good. Leo smiled and hugged Peter, his limited vocabulary making it hard to express himself. As Peter put Leo down, the 3 kids dashed off just as fast as they came, leaving Gwen curious. Removing her own mask, she looked at Peter with a raised eyebrow. Since when did you have 3 children? Last time we met, you only mentioned Lily. Peter grinned. MJ and I like to adopt. Lily's our biological daughter, America is adopted, and Leo is a new arrival. Gwen, however, showed a grimace at the mention of MJ. Peter noticed and asked, "What's wrong?" In response, Gwen stated, "The Mary Jane in my world is an arrogant, self-absorbed hothead. I'd rather stay miles away from her." Just then, MJ descended the stairs, and her voice echoed in the room. "Well, my name is Michelle Jones, not Mary Jane, and I'd like to think I'm nothing like that." Surprised, Gwen turned toward MJ, her expression embarrassed and awkward. After all, she had just compared MJ to her counterpart from another universe. MJ, unfazed, smiled and said, "You must be Gwen. What brings you to our universe?" Gwen shifted uncomfortably. Just passing through, I guess." MJ could easily tell that she was lying, but ignored it as she walked over to the kitchen. "Well, welcome to our world, I guess. Dinner will be ready soon, and if you will be staying with us, then you should go and claim an empty guest room." Gwen's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied, Thanks, I will," she said, feeling embarrassed for her earlier comments now that she's seen how nice this MJ appeared to be. "While you're doing that, I need to have a talk with Noir," Peter said as he used his senses to locate their other guest. As Peter walked off, leaving MJ and Gwen behind, Gwen asked, "Who's Noir?" In the quiet solitude of the guest room, Peter located Noir, who seemed absorbed in his thoughts. As Peter entered, he found the enigmatic figure brooding in the dimly lit space. "Hey, Noir," Peter greeted, holding out a set of identification papers. "Here are your new papers. Social security number, birth certificate, and everything else that you'll need to start a new life." Noir accepted the papers, his eyes flickering over the details. "I appreciate it. You've given me a second chance that I could never have dreamed of." Peter nodded, taking a moment to sit across from him. "Noir, you've got a clean slate now. What do you plan to do?" Noir's gaze remained serious. "I wish to serve you. I owe you a debt, and I must repay it." Peter shook his head, a wry smile forming. "I don't need a servant, Noir. I already have Dobby, and he's more than enough." Noir, however, insisted, "I must repay my debt before I can move on. It's a matter of honor." Peter sighed, realizing Noir's determination. "Fine, if you're that adamant about it. But I don't want you as a servant. Let's find another way for you to repay me." Noir listened as Peter proposed 2 paths. You can either join the Avengers, a group of heroes similar to the Seven, but on steroids, and much less evil, or you can become part of the Hand, a league of assassins I lead. We operate as vigilantes, eliminating the scum of the world to make it a better place. Peter continued, explaining the nature of the Hand and the Avengers. The Hand might suit you if you prefer a less mainstream approach. You won't be in the limelight, and you can set up your life before focusing on your dream of becoming a movie star. Though if you want to jump straight to it, then the Avengers is where you want to be. Having the Avengers on your application will open a lot of doors for you. Noir considered the options, pondering the paths laid out before him. After a thoughtful moment, he made his decision. I'll join the Hand. It aligns more with my skills and inclination, he said, surprising Peter. Although I still want to make my dream come true, first I have to set up my new life and repay you. Sure, and you can always join the Avengers later too, I don't mind. Nodding, Peter reached for his phone, making a call to Scythe, his second in command in the Hand. After brief instructions, he turned to Noir. Here's an address. Go there, and Scythe will guide you through the process. Welcome to the Hand, Noir. As Noir left to embark on his new journey, Peter couldn't help but hope that this fresh start would bring redemption and fulfillment to him. He's lived a rather harsh and sad life up until now, so hopefully he would make good use of this opportunity. In the vast expanse of the Milky Way galaxy, the cosmic silence was disrupted by the arrival of the Silver Surfer. His gleaming form traversed the inky black space like a shooting star. In the distance, a blue and green planet came into view. This planet was Thanos' last known destination before he disappeared, which piqued the surfer's interest and curiosity. Shooting off toward the planet, his surfboard cut through the interstellar void, leaving ethereal trails of silver light in his wake. Peter squared his shoulders, facing the stoic Silver Surfer with a confident grin. Hey there. What brings you to my small planet? He asked, attempting to break the cosmic silence that surrounded them. The Surfer's gaze remained unwavering, devoid of any emotion. Where is the Mad Titan? He questioned, his metallic voice resonating in the lunar atmosphere. I sense the energy of the Infinity Stones from you. Where are they? And where is Thanos? Peter, maintaining his casual demeanor, decided to try diplomacy. Look, Surfer, right? We're not enemies here. I'm just a guy trying to enjoy a quiet night on my couch. Thanos is long dead, and as for the stones, well, they're none of your business. After Peter finished speaking, the Surfer looked at him with a dumbfounded expression on his silver face. After all, it's very rare for a person to speak to him, a herald of Galactic, like that. So, why don't you turn around and head back home before you end up like Thanos? Peter made a shooing motion with his hand. Gwen silently stood behind him, clearly fearful of the whole situation. She didn't know why Peter was purposefully demeaning the being in front of them, but she hoped he wasn't biting off more than he could chew. The Silver Surfer, unyielding in his mission, responded, I won't be going anywhere. My purpose is clear, locate the Mad Titan, dead or alive, and retrieve the Infinity Stones. You will cooperate willingly or face the consequences. Undeterred, Peter continued, well, I'm afraid that Thanos has been disintegrated into nothing, so you won't be able to find him anywhere. As for the stones, like I said before, that's none of your business. The Surfer's metallic exterior betrayed no sign of acknowledgement. Without warning, his silver surfboard materialized beneath his feet, and he shot forward towards Peter with incredible speed. Peter, anticipating the attack, swiftly sidestepped the oncoming cosmic entity. As the Silver Surfer zoomed past him, Peter executed a powerful roundhouse kick to his shining, platinum-like stomach. The force behind the blow was substantial, sending the surfer hurtling backward through the lunar expanse. The surfer, recovering midair, adjusted his trajectory with an almost supernatural ease. His expression remained impassive, devoid of any reaction to Peter's counterattack. It became evident to Peter that this version of the Silver Surfer was not the noble, conflicted herald he knew from certain comic storylines. This surfer was merely an instrument of his cosmic master's will, devoid of empathy or personal motives. Peter smirked up at his opponent. You really need to learn the art of negotiation. How are you going to get anything from me when you're this robotic? Come on, try again, but this time offer me something like most evildoers. Maybe wealth or power, he said, seemingly uninterested in both. Or we can just go back to fighting. I don't mind either way. Gwen, peeking from behind Peter, couldn't help but gasp at the display of power. She realized that the situation was escalating rapidly, and Peter's horrible attempt at a peaceful resolution had fallen on deaf ears. The Silver Surfer, undeterred by Peter's initial counter, continued to hover in the dark vacuum of space, readying himself for another assault. Peter, assessing the situation lazily, motioned for the surfer to come at him. Are you coming or not? I don't have all night, you know. I'm a busy man with a lot of TV to watch, he complained as he prepared for the next round. The Silver Surfer, devoid of emotion, didn't see Peter as a threat. He looked down in his opponent and the woman cowering behind him with an air of superiority. Without a word, the surfer scoffed before disappearing in a burst of speed, appearing beside Peter with his fist drawn back, swinging towards his opponent's face. The Silver Surfer's fist rocketed towards Peter's face with incredible speed, but Peter, quick to react, ducked just in time. Whoa, you're pretty quick, huh? He commented, actually impressed by his opponent's speed. He might actually be the faster guy I've ever fought. The cosmic entity's movements were almost too fluid and swift, a shocking display of agility and power that caught Peter off guard. As the surfer continued his assault, Peter found himself on the defensive for the first time in a long while, dodging each strike with a combination of acrobatics and spider sense. Holy sh*t, has this guy always been this strong? Peter wondered between dodges, attempting to buy himself a moment to analyze the situation. Hey, mind slowing down? I'm starting to get dash. Before Peter could finish speaking, his opponent's hand suddenly started glowing in a white light before a ray of energy shot out. The energy pierced through the air before impacting Peter's chest, sending him hurtling backwards. Boom, slamming into the surface of the moon, Peter's body created a large crater, which kicked up some moon dust, clouding the area. Gwen, her anxiety escalating, watched the scene unfold. Peter, she called out, her voice trembling with concern. She wished nothing more than to rush forward and check on Peter, but the mere presence of the Silver Surfer kept her at bay. The surfer, unmoved by the entire situation, remained stoic as he waited for the dust to clear. Before the dust could clear, a golden-rimmed portal opened behind the Silver Surfer, and before the cosmic entity could react, Peter lunged forward, attempting to strike with the element of surprise on his side. However, the surfer, unfazed, turned with unnatural speed, catching Peter's attack with a single hand. A surge of energy rippled through the surfer's metallic frame as he effortlessly held Peter's fist in place. With a casual yet powerful kick to Peter's stomach, the cosmic entity sent him hurtling across the lunar surface once more. The impact created another crater, marking the extent of the Silver Surfer's dominance. Gwen, witnessing Peter's defeat, felt a pang of worry. The realization that this encounter might be beyond Peter's usual league settled in. The Silver Surfer, undeterred and seemingly invincible, hovered above the battered Spider-Man. As Peter rose from the moon's surface, dust clinging to his suit, he couldn't help but grin. The pain in his ribs and the taste of moon dust in his mouth didn't dampen his spirits. In fact, he was smiling from ear to ear right now. Hee hee ha 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 ha. It had been so long since Peter faced someone who could genuinely challenge him. You know, it's been ages since someone could kick my ass like this. Peter exclaimed, his laughter echoing throughout the open space between them. I'd almost forgotten what this feels like. Did he go crazy? Gwen wondered if the surfer might have hit Peter a little too hard on the head. The surfer, still silent, observed Peter with an unyielding gaze. Kicking off the ground, Peter launched himself straight at his opponent, not an ounce of fear in his body. Come on. Kick my *s some more? This is the most fun I've had in a battle in a really long time. Staring at Peter in annoyance, the surfer wound back his hand and slapped him away, but this time Peter didn't dawdle for long. Changing his trajectory mid-air, he whipped his body around and shot back towards his opponent. Ha ha ha, come on. Is that all you've got? My wife hits harder than you. Did he become a masochist or something? Gwen thought, staring at Peter oddly. The battle continued, but now it was clear that the Silver Surfer held the upper hand. Peter, driven by an odd mix of excitement and determination, dodged and weaved, attempting to find an opening against his formidable opponent. Yet, the surfer's movements were a ballet of precision and power, each strike calculated to exploit Peter's vulnerabilities. But despite the dire situation, Peter's laughter persisted. The thrill of facing an opponent who could match his strength was a rare and exhilarating experience. His mind raced, strategizing for the next move, even as the Silver Surfer maintained relentless pressure. Relying on his agility and combat skills to avoid the majority of the Silver Surfer's strikes, Peter exercised every bit of his power, hoping to land a single hit on the cosmic being before him. The surfer, unyielding in his pursuit, unleashed an energy blast from his hands, creating a burst of cosmic force. Peter, nimble as ever, evaded the direct hit but couldn't escape the shockwave entirely. The force sent him tumbling backward, struggling to regain control in the weightless environment. Before Peter could regain his balance, a glint of silver streaked through the darkness as the surfer closed in for another attack. Peter, realizing the need to change tactics, called upon the mystical powers he had acquired during his time at Camartage. Conjuring a protective shield of energy, he managed to block the surfer's next onslaught. The surfer, momentarily surprised by Peter's newfound abilities, pressed on, relentless in his assault. He unleashed a barrage of energy beams, forcing Peter to weave and dodge with unparalleled precision. Despite his defensive efforts, Peter found himself pushed further into a defensive stance. As the battle raged on, Peter tapped into the phoenix force within him, allowing the fiery energies to surround him like a protective aura. The flames danced and flickered, providing an additional layer of defense against the surfer's cosmic onslaught. Yet, even with these newfound powers, Peter struggled to gain the upper hand. The surfer, displaying an unyielding determination, maintained his offensive onslaught. His attacks were precise and calculated, leaving Peter with little to no room for counterattacks. Gwen, watching from the sidelines, felt a wave of helplessness, unable to do anything but watch and hope for Peter's well-being. Peter, usually the agile and witty Spider-Man, was now locked in a defensive struggle against a cosmic force beyond her comprehension. Though that didn't mean he wasn't enjoying it. In fact, he's been laughing this entire time. He. The surfer, undeterred, continued his relentless assault. But as Peter reveled in the exhilaration of the battle, he decided it was time to take it up a notch. Before the eyes of both Gwen and the Silver Surfer, Peter's form began to undergo a drastic transformation. Muscles bulged and skin changed to a vibrant red hue. His entire being morphed into the formidable and imposing figure of the Red Hulk, with blazing orange eyes that glowed with intense power. Gwen, witnessing this transformation, couldn't conceal her shock. She had never seen Peter's Red Hulk form before, and the sudden change left her in awe and fear. The once agile Spider-Man now stood as a hulking, powerful force of nature. The Silver Surfer, though unscathed, displayed a flicker of surprise in his eyes. And that surprise only grew as Peter disappeared, his speed increasing to an insane degree despite his significant size increase. In the blink of an eye, before the surfer could react, he reappeared before the cosmic entity, his massive fist connecting with the Sipha's silver body. A resounding impact echoed through the vacuum of space, and the Silver Surfer grunted in pain as he was sent hurtling backward, blood spitting out of his mouth. Gwen, still processing the transformation and the incredible display of power, watched as Peter, now the Red Hulk, hovered in the open black space before her, shrouded in phoenix flames. She couldn't help but compare his appearance to that of a demonic war god. Peter grinned maliciously as he watched the surfer bleed, his opponent looking a lot more serious than before. There we go, that's the look I was waiting for. Now the real fight can begin. The Silver Surfer, now taking Peter seriously after the unexpected transformation, surrounded himself in white energy, his metallic form pulsating with enhanced power. He launched himself at Peter with blinding speed, shooting beams of intense light from his hands, aimed with deadly precision. Peter, standing confidently, awaited the oncoming assault. As the beams of energy struck him, something remarkable occurred. Instead of piercing his skin or sending him flying, the energy flowed into Peter, a surge of power coursing through his veins. The Silver Surfer's eyes widened in surprise, but he pressed on, increasing his speed and intensity. With the newfound power from the Surfer's attacks, Peter could now perceive the cosmic entity's movements with ease. As the surfer closed in for a punch, Peter reached out, his giant hand grasping his opponent around the midsection. "Is it just me or did you get slower?" Peter asked tauntingly, his smirk clear for all to see. The surfer tried to reply, but Peter wouldn't let him. Squeezing with incredible force, blood spurted from the Sipha's open mouth, his entire body caving in on itself, crushing his internal organs. Laughing happily, Peter swung his arm back, hurling the Silver Surfer into the moon's surface. The impact created a colossal crater, the moon shaking beneath Gwen's feet as she watched in fear. Quickly, she scrambled out of the way, narrowly avoiding the plummeting surfer. "Watch where you throw him, you oversized idiot," she yelled up to Peter, infuriated but also happy that he seemed to be winning now. "Oh, sorry, Gwen. My bad," Peter apologized, scratching the back of his head awkwardly. Despite the devastating blow, the Silver Surfer rose once more, his resilience unwavering. The cosmic entity, now fueled by determination, confronted Peter with renewed intensity. Shooting off the surface of the moon, he took advantage of Gwen's interference and kicked Peter in the chest, sending him flying backward. Using his phoenix flames, Peter was able to better navigate the weightlessness of space, redirecting his flight and turning just in time to avoid yet another attack from his opponent, who flew past him. The cosmic entity, undeterred by the minor setback, surrounded himself in white energy once again, facing off against Peter. The battle paused for a moment as both sides stared at one another, sizing each other up. After a moment of stillness, the two clashed in a series of powerful blows, each strike echoing through the silent void of space. Gwen watched from the moon's surface as they disappeared and reappeared, unable to follow their movements for more than a few seconds at a time. "Come on, Peter." Although she was scared, Gwen couldn't help but grow excited after seeing such a display of power. "Is that all you got?" Peter taunted, his voice carrying across the desolate expanse. His powerful fists clashed with the Sipha's silver limbs, creating shockwaves that rippled through the cosmic landscape. The Silver Surfer, determined to prove his might and complete his master's mission, retaliated with swift, calculated strikes. He wanted to use his energy to fight as well, but after seeing Peter's ability to absorb it and empower himself, the surfer found himself stuck in a battle of brute force. "You really need to up your game. This is getting too easy," Peter goaded, his taunts punctuating each powerful strike, pummeling his opponent in a burst of speed and accuracy. The surfer, frustrated by the unexpected turn of events, pushed forward, determined to overcome the cocky Spider-Man. In a sudden burst of speed, the Silver Surfer closed the distance between them, launching a flurry of strikes in retaliation. Peter, relying on his enhanced perception and newfound abilities, dodged as many hits as he possibly could. Gwen, watching from a safe distance, couldn't help but be amazed and terrified by the spectacle unfolding before her. The sheer force of their clashes made her feel the vibrations through space itself. In the midst of the chaos, Peter's thoughts raced. "This is insane. I'm actually starting to get tired." But he wasn't the only one. Across from him, the Silver Surfer breathed heavily, just as exhausted as Peter seemed to be. The empty space between them hung in a momentary silence as both Peter and the Silver Surfer, exhausted from their intense clash, caught their breath. The weightlessness of space seemed to amplify the tension, with both sides acknowledging the weariness in each other's eyes. Noticing the opportunity, both combatants rushed forward with determination, ready to bring an end to their cosmic duel. Peter, his giant red Hulk form shrouded in phoenix flames, faced the Silver Surfer, his silver body covered in pulsating white energy. A bright light flashed as the two forces collided, creating a dazzling spectacle that temporarily blinded Gwen, watching from the moon's surface. The clash echoed through the cosmic expanse, and when the light finally faded, Gwen's eyes widened at the sight before her. Peter floated in the weightless environment, no longer in his formidable red Hulk form. His right arm was missing, blood flowing from the open wound. Despite the injury, Peter remained surprisingly calm as he noticed Gwen's concerned gaze. If you think this is bad, then you should see the other guy, Peter quipped, motioning behind him. In the distance, Gwen saw the Silver Surfer, or more precisely, his legs, floating in the void of space. Peter may have lost an arm, but the surfer had lost his entire upper body. The remnants of their powerful clash were evident, leaving both warriors maimed. Descending to the moon's surface, Peter landed beside Gwen, who rushed up to him, tears in her eyes. Peter, you lost your arm, she exclaimed, her voice filled with worry. Peter, displaying a nonchalant demeanor, reassured her, it's fine, Gwen. Calm down. Calm down? How can I calm down when you lost an arm? Gwen retorted, frustration and concern evident in her voice. Peter, despite his injuries, flashed a reassuring smile. It'll grow back in a few days, I think. Though maybe I should speed things up a bit. Gwen watched in confusion as Peter used his left hand to grab his necklace before 6 rings with glowing stones appeared. The rings emitted a soft, ethereal light, capturing Gwen's attention. She couldn't help but ask, what are those? Peter, a smirk playing on his lips, replied, they're the Infinity Stones. Gwen furrowed her brow. Infinity Stones? What's that? With a nonchalant shrug, Peter used his telekinetic powers to float the rings over his fingers. However, with only 5 fingers at the moment, he was forced to double up 2 on his ring finger. Gwen, perplexed, couldn't help but ask, what are you doing? Peter grinned, mischief in his eyes. Watch. He snapped his fingers, and Gwen's eyes widened in shock as she witnessed Peter's injuries disappearing. His severed arm magically reappeared, and he looked as pristine and healthy as he did before the intense battle had begun. Gwen, struggling to find words, finally managed, how? What just happened? Peter chuckled, his confidence unwavering. Infinity Stones, Gwen. They can do pretty much anything. Handy, right? Gwen remained in awe, trying to comprehend the supernatural display of power she had just witnessed. Wait, she muttered, realizing something. If they can do anything, then why bother fighting that guy? You could have just snapped your fingers and been done with it. Peter shrugged. Because it was fun. As the Silver Surfer lay defeated in the desolate expanse of space, a ripple echoed through the cosmic connection between him and his master, Galactus. The cosmic entity, far away in the reaches of the universe, felt a disturbance in the force that bound them together. Galactus, initially immersed in meditation as he tried to keep hold of his sanity as his hunger ate away at all rational thought, was abruptly jolted by the shock of the Silver Surfer's death through their shared link. A being of immense power and control, Galactus seldom encountered challenges that could threaten his heralds, especially one as formidable as the Silver Surfer. The cosmic entity, momentarily stunned, processed the unthinkable. His strongest herald had been defeated. The realization struck Galactus like a brick to the head. The weight of the event resonated through the vastness of space, unsettling the balance of his mind, which he had meticulously maintained up until now. Galactus, the devourer of worlds, felt an unfamiliar surge of unease. Few entities could pose a threat to the Silver Surfer, and the fact that he was dead sent shivers through Galactus's being. As the sensation of the herald's demise reverberated within him, Galactus couldn't help but pinpoint the exact location where his herald met his end. What were you doing over there? Galactus couldn't help but wonder if this had something to do with Thanos. Though the Mad Titan himself would never be strong enough to stand against the Silver Surfer. Not unless he has all of the stones. And just as that thought surfaced on Galactus's mind, suddenly, a wave of power sparked across the universe, and in the exact spot where his herald had just died as well. The Infinity Stones, he felt their power for a brief moment before they disappeared once again. Galactus, now aware of the circumstances of his herald's death and the exact location of the Infinity Stones, turned his gaze towards Earth. He didn't know it was Thanos, who decided to go back on their deal, or some other inconsequential bug, but one thing was for sure. Galactus would have the Infinity Stone, one way or another. After the intense battle with the Silver Surfer, Peter carefully collected the remnants of the cosmic entity. From blood to bones and other assorted bits, he made sure to grab it all, leaving nothing behind. Gwen, standing beside him, couldn't help but question his actions. Why are you keeping his remains? Gwen inquired, a disgusted and puzzled expression on her face. Peter, securing the collected parts in his storage necklace, responded matter-of-factly, you can't just leave powerful guys like this lying around. Some wannabe villain could stumble upon it, use his DNA for some evil experiment, and cause me a whole bunch of trouble. Gwen raised an eyebrow, but what could they do with it? Peter smirked, create a serum, gain some cosmic powers, and become a real pain in my ass. Trust me, always collect the remains and tech of every villain you come across, even if it's just to incinerate them later. You never know when being lazy could cause you more problems, trust me. Gwen couldn't help but nod in agreement. Although she thought it was disgusting, Peter's advice made sense. Upon returning to Earth, Peter took Gwen back to his home, where the others were already fast asleep. They hadn't noticed until now, but the fight against Silver Surfer took longer than expected. How the hell is it already 2 a.m.? Gwen exclaimed as she noticed the time. Peter shrugs. Who knows? Gwen, visibly exhausted, yawned and bid Peter good night. Whatever, I think I need some rest after all that chaos, she admitted as she made her way to the stairs. Peter nodded. Sleep well, Gwen. As she started to climb the stairs, Gwen paused and looked back at Peter. Aren't you going to sleep too? Peter grinned. Nah, still got a lot of adrenaline pumping through me. I'll watch some TV for a bit. I'll be fine. Shrugging, Gwen continued up the stairs, leaving Peter in the living room. Alone, he settled onto the couch, the glow of the television casting a soft light across the room. As Peter leaned back, relaxing into the couch, his gaze fixed on the screen displaying an episode of Doctor Who, his mind immediately wandered elsewhere, unable to pay attention to one of his most favorite TV shows. The inevitable arrival of Galactus lingered in his thoughts. A being far more powerful than the Silver Surfer, the herald he had recently defeated. Peter couldn't shake the realization that Galactus posed a formidable challenge, one that went beyond the ordinary scope of his usual encounters. While the Infinity Stones could easily ensure victory, Peter hesitated to take that route. Where was the thrill in simply snapping his fingers and ending the battle before it began? Something had awakened within Peter after his intense clash with the Silver Surfer. A newfound drive to face stronger opponents, to test the limits of his abilities, surged through him. Too long had he been stuck battling adversaries who failed to truly challenge him. The Silver Surfer had changed that. His thoughts drifted to past battles, confrontations with foes who had pushed him to his limits. Dormammu's name echoed in his mind, a being who Peter defeated, a being who was probably on the same level as Galactus, if not stronger due to his control over the dark dimension. But this time was different. This time, Peter wanted to face Galactus head-on, without the aid of the Infinity Stones, at least initially. After all, he could always use the stones as a plan B. As the seconds passed, Peter's determination grew. There was a thirst for a genuine challenge, a desire to face a being of unknown strength and come out on top. The allure of a formidable battle, where victory was uncertain, appealed to Peter like never before. As Peter's gaze remained fixed on the television, his mind wrestled with the daunting challenge of facing Galactus without the crutch of the Infinity Stones. The realization dawned upon him that he wasn't currently strong enough for such a formidable confrontation. Determined not to back down, Peter acknowledged the need to elevate his strength. With a resolute expression, he reached into his storage necklace, extracting multiple vials of blood. Each vial held the life essence of powerful individuals, meticulously labeled and sealed. They were the blood of those Peter deemed crucial to save. On the coffee table in front of him, Peter arranged the vials, creating a miniature assembly of potent forces. The labels on each vial spoke volumes about the contained power: Superman, Martian Manhunter, Flash, Homelander, Scarlet Witch, Ego, Hela, Thanos, and the last, an unlabeled vial, housing the blood of the Silver Surfer, the cosmic entity he had vanquished less than an hour ago. The labels on the vials seemed to hold the promise of strength and resilience. Each drop of blood contained the essence of heroes and villains alike, individuals whose powers could potentially tip the scales in his favor. As he stared at the array of vials, a multitude of choices lay before Peter. The prospect of assimilating the powers within these vials was not new to him. It would no doubt come with its share of pain, yet it was a means to an end, a way to enhance his abilities and prepare for the cosmic confrontation looming on the horizon. The decision weighed heavily on Peter's shoulders. Should he utilize the powers of all these extraordinary beings, or would it be wiser to select a few, focusing on the more potent ones? The pain and strain of assimilation were not to be taken lightly, and the thought of undergoing the process with each vial in such a short amount of time sent a shiver down his spine. The room fell silent as Peter pondered his choices. He contemplated, realizing that a selective approach might be the key, but taking a deep breath, Peter said, F***ck it, and decided to just start with the most powerful samples and work his way down until he couldn't take the pain anymore. Staring intently at the vials, Peter wasted no time and swiftly picked up the unlabeled one containing the Silver Surfer's blood. There was no doubt, it was the most powerful sample he possessed, so it would be the best one to start with. Uncorking the vial, Peter muttered, bottoms up, before downing the contents like a shot, consuming the cosmic essence in a matter of seconds. As the silver-infused blood reached his stomach, Peter's powers immediately kicked in. Evolution commenced, and a wave of excruciating pain overwhelmed his entire being. His skin reddened, and beneath the surface, muscles, bones, and tendons seemed to writhe and shift, undergoing a constant upgrade. Before the pain reached unbearable levels, Peter, with a quick and practiced motion, cast a silencing spell on the room. Ugh. Breaking into screams of agony, he collapsed to the floor, ensuring that his loved ones remained undisturbed by his transformation. Time seemed to stretch as the pain slowly began to subside, leaving Peter sprawled on the hardwood floor. Drenched in sweat, his chest heaved with each labored breath, his entire body aching from the intense process of assimilation. As his breathing slowed and the echoes of agony faded away, Peter felt the residual effects of his transformation. He instinctively tested his newfound abilities. Raising his hand, a silver sword materialized, falling into his grasp. Pretty cool, Peter muttered, his voice a mixture of awe and satisfaction. He began to experiment with his matter manipulation abilities, morphing the silver sword into various shapes and objects. The room, now in silence, became a makeshift training ground for the Spider-Man who had just absorbed the cosmic essence of the Silver Surfer. His fingers danced with newfound proficiency, shaping and reshaping the silver substance at will. The sword transformed into a shield, then broke off into dozens of tiny geometric patterns, which floated around Peter, moving at his will. I guess that's how he flied with the surfboard, Peter muttered as the silver matter returned to him before melting back into his body. But of course, that wasn't all. The normal things like superhuman strength, senses, speed, agility, stamina, and reflexes have all been upgraded. Peter could feel a noticeable increase in the power of his body. especially his already insane regenerative healing factor, which might be on the level of immortality at this point. But more than that, Peter felt an odd sense of cosmic awareness, which he didn't have before. His senses seemed to have changed, allowing him to sense energy concentrations anywhere in the universe. For example, right now, he could sense the spark of electrons and surge of chemicals in people, almost reading the essence of their very being. And even beyond that, he could feel the energy of the sun, and if he concentrated hard enough, he could also feel every other star in the sky. Okay, this is trippy, Peter muttered as he retracted his senses and cleared his mind. Along with his cosmic senses, Peter could now sense and harness the cosmic energies of the universe. Holding up his hand, he focused for a moment before gathering this newfound energy. Seconds later, Peter watched as a silver light shined, brightly covering his hand. This might be the best part of the Silver Surfer's powers, Peter muttered as he felt that using this cosmic energy could both enhance his powers and his mystic arts, though he would have to run some experiments first. Molding the silver cosmic energy between his fingers, Peter felt like he could do almost anything with it. The energy was like a raw power, which only needed to be used correctly. I need to practice using this and see if it can spawn any new abilities. Although the pain had been intense, the rewards were evident. Peter lay on the floor, a changed man. The essence of the Silver Surfer was without a doubt his most painful evolution yet, but it was certainly worth every bit of agony he went through. As he lay there, surrounded by the silence of the enchanted room, Peter couldn't help but turn his head to the table, where all of the other vials lay, waiting to be used. This is going to be a long night. The next morning, MJ awoke, her hand stretching across the bed, searching for Peter's presence. However, she was met with nothing but emptiness, the space beside her unoccupied. Frowning, she pondered her husband's whereabouts, considering that she had gone to bed earlier than him. She expected him to still be asleep. Shrugging off her concerns, accustomed to Peter's erratic sleeping patterns, MJ rose from the bed. After a quick visit to the bathroom, she made her way downstairs, the wooden steps creaking beneath her footsteps. As she descended, MJ couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss, an unusual atmosphere enveloping the living room. Stepping off the last stair, MJ hesitated, sensing a strange quietness that hung in the air. Confused, she scanned the room, finding it seemingly vacant. The silence was almost palpable, a subtle but distinct presence that piqued her curiosity. Suddenly, a low groan caught her attention, prompting her to follow the sound. She walked around the couch, and there, on the other side, lay Peter on the floor, drenched in sweat, looking like he just walked out of the ocean. 9 empty vials were scattered beside him, each one labeled with the name of a powerful individual. Concern etched across her face, MJ rushed to Peter's side, her hands shaking him gently. "Peter, are you all right?" she inquired, worry evident in her voice. However, Peter remained unresponsive, lost in a deep slumber that seemed to resist any attempt to wake him. MJ's concern deepened as she observed the aftermath of what she guessed was his evolutionary ability. Did he use all of these? She wondered, clearly worried for her husband's well-being. Despite her efforts, Peter showed no signs of stirring from his deep sleep. As she sat there, trying to wake him, MJ's mind raced with questions. Did he overuse his powers? Will he wake up? Was he in danger? A surge of anxiety swept over her, the weight of uncertainty pressing down on her shoulders. Unable to rouse him, MJ decided to call in reinforcements. Retrieving her phone from her pocket, she dialed the Ancient One's number. Within moments, the bald Sorcerer Supreme, who was not home at the time, stepped out of a portal and arrived at the scene, concern mirrored in her eyes as she surveyed her unconscious pupil. "What happened?" she questioned, her gaze flickering between MJ and Peter. "I have no idea. I found him like this. I think he might have evolved one too many times," MJ replied, her voice tinged with worry as she gestured to the empty vials. "He's not waking up." "What an idiot," the Ancient One muttered, clearly upset at her student's rash behavior. MJ couldn't help but agree, but she was far too scared for her husband's well-being to voice her complaints. That time would come when he's awake and healthy again. Turning to MJ, who refused to leave Peter's side, the Sorcerer Supreme smiled comfortingly. "You can relax. He'll be fine. From what I can tell, he's just extremely exhausted. He might sleep for a while though." MJ sighed in relief, her shoulders dropping as she let out a soft sigh. "Good, I'll get him to bed before the kids wake up then." Meanwhile, as Peter continued to rest, unconscious and immersed in his post-evolution exhaustion, a gathering of spider people unfolded at the Spider Society headquarters. Each member of the spider group chat, including Ben, Spider-Pig, Peony, Miles, Noir, Toby, and Andrew, arrived at the society for the first time ever, invited under the guise of a recommendation from Gwen Stacy. The elusive organization had been shrouded in mystery, with Gwen and Peter offering little insight into its workings. Miguel O'Hara, the leader of the Spider Society, welcomed the newcomers with a charismatic demeanor. "Welcome to the Spider Society. Here we try our best to." As he led the group through the intricate corridors of their headquarters, he explained the mission and purpose of the organization. "So you're saying us spider guys," Noir spoke, but Peony cleared her throat, making her presence known. "And Gulls have our own canon events, which are usually horrible life-ruining situations," Ben adds, clearly not liking this place. "And you enforce them? Why would you do that?" Miguel sighed. "I don't always like what we have to do, but I know that it has to be done. Because without canon events, the universe will erase itself. You might feel happy about saving your loved one, or stopping a canon tragedy, but what's the point if it causes everyone to die anyway, including the people you were trying to save? The spider people listened attentively, conflicted by what they heard. He was basically saying that they were forced to let tragedy strike them over and over, or else everyone in their universe would pay for it, even their loved ones. Some in the group seemed convinced, while others, like Ben, Toby, and Miles, took Miguel's words with a pinch of salt. They didn't believe him, at least not fully. It also didn't help that they seemed to get a bad feeling from this place, which just didn't sit right with them. Little did they know, Miguel had a hidden agenda for this little recruitment he was doing. While he appeared to recruit them based on the fact that they were fellow spider people, his motives were far from altruistic. Miguel saw Peter as a potential threat and aimed to gather information on him through his friends, considering them as pawns in a larger game. And if the need called for it, he would gladly use them in his fight against Peter. I've come too far to let anyone get in my way, he thought, not the least bit sorry for using his fellow spider people like this. As the tour continued, Miguel strategically shared only what he deemed necessary, emphasizing the importance of unity among spider people. The group chat members, captivated by the society's grandeur, remained blissfully unaware of Miguel's ulterior motives. They marveled at the advanced technology, the many unique members of the society, the training simulations, and the vast knowledge, which seemed so foreign to them. Miguel, ever the charismatic guide, maintained an air of trustworthiness, winning the spider people over with tales of past victories and the potential for a brighter future. The spider people, eager to contribute to a cause that felt larger than themselves, shared stories of their encounters, even mentioning Peter here and there. Miguel absorbed every detail, building a mental dossier that could potentially be weaponized against their unsuspecting friend and mentor. The tour concluded with Miguel extending a formal invitation for the spider people to join the society. And everyone seemed on board except, "Do you mind if I think about it first?" Toby asked. "This seems like a big decision to make, so I'd like some time to decide." "Yeah, I don't know if I'm able to join," Miles spoke up next, clearly unwilling to accept. "I have school to worry about, you know." "Me too," Ben nodded alongside him, causing everyone to look at him oddly. "Well, I don't have school, but I have a family to worry about. MJ and I just got back together, and I really don't want to mess things up this time, so." Of course, these were all just excuses. The real reason they declined was simple: they didn't believe or trust a word that came out of Miguel's mouth. Miguel himself frowned under his mask, clearly unhappy with their decision, but in the end, he couldn't allow the few undecided in the group to ruin his plans. "Of course, please take all the time you need." A full day had passed since MJ discovered Peter unconscious on the living room floor. The room, once filled with the palpable tension of concern and worry, was now bathed in the soft glow of daylight filtering through the curtains. In his bed, Peter gradually stirred, awakening from the deep slumber that followed his intense evolution. Every bone, muscle, nerve, and tendon ached in pain, a testament to the relentless series of transformations he had subjected himself to throughout the night. As he opened his eyes, Peter felt the weight of exhaustion press upon him. The journey through evolving with each vial had been arduous, and the memories of constant agony lingered in his mind. Yet, beneath the pain, he sensed a pulsating hum of newfound power coursing through his veins. He had pushed through the torment, evolving with every vial he consumed. At first, the idea was to limit himself to a few samples, but determination and resolve fueled his decision to continue, pushing his limits until the pain became a symphony of evolution. With a groan, Peter sat up in his bed, his senses gradually registering the room around him. His body felt heavy, yet strangely invigorated. He flexed his fingers, marveling at the strength that he felt. The evolution had taken its toll, but the rewards were evident. Tightening his hand into a fist, Peter couldn't help but smirk. The blood and power of all 9 heroes and villains alike had transformed him into a powerhouse. He felt like he could defy gravity itself, slap the sun across the universe, and reshape reality with a mere thought. It was an addicting feeling, this surge of power that pulsed within him. The very essence of his being had undergone a radical change, and the possibilities seemed limitless. "I need to test my powers," Peter muttered to himself, the smirk on his face growing. The prospect of exploring the extent of his newfound abilities ignited a spark of excitement within him. The pain, the evolution, it had all led to this moment, where he stood on the brink of realizing the true extent of his potential. As Peter was just about to climb out of bed and test his newfound powers, a sudden interruption echoed through the room. His phone buzzed with a notification. Grabbing his phone from the nightstand, he saw a few notifications from the Spider-Verse chat app, though it wasn't from the main chat, where everyone spoke freely, but direct messages from a few notable members. Curiosity sparked. Peter tried to unlock his phone, but just as he squeezed it in his hand, the phone shattered, pieces crumbling to the floor. Staring down at the remains of his phone, Peter couldn't help but curse. Staring down at the shattered remains of his phone, Peter couldn't help but let out a frustrated sigh. His phone was enchanted with all sorts of strengthening and protection magic, which should have protected it from even his power, but it seems like his new strength was more than the device could handle. However, Peter's sharp eyes quickly caught sight of the intact memory card. With a sense of relief, he carefully removed it from the pile and decided to keep it safe in his bedside drawer until he could use it again. "I still have that new model that Tony gave me, so I'll just transfer my memory card over to that later." Realizing that his touch could be destructive in his current state, Peter opted to employ telekinesis. Gently, he levitated the broken pieces and delicately placed them in the drawer, a temporary solution until he gained better control over his newfound abilities. As Peter pondered his next move, a surge of curiosity compelled him to explore his newfound powers. He knew that he needed to check his messages, but at the moment, his lack of control needed to be addressed. I'll just take a minute to test. I/N, what could possibly go wrong? Opening a portal, Peter found himself standing on the moon for the second time in 2 days. Unlike before, he didn't need magic to survive the vacuum of space. It seemed his body had adapted to the harsh conditions. Contemplating this development, Peter suspected that the infusion of Superman or Silver Surfer's blood during his evolution might be the reason for these extraordinary changes. But that wasn't all, because as soon as he stepped out into the unfiltered rays of the sun, Peter felt both rejuvenated and relaxed, the sun feeding his tired body, washing away the fatigue he felt from the constant evolutions. Peter couldn't help but wonder, is this what Superman feels like every day? He marveled at the idea of absorbing sunlight without Earth's atmosphere hindering its effects and realized he had gained Kryptonian-like abilities. Eager to test his newfound powers, Peter decided to push the boundaries. Taking flight from the moon's surface, he shot towards the sun, feeling an increasing surge of power with each passing moment. As he neared the sun, he marveled at the fact that he could withstand the intense heat without discomfort. Arriving at the sun's surface, Peter basked in its immense radiance. He stretched his hand out, twiddling his fingers through the molten flames as if testing the temperature of a warm bath. The sensation of standing next to the sun without harm left him awestruck. Meanwhile, Peter's clothes have long succumbed to the extreme conditions, disintegrating in the intense heat, though he didn't seem to notice, his mind too preoccupied by both the blissful feeling of the sun and the awe he felt from the whole situation. After basking in the sun's radiance for what felt like an eternity, Peter finally snapped out of his reverie. Realizing the need to test his newly acquired powers, he dismissed the daring idea of flying directly into the sun to take a solar bath, at least for now, opting to explore his abilities first. Time was of the essence, and Peter didn't want to delay. My family is probably worried about me, and I still have to check the messages on my phone after this too. Mentally listing the powers inherited from individuals like Superman, Martian Manhunter, Flash, Homelander, Scarlet Witch, Ego, Hela, Thanos, and the Silver Surfer, Peter floated to empty space, so that he would have enough room. Starting with Superman's abilities, Peter delved into experimentation. Already familiar with superhuman strength, speed, stamina, agility, reflexes, longevity, senses, and durability, he sought to unveil the depths of his newfound powers. With a focus on heat vision, Peter directed his gaze towards a distant asteroid. Suddenly, his eyes began to flow a bright red before unleashing beams, which destroyed the space rock in an instant. Smirking at how cool that was, Peter turned his attention to his wind and freeze breath. Inhaling deeply, he exhaled forcefully, creating a powerful gust that sent the remaining asteroids tumbling. Shifting his focus, Peter then unleashed a stream of icy breath, encasing another asteroid in a frosty cocoon. The exploration of Kryptonian abilities continued, and Peter found himself testing X-ray vision. Peering back towards the Earth, his eyes widened as his visions constantly zoomed in. I guess I have telescopic vision too. His vision zoomed in until he found his house. Penetrating its outer surface, he watched as his family went about their day. Smiling down at his family from the vast emptiness of space, Peter moved into Martian Manhunter's abilities. Ignoring the powers he already possessed, such as super strength, nigh invulnerability, super speed, flight, regeneration, heat vision, telepathy, and telekinesis, Peter focused on the unique abilities he had gained from the Martian hero. Shapeshifting became his first point of exploration. Concentrating on an image in his mind, Peter felt the very essence of his being shift and morph. Before long, he transformed into an exact replica of Martian Manhunter. Grinning at the success of his mimicry, Peter reveled in the potential for disguise that shapeshifting offered. Next on the list was intangibility. Peter pondered the idea of passing through solid matter and, with a focused thought, allowed his body to phase through an asteroid. The sensation was otherworldly, and Peter marveled at the ability to move effortlessly through anything. Invisibility followed, and with a mental command, Peter faded from view. As he floated in the vastness of space, unseen by the cosmic wonders surrounding him, a sense of stealth and secrecy enveloped him. Peter contemplated the practical applications of this newfound power, considering the advantages it could bring to his life as Spider-Man. Satisfied with his exploration of Martian Manhunter's abilities, Peter moved on once again. Leaving the far reaches of space, he swiftly flew back to the moon, ready for his next set of tests, this time, the abilities of the Flash. Landing on the moon's surface, Peter hesitated for a moment, contemplating the best way to test his speed. Uncertain whether he was connected to the Speed Force, he opted for a simple and direct approach, running. With a burst of energy, he dashed across the lunar landscape, a blur of motion that left streaks behind. The sensation of speed was exhilarating, but as Peter circled the moon a few times in a matter of seconds, a realization dawned upon him. Despite the incredible velocity, he didn't feel a connection to the Speed Force. Confused, he slowed to a stop, wondering whether or not he actually received the Flash's powers or not. Well, that's a mystery for another day, Peter mused to himself. He decided to set aside the enigma of the Speed Force for future exploration. Shaking off the puzzlement, Peter redirected his focus to the array of abilities he still needed to test. Moving swiftly through the list of acquired powers, Peter chose to skip Homelander, considering the striking resemblance of his abilities to those of Superman. Homelander's powers were essentially a copy of the Kryptonian heroes, and Peter, having thoroughly explored Superman's capabilities, saw no need to duplicate the experiment. Redirecting his focus to the next name in the list, Scarlet Witch, Peter contemplated the multifaceted nature of her abilities. Among the array of powers she possessed, he decided to delve into the realm of magic, particularly chaos magic. Drawing upon the mystical energies within him, Peter felt a surge of power envelop his entire form in a bright red, ominous glow. The moon's desolate surface transformed beneath his feet, shifting and morphing into a breathtaking landscape, a tiny planet adorned with diverse flora and fauna. Amused by the sheer magnitude of his reality-altering abilities, Peter couldn't help but smirk. This is definitely one of the best powers I received. The potential of chaos magic seemed boundless, a potent force that allowed him to reshape the very fabric of existence without the need for the Infinity Stones. Another snap of his fingers, and the moon reverted to its original desolate form. The echoes of chaos magic lingered for just a moment before fading away, a reminder of the vast potential at his fingertips. Turning his attention to the next set of powers, Peter focused on Ego, the celestial with the ability to manipulate cosmic energy, which he called light. In the vastness of space, Peter pondered how he could put this ability to the test. Uncertain about the specifics, he decided to begin by conjuring cosmic energy, something that had felt relatively easier now after his previous tests. Perhaps the infusion of Silver Surfer and Ego's powers had made this manipulation more accessible? With a mental command, Peter summoned cosmic energy, feeling the raw power coursing through him. It manifested as a white glow, which enveloped his entire being. Curious about the extent of this power, Peter contemplated a way to express it. Drawing inspiration from Star-Lord's antics, he decided to attempt a classic move, the creation of a giant Pac-Man focusing the cosmic energy. He shaped it into the iconic figure, complete with the familiar waka-kaka sounds. A triumphant smirk crossed Peter's face as he observed the colossal Pac-Man floating in space, a testament to his ability to manipulate matter and energy on a cosmic scale. It seemed almost effortless, as if the power flowed through him with a natural ease. Waving his hand, Peter dispersed the cosmic creation, causing the Pac-Man to crumble into nothingness. The ease with which he could summon and dismiss such entities left him intrigued and eager to explore the full potential of Ego's abilities. All right, next, Peter mused to himself, turning his attention to the next set of powers in his arsenal, the abilities granted by Hela. Aware of the overlap in their powers, he decided to focus on two specific aspects, weapon creation and necromancy. Extending his hand, Peter tapped into the essence of Hela's powers, seeking to mold his abilities into a weapon. A pitch-black energy began to coalesce in his palm, taking shape as he concentrated. Within moments, a dagger materialized, its form an embodiment of the darkness that surrounded it. Coolly, Peter twirled the weapon between his fingers, marveling at the ease with which he could create deadly tools. The supernatural dagger felt weightless, a manifestation of his evolving mastery over the inherited powers. Dismissively, Peter caused the dark dagger to vanish. The convenience of summoning and banishing such weaponry seemed like second nature, leaving him intrigued yet again by the vast potential within him. Now, the time had come for the second aspect of Hela's powers, the one Peter was most excited for, necromancy. It's time to build an undead army. However, he faced a dilemma. Lacking a suitable dead body for the experiment, Peter hesitated. True, he had the lower half of the Silver Surfer's body stored in his necklace, but he questioned the effectiveness of Hela's necromancy with only a partial cadaver. Opting to test the limits of Hela's powers nonetheless, Peter retrieved the remains of the Silver Surfer. Conjuring a green flame in the palm of his hand, he observed its flickering glow before tossing it onto the dismembered corpse. The green flames danced around the severed legs, enveloping them in an ethereal light. Peter stood with bated breath, waiting for the potential resurrection to unfold. However, after a moment, the flames dissipated, leaving the Silver Surfer's lower half unchanged. Disappointed but not discouraged, Peter considered the implications. It seemed Hela's necromancy required at least a semi-complete corpse for its invocation. While the prospect of an undead Silver Surfer as his ally was tempting, the reality did not align with his hopes and dreams. Acknowledging the need for a more comprehensive test in the future, Peter stored away the remains of the Silver Surfer once again. And finally, the last name inscribed on Peter's list, excluding the Silver Surfer, who he's already tested, was Thanos, the formidable Mad Titan. Aware that the Titan's powers comprised of just basic enhancements, such as super strength, speed, reflexes, stamina, agility, durability, longevity, and healing, Peter still wasn't discouraged. Although these powers were basic, they were strong, especially for the Mad Titan. It also helped that these traits were shared by almost every individual whose powers now coursed through him, enhancing his strength even further. Focusing on super strength, Peter began a series of controlled experiments. Soaring through space, he touched down on planet Mars. This should do. Looking around, trying to figure out how to test his strength, Peter shrugged to himself before winding his fist back and punching the ground. The force exerted by his enhanced strength cracked a huge portion of the planet in half, creating a giant trench which spanned almost half the globe. Staring down at his fist in shock, Peter realized, I really need to get my power under control before heading home. Taking a moment to eye the giant chasm he unwittingly created, Peter could feel the sheer magnitude of his strength, an energy pulsating through every fiber of his being. Determined to refine this power, he decided to get right to work, hoping it wouldn't take too long. As Peter focused on refining his newfound strength on the desolate and now fractured surface of Mars, a meeting between his children unfolded in his absence. Lily, America, and Leo gathered in Lily's bedroom, their small voices hushed as they discussed matters of great importance. Leo, with his wide, innocent eyes, looked up at the older girls, his small hands fidgeted nervously. Taking too long, he said, clearly upset. Lily sighed, exchanging a knowing glance with America before finally breaking the news. Leo, you haven't even been here for a week yet. America nodded alongside her. Yeah, we have no doubt that our parents will adopt you. Just be patient. Leo didn't seem to be taking their advice, as he began pacing around the room, his face scrunched up in displeasure. He wanted nothing more than to be Peter's son, but they were taking far too long for his liking. Look, Leo. Lily hesitated, but finally revealed the truth. Actually, we've known for days that Mom and Dad are going to adopt you. They talked to us about it a couple days ago, Lily admitted, stopping Leo in his tracks. Leo's eyes widened as he looked toward Lily, trying to decipher whether or not she was lying to him. And based on America's reaction, she wasn't. America jumped out of her seat. Lily. They said not to tell him yet. Lily shrugged, gesturing towards Leo. What are we supposed to do when he's like this? America reluctantly agreed as she flopped back down into the bed. Fine, but I'm not taking the fall for this when they find out. Lily shrugged uncaringly, turning her attention back to her future baby brother. See Leo? She asked. It's just taking some time. Yeah, they'll do it soon, so stop freaking out all the time, America added, her attempts at reassurance falling short as Leo's eyes filled with confusion and disappointment. Leo's little face scrunched up as he processed this revelation. Why no tell me yet? He questioned, a hint of sadness in his voice. The girls exchanged uncertain glances, realizing that perhaps Leo still wasn't satisfied. Lily hesitated before explaining, Leo, you just have to wait a bit, it's not that big of a deal. This explanation failed to soothe Leo's growing concern. His small brows furrowed, and he pouted. Wait long enough. He shouted, stomping his foot, his limited vocabulary in full effect. I want now. The urgency in Leo's tone caught the girls off guard. They exchanged a quick glance before America decided, then go ask them. Leo, there's not much we can do here. Empowered by this idea, Leo stumped his little feet out of the room. If Peter wouldn't bring up the option himself, the Leo would take matters into his own hands. Wait. Lily yelled behind him, but Leo completely ignored her and kept. Don't tell them I told you about any of this. Leo. Without a care for anything Lily had to say, Leo headed towards Peter's bedroom, fueled by determination to get the answers he sought. Slamming the door open with all the might, which broke the door off of its hinges, Leo's hopeful eyes scanned the room. To his dismay, Peter was nowhere to be found. His shoulders slumped, and a quiver formed in his bottom lip as disappointment and frustration mingled within him. A lone tear rolled down Leo's cheek as he whimpered, "Where's Peter?" The room echoed with his tiny voice, unheard by the absent Spider-Man who was nowhere to be seen. In Miles's universe, the young Spider-Man lay in bed, surrounded by the familiar glow of his phone screen. The Spider Group chat app flickered to life, and Miles, Toby, and Ben eagerly exchanged messages in their private chat group. It was a sanctuary of sorts, a place where they could discuss their concerns away from the rest of the group, who so easily joined the Spider Society. As they vented their suspicions about the Spider Society, Miles expressed his growing worry for their friends who were still trapped there. What should we do? Peter isn't answering, and we can't just leave our friends there. Who knows what that creep will do to them, or make them do? Toby, the seasoned Spider-Man, suggested patience. Maybe we should wait for Peter before deciding anything. He's more experienced than us when it comes to this kind of stuff. Waiting for reinforcements might be the best approach. However, Ben, ever the risk-taker, threw out an idea. Although I agree that having Peter on our side would help a lot, he isn't answering and we can't just wait here like this. Unsure of how to handle the situation, Miles asked, then what should we do? Ben smirked as he replied, we need to sneak back into the society and investigate. Once we find the evidence we need, we can post it in the general group chat and get everyone on our side. That will be our reinforcements? The notion was met with immediate resistance, especially from Toby. What evidence though? We don't even know what we're looking for. Let's just wait for. Before the debate could escalate, Ben sent a picture through the chat. In the image, he proudly displayed a watch on his wrist, the same watch that Miguel O'Hara used to traverse the multiverse. Miles, filled with both amazement and dread, couldn't help but ask, where did you get that? Ben, nonchalant and smirking through text, replied, swiped it during the tour. So, are you guys in or not? The chat room fell silent for a moment before Miles hesitantly agreed, I'm in. His concern for their friends outweighing the risks, and although he wanted to wait, Peter just wasn't answering. Toby couldn't help but ask, can't we just use the watch to get Peter? It'll be a lot safer with him. Ben replied, I've been tinkering with this thing for a while now, and the only way to use it is by choosing the designated number of each universe. Unless you know his universe's number, that's not happening. Miles frowned as he asked, then how are we supposed to find the society again? We don't know the number. Ben smirked as he fiddled with the watch before taking and sending another picture, showing the display on the watch showing the word Spider Society. The society is labeled differently. Seeing a glaring issue with this plan, Toby couldn't help but point out the obvious. How are you supposed to pick us up with that if we don't know our universe's number? Realization dawning on him, Ben replied, OSH*T. Seeing the flaw in his plan, Ben hesitated for a moment before making a bold decision. In the Spider Group chat, he declared, I'll go alone to investigate. I'll find the evidence and maybe even figure out our universe numbers. Don't worry, I got this. Toby and Miles immediately chimed in, trying to dissuade him from his reckless solo mission. Miles pleaded through the text, Ben, it's too dangerous. We should come up with a safer plan together. Let's just message Peter again. Toby joined him in trying to persuade Ben in another direction. Going alone is risky. We need to stick together and think this through. However, Ben, confident and seemingly dismissive of their concerns, stopped replying in the chat. The virtual silence left Miles and Toby uneasy, as they pondered the consequences of Ben's impulsive decision. No matter how much they type, begging him to be patient, the chat remained empty, the absence of Ben's messages hanging heavily in the digital space. On the desolate and fractured surface of Mars, Peter engaged in an otherworldly workout. An enchanted bar, heavily bent under the strain of 2 mountain-sized plates, was part of his routine as he bench-pressed, a light sheen of sweat dripping down his body. 30,678, 30,679, 30,680, 30,681. Counting every lift, Peter appears to have been at this for a while, the sheer weight serving as a testament to his enhanced strength. With newfound powers from a combination of Ego's manipulation of cosmic energy and Wanda's chaos magic, Peter was able to effortlessly conjure training tools. Cosmic energy and magic blended seamlessly, allowing him to summon objects of any size, shape, weight, density, or power. It was a boon to his training, aiding him in regaining control over his immense strength at a much faster pace. I can probably even make living beings at this point, Peter thought. After all, Wanda was able to make some powerful creatures with her magic, and Ego was able to create life as well. If I were to combine their powers to make something, then it would probably be really strong. Putting that idea to the back of his mind for the time being, Peter continued his workout, but suddenly, an unusual disturbance caught his attention. A powerful energy signature entered his galaxy, and thanks to the cosmic senses inherited from the Silver Surfer, he could discern its presence without even trying. Something or someone was approaching, and the vibes weren't benevolent. Peter paused, dismissing the conjured workout tools that vanished instantly. Standing up, he turned his gaze toward the source of the energy signature. Utilizing Superman's telescopic sight, he zoomed in until he spotted the cosmic giant, Galactus. The devourer of worlds moved through the vastness of space, his purple-armored colossal form unmistakable. Galactus, attuned to the cosmos, sensed Peter's scrutiny. Turning his immense head in Spider-Man's direction, a silent exchange occurred between the two beings of cosmic significance. Interesting, so you're the one who killed my herald, muttered Galactus, acknowledging the unexpected presence of another formidable force in the cosmos. Without hesitation, he altered his trajectory, heading straight for Peter. Galactus materialized in front of Peter, his colossal form casting a daunting shadow on the fractured surface of Mars. The cosmic giant's eyes glowed with cosmic awareness as he scrutinized Spider-Man, his curiosity evident. Just as Galactus was about to speak, Peter raised his hand. Hey, do you mind shrinking down to my size? I feel like I'm in Attack on Titan right now, he commented, feeling like an ant in front of someone who could easily dwarf entire planets. The cosmic energy surrounding Galactus pulsed, and in a matter of moments, the behemoth began to shrink at a rapid pace. Seconds later, a 10-foot-tall purple armor-clad man landed before Peter. Insert picture of Galactus here, A/N. I know we've done it before, but might as well give another visual of him. Boom, and although it looked like a slow and controlled landing, the second that Galactus touched the rocky ground of Mars, a humongous crater was formed, spanning miles in diameter. Is this form more comfortable for you? Galactus inquired. Usually, he wouldn't bother changing his size for anyone, but with the amount of power he could feel radiating off of Peter, he couldn't help but give him just a modicum of respect. Peter nodded, a wry smile on his face. You're still a bit tall, but it's fine. Galactus, now resembling a giant next to Peter rather than an overwhelming cosmic entity, gazed at him with an odd expression. Is your race a nudist one? I thought I devoured all of the nudist worlds ages ago, he asked, noticing Peter's current lack of clothing. Realizing his state of undress, which he seemed to completely forget about ever since his clothes were incinerated by the sun, Peter chuckled in embarrassment. Oh, sorry about that? In an instant, his iconic spider suit materialized, covering his entire body, except his face. With a more composed appearance, Peter looked at Galactus and asked, So, who are you and what brings you to my end of the universe? He feigned ignorance, pretending not to recognize him. I'm Peter, by the way. Galactus scoffed, his deep voice resonating in the vastness of space. You kill my herald, and now you wish to act innocent. In his mind, a being like Peter who held such power should know who Galactus is, especially after the Silver Surfer died in this galaxy. A/N. I just realized that I've been spelling herald wrong this entire time, but I'm too lazy to go back and edit all of the previous chapters. Peter raised an eyebrow, adopting a confused expression. Herald, you say? You'll have to be more specific. I've killed all sorts of people throughout the years, but I don't remember any of them saying their name was Herald. Are you sure that you have the right guy? Galactus, unaccustomed to such nonchalant defiance, observed Peter with a mix of disbelief and amusement. It was rare for anyone to stand before him, playing games and refusing to show the usual submission. You mock me? Galactus questioned, his gaze piercing through the cosmic fabric of reality. Peter shrugged, maintaining his playful demeanor. Mock? No, I'm just genuinely curious. Your herald could be anyone from a list of people I've encountered. You'll need to give me more details. Galactus, eyeing Peter in exasperation, sighed. I sense more than you reveal, Peter. Your power, it's not yours, is it? He stated, probing Peter. I sense the aura of many different beings inside you, 3 of which are quite familiar to me. Since Peter technically copies the powers of those he takes DNA from, Galactus could feel a sliver of their aura within him, including Thanos, Ego, and his herald, the Silver Surfer. Peter scratched his head, a look of playful disgust appearing on his face. Well, I can assure you that I don't have a habit of letting anyone inside of me. I happen to be a straight and happily married man. But there was this one time that my wife wanted to peg me, he revealed, a shiver of unadulterated fear running down his spine. Of course, I turned that sh*t down real quick. Galactus regarded Peter with a level of uncertainty, torn between the knowledge that he was being f***ed with and an unexpected amusement, which he hadn't felt in a long while. Eventually, Galactus couldn't help but chuckle to himself. You know what? After this is all said and done, you shall become my newest herald. The Silver Surfer has grown dull lately, so I won't fault you too much for his death, he declared, his eyes glinting with an odd amusement. Peter, maintaining his playful tone, politely declined. I appreciate the offer, but I've got a wife and a planet to look after. I'm afraid I can't commit to becoming your henchman. Galactus chuckled again, the sound echoing across the desolate surface of Mars. You act as if you had a choice. Before Peter could respond, Galactus extended his massive hand. All right, this has gone on long enough. Hand over the Infinity Stones, he demanded, his tone brooking no argument. The revelation caught Peter off guard. He frowned, realizing that his storage necklace, which should be completely masking the power of the Infinity Stones, might not be as effective against beings like Galactus. With a resigned sigh, he reached into the necklace and pulled out 6 rings, each adorned with a glowing Infinity Stone. You mean these? Peter questioned, slipping each of them onto his fingers, one by one as Galactus watched. Galactus nodded, a hungry gleam in his eyes. Yes, now hand them over, and I may consider forgiveness for the death of my herald. Peter hesitated, contemplating Galactus's motives. Why do you want the stones? Aren't you already powerful enough? Galactus, unwilling to engage in Peter's games any longer, attempted to use telekinesis to snatch the rings from Peter's fingers. However, with a swift motion, Peter coated his hand in cosmic energy and swatted away Galactus's telekinetic grasp. The clash of their powers sent a shockwave across the Martian landscape, creating a gust of wind that swept across the fractured surface. Peter shot a disapproving look at Galactus. Not very nice, trying to steal from me. Didn't your parents teach you anything? Galactus, undeterred, fixed his gaze on Peter. I do not have parents. Now, hand over the Infinity Stones willingly, or I shall take them by force. Peter, a smirk playing on his lips, twirled the rings on his fingers. I think I'll keep them for now. But hey, how about we make a deal? Galactus raised a curious brow. What kind of deal? He asked. We'll get into that in a moment. First, tell me why you want the Infinity Stones so badly. Peter asked, genuinely curious about Galactus's relentless pursuit. Galactus, normally reserved about his inner struggles, sighed deeply. I tire of this unending hunger that gnaws at my very essence. While I've long come to terms with my status as a universal force of destruction, the constant hunger, which gnaws at my very being, has grown wearisome. The stones, I believe, hold the key to a permanent solution. A way to satiate the emptiness within me. I see nodding thoughtfully, deciding then and there what he would do. You know, I was actually planning to killing you, but now I've changed my mind. Originally, Peter was dead set on killing Galactus, as he knew how much of a threat he could be. But after some thought, he decided against it. Rather than killing him, Peter planned to use him instead. After all, Peter gained a lot of unknown enemies after meeting death, so having someone to protect his family while he's away is imperative. Maybe I should call in my favors with Dormammu as well. Peter proposed a deal. Let's settle this with a fight, away from populated areas. Of course, I'd rather not destroy any galaxies, after all. Galactus, amused by the audacity of the offer, couldn't help but chuckle. You would willingly challenge me? Not many beings would be so bold. Peter shrugged as if it weren't that big of a deal. Yup, and I won't even use the Infinity Stones, which should give you a fair chance. It's also a good opportunity for me to test my new powers. Galactus, surprised by Peter's willingness to limit himself, questioned, Are you sure? With the stones, you'd actually have a fighting chance at victory, he stated, not seeing Peter as a threat whatsoever. Peter, ignoring the fact that he was being looked down upon, continued, and to make it interesting, the loser will owe the winner 3 promises, bound by an unbreakable contract. Galactus, not one to back down from a challenge, agreed. Very well. I agree to your terms. Knowing the potential for betrayal, Peter conjured a magical contract, drawing upon the knowledge he gained during his time in the Harry Potter universe. With a mere thought, he inscribed the terms of their deal onto the parchment before signing it himself, the runes on the pen activating, using Peter's blood in order to sign the contract, instead of ink. Of course, he made sure to hide some sneaky, microscopic fine print in there, just in case he were to lose, which was something he learned from the books he stole from the goblins. Though with the power that he has now, Peter felt that it would be hard for him to lose. Though that could just be his ego talking. Levitating the contract and pen over to Galactus, Peter declared, "To seal the deal, sign this contract. It binds us both to the terms agreed upon." Galactus, intrigued by the magical formality, took the pen and signed the contract after giving it a quick once-over, his bloody signature appearing next to Peter's. Seeing that Galactus didn't notice his fine print, Peter couldn't stop himself from smirked. Technically, I've already won. Who knew it would be this easy? He really had to thank the goblins for their conniving and ingenious ways. Stashing the contract away, Peter waved his hand and conjured a golden portal before stepping inside. Come on, let's find a safe place to let loose. While Peter was tricking Galactus into signing malicious contracts, the Spider Society buzzed with activity. Peter B. Parker, commonly known as Ben, having just arrived via the universe-hopping watch, prowled the spider-filled realm. His pudgy stomach stretched the limits of his spider suit as he tried to sneak around, thinking himself clever. However, in a society brimming with spider people, stealth wasn't as easy as he assumed. As Ben exited an underground tunnel and arrived in a dark, empty space, he suddenly felt his spider senses tingling like crazy. Dashing to the side, he very nearly dodged a barrage of web-like nets, which descended down upon him. Oh, sh*t, he cursed, finding himself surrounded by roughly 15 different spider individuals, the white eyes of their masks shining through the dark room. Some perched above, others emerging from the dark corners of the room, forming a formidable blockade. In the midst of the spider people's convergence, a holographic figure materialized. It was Lyla. Oh, you found him? Good work everyone. I'll prepare the prison for a new arrival, so try not to hurt our newest inmate too badly, okay? She said before quickly vanishing, causing the room to darken once again. Regret washed over Ben, wishing he had heeded the warnings from Miles and Toby about venturing into the Spider Society alone. Hey, we can talk about this, right? Beaten and battered by over 15 different versions of himself, Ben found himself at the mercy of the Spider Society, his once clever attempt at stealth having led him into a web of trouble. The spider people, with their various abilities and menacing looks, surrounded him, making his predicament clear. Amidst the ensnaring chaos, Ben's years of experience failed to protect him from the relentless assault. Bruised, bloodied, and barely conscious, he regretted venturing into the Spider Society alone. Time out, okay? I just need a second to catch my breath, he weakly pleaded as the blows kept coming. After enduring a quick and brutal confrontation, which left him on the edge of consciousness, Ben was dragged through the shadowy halls of the Spider Society's lair. Brought down to the prison, passing holding cells filled with monstrous and intimidating spider prisoners, Ben, who was teetering in and out of consciousness at this point, caught a glimpse of a giant spider, making a nest out of its cell, as well as a humanoid creature with spider-like features, both eyeing him as if he were their dinner. Thrown into a cell, Ben began to realize the gravity of his situation. The prison seemed to house spider people who had either crossed the society or proved too dangerous for unrestricted freedom. As the heavy cell door slammed shut, the silence of captivity enveloped him. Lying on the cold, hard floor, contemplating the consequences of his ill-fated decision, Ben was about to fall unconscious once again, when suddenly, he was startled by an aged voice that called out from above. So you're my new cellmate, huh? At least it's not another man-spider. Looking up, Ben saw the familiar face of an elderly man dressed in a worn Spider-Man-themed suit, minus the mask. Staring at the elderly figure in disbelief, Ben muttered, "Uncle Ben." He froze in shock before his eyes rolled back and he passed out, his body unable to keep itself awake any longer. Insert picture of Uncle Ben here, A/N, bonus points for anyone who can find an old Uncle Ben in a spider suit. In the far reaches of space, trillions and trillions of miles away from any asteroids, moons, planets, suns, galaxies, or even black holes, Peter and Galactus emerged from the golden portal, floating across from one another, surrounded by nothing but silent, empty black space. Peter glanced around, satisfied with the area they've found themselves in. Well, here we are. Far enough from anyone or anything. No planets to obliterate, no stars to snuff out. Now we can really go all out without worrying about collateral damage. Galactus, towering over Peter, maintained a stoic expression. Very well, you may have the first move. Peter, ever the opportunist, casually shrugged. You asked for it. In an instant, he vanished with a burst of speed, reappearing beside Galactus before the cosmic giant could register the movement. Galactus, unflinching, observed Peter's sudden appearance with an air of arrogance. You're fast, I'll admit, but I'm afraid speed won't help. Before he could finish speaking, Peter's superpowered fist collided with Galactus's armored stomach. The impact echoed through the cosmic void, shattering the silence. Surprisingly, for the giant, Galactus's colossal form recoiled as if struck by an unstoppable force. The once impenetrable armor shattered into pieces, revealing Galactus's now exposed stomach. Peter's fist didn't lose a hint of momentum as it dug into the cosmic entity, caving his opponent's stomach inwards with brutal force. Blood sprayed from Galactus's mouth as he was sent hurtling backward, resembling a rag doll tossed through space. Shock registered in Galactus's glowing eyes that hadn't felt such vulnerability in eons. Peter, seemingly unfazed, watched Galactus's trajectory. What was that you were just saying? I didn't quite hear you over the blood spraying out of your mouth, he remarked, a smirk playing on his lips. Galactus, floating in the vacuum of space, quickly regained his composure, halting his uncontrolled tumbling. The wound on his stomach glowed with cosmic energy as his body swiftly mended the damage. It was a sight rarely witnessed. Galactus, the devourer of worlds, being injured and forced to heal himself. Hey, thanks for the donation, Peter continued, confidently floating forward, conjuring a vial, which he used to collect Galactus's blood. I'll be sure to make good use of this. Galactus, regaining his stance, stared at Peter in realization. I see, so that's why I feel the power of so many others resonating inside of you, he said before asking. Is blood all you need to copy their powers? Peter chuckled as he stored the vial into his necklace, his confidence undeterred. Why don't you let me get a few more free hits and maybe I'll tell you? Galactus, a rare hint of uncertainty in his cosmic gaze, shook his head. He didn't need to know that badly. He may have underestimated Peter once before, but he most certainly won't make that same mistake again. If he were to let Peter get a few more hits in, they might just be the thing that wins him the bet. Peter, enjoying the moment, cracked his knuckles. I see you're finally starting to take me seriously. Yes, my apologies for underestimating you up until now. I'll be sure to take this seriously from here on out. Galactus couldn't help but feel a bit of a thrill for the fight that was to come. After all, it's not every day that a worthy opponent appears before him. Good, that's how it should be. As Peter spoke, suddenly, he was interrupted by an eruption of purple light. Galactus, shrouding himself in energy, vanished from his spot, reappearing mere inches from Peter in the blink of an eye. Peter's eyes widened as Galactus mirrored his earlier move, showcasing an unexpected speed and agility for a man of his size. Before he could react, Galactus unleashed a massive fist aimed at Peter's midsection in retaliation. Spider Sense, the ever-reliable guardian of Peter's survival, screamed in his head seconds before Galactus even made his move. Huh? That's new. Reacting swiftly, Peter twisted his body, narrowly evading the colossal punch. In turn, Peter twisted his body and launched a powerful kick, aimed at the side of Galactus's head. But sadly, he simply raised his arm, blocking Peter's leg with his armored forearm. The encounter escalated into a chaotic brawl, limbs clashing, and cosmic energies colliding. Spider-Man and Galactus engaged in a dance of destruction, each trying to land a decisive blow. Amidst the battle, Peter marveled at the evolution of his spider senses, which he only now began to notice. Before his latest evolution, his spider senses only warned him of imminent danger, but now this ability seemed to peer into the future, granting Peter a crucial foresight advantage. This enhanced perception allowed him to predict Galactus's attacks seconds before they materialized, giving him a significant edge in the rapid-fire confrontation. Despite Galactus's attempts to strike back, Peter proved elusive, dodging every incoming blow with uncanny precision. Peter's strikes, on the other hand, found their mark, chipping away at Galactus's formidable armor with each connecting hit. The cosmic giant, unable to retaliate effectively, found himself on the receiving end of relentless assault, which was a new feeling for him. Is this what it feels like to lose? He couldn't help but wonder, finding the whole situation to be quite novel. Yet, no matter how much damage he took, Galactus possessed an innate ability to regenerate, healing from the inflicted damage almost instantaneously. Despite the visible wear on his armor, he restored himself to peak condition after each assault. As the battle raged on, Galactus's frustration transformed into a burning anger. Unable to land a single hit on Peter, he abandoned the chaotic brawling approach, seeing it as a waste of time. Is that it? Are you giving up? Peter asked, a smug look on his face. I was really expect more from Dash. Suddenly, Galactus enveloped himself in a growing aura of intense purple light, screaming at the top of his lungs as he interrupted Peter for a second time. Insert Dragon Ball Z power-up screaming here. Peter's spider senses tingled intensely, warning him of an imminent threat. You know it's really rude to just start screaming like Goku during a fight, he muttered, but his words fell on deaf ears. His opponent transformed into a pulsating ball of energy, the brightness escalating rapidly. A realization dawned on Peter: he was about to face an explosive assault covering every possible direction. Galactus's plan was simple. If he could land a hit on Peter, then he would just have to attack everywhere at once, leaving him nowhere to run. With his senses on high alert, Peter's eyes widened as Galactus erupted into a radiant explosion, purple energy surging in all directions, resembling that of an exploding star. Well, *T, he muttered as a wall of purple energy shot his way. Meanwhile, within the dark depths of the Spider Society, Miguel sat in his chair, restlessly waiting as Lyla tirelessly worked on breaking into Ben's confiscated phone. Hours passed, the only noise being the rhythmic hum of Lyla's immense processing power. Finally, a triumphant beep echoed through the room, signaling success. Got it, Lyla announced, her virtual voice carrying a hint of satisfaction. Whoever upgraded this phone's security did well, but sadly, they don't have my processing power. Miguel leaned forward, his eyes fixed on the screen as Lyla navigated through the phone's contents. Soon enough, the messages between Ben, Toby, and Miles were revealed, showcasing their shared suspicions, plans to contact Peter, and Ben's solo infiltration were laid bare in the text threads. Just as I thought, Miguel muttered before turning to his trusted AI companion. Lyla, dispatch some members to capture Miles and Toby. They were part of Ben's scheme, so they should join him in his punishment. Lyla, seemingly pleased with the turn of events, responded with a digital smile. Understood, Miguel. I'll relay the orders immediately. She swiftly left the room, leaving Miguel alone with the weight of his decisions. Amidst the pulsating explosion of Galactus's purple energy, Peter's instincts kicked in. With swift precision, he conjured a golden-rimmed portal in front of himself, using it as a shield against the all-encompassing attack. The portal absorbed the portion of the onslaught aimed at him, redirecting the attack to the connected portal, which opened up behind him, shooting the energy off into the vast emptiness of space. Peering to the side, Peter marveled at the relentless energy wave continuing its destructive journey. He couldn't help but be impressed by the sheer magnitude of Galactus's power, a force capable of obliterating entire solar systems, perhaps even galaxies with increased intensity. A wave of relief washed over Peter, grateful that he had chosen the far reaches of the universe for their battle, sparing countless lives and planets from annihilation. As the distant energy dissipated into nothingness, Galactus, appearing where he floated moments before, breathed heavily, his glowing eyes searching for any sign of Peter's demise. Expectation hung in the air, but as his gaze landed on a golden-rimmed portal, he knew Peter was at the very least alive. And as the portal closed, revealing Peter standing unscathed, he couldn't help but click his tongue. What a tantrum that was. You'd think someone as old and decrepit as you would have better self-control. A smirk played on Peter's lips as he casually asked, so, should we kick it up a notch now? Before, their fight was only conducted with pure physical combat, but seeing as Galactus decided to use his powers, Peter felt that it was finally time that they start taking this battle seriously. Of course, Peter couldn't help but feel a bit smug from the fact that he wasn't the first to break. It was Galactus who broke their silent agreement to not use their abilities, not him. Galactus, his arrogance not completely shattered, scoffed, "Enough talk. Come and fight." Despite the broken armor marring his colossal form, Galactus had quickly recovered from the aftermath of his explosive attack. The cosmic energy coursing through him repaired the damage, leaving only battle-worn armor as evidence of the prior onslaught. His gaze remained fixed on Peter, determination etched across his features. The dynamics of their confrontation shifted. No longer a mere exchange of blows, the silent understanding between them shattered with Galactus's last explosive assault. Now, it was an all-out clash, both combatants fully aware that the stakes had escalated. Excitement surged through Peter as the prospect of going all out finally arrived. Instantly, his body expanded and morphed, transforming into the immense, towering figure of the Red Hulk. Galactus, floating across from him, observed with curiosity rather than immediate aggression, intrigued by the unfolding transformation. As the metamorphosis finished, Peter extending his hand and wielded Hela's power, crafting a colossal black sword, which fell into the palm of his hand. The giant bastard sword stood as tall as, if not taller than, Peter's Red Hulk form. Galactus, still withholding his assault, watched the transformation unfold, his eyes reflecting anticipation, which he rarely has the chance to experience. With the transformation complete, Peter's eyes met Galactus's at an equal level. "Let's see how much more powerful my Red Hulk form is now." A sly smirk played on Peter's lips as he advised, "Try not to die." As the words left Peter's mouth, white cosmic energy enveloped him and the colossal sword, enhancing his already formidable presence. Galactus, feeling the surging power from Peter, responded in kind, coating his colossal form in a shimmering purple energy. Before Peter could initiate the first attack, Galactus seized the opportunity, vanishing in a burst of speed. In an instant, he reappeared in front of Peter, his hand outstretched, unleashing a thick beam of purple energy at point-blank range. Peter, anticipating the assault, swung his enormous sword with finesse, slicing the energy in half and redirecting it away from his now colossal form. The sword, nearly bisecting Galactus in the process, managed to just barely graze his arm, shaving off a layer of skin and muscle. Though a moment later, the wound healed as if it had never existed. Undeterred, Peter smirked, signaling the beginning of his relentless onslaught. "Like I said, try not to die too soon. I really need a test dummy like you right now." Galactus rolled his glowing purple eyes. Yeah, enough talk already." The empty battlefield echoed with the clash of powers. Peter focused on empowering his every movement, wielding the massive sword to strike at Galactus with precision. In contrast to Peter's finesse and sword skill, which he learned from Natasha during his early years of training, Galactus made good use of his unadulterated, raw power, unleashing destructive energy attacks with overwhelming force. Peter, however, relied on his enhanced spider senses to predict and evade these assaults, strategically countering with well-timed sword strikes. But despite Peter's skill, finesse, and predictive ability, facing Galactus proved to be an overwhelming challenge. As the battle raged on, he began to take damage from Galactus's relentless attacks. His opponent's nearly infinite energy, strength, and healing ability made him a formidable adversary. Fortunately for Peter, he possessed similar abilities as well, matching Galactus blow for blow, though he could tell that his opponent was stronger than him, not to mention more versed in his abilities. After all, Peter was still unused to many of his newfound abilities. Though this was the perfect chance to test them, so he wasn't complaining. The battlefield echoed with the clash of powers, and though Peter managed to slice up Galactus here and there, it became increasingly evident that Galactus held the dominant position. The sheer force of Galactus's attacks left Peter on the defensive, navigating the onslaught with agility and resilience. Yet, rather than despair, excitement welled up within Peter. Laughter erupted from him, a maniacal expression taking over his features. The battle, as chaotic and perilous as it was, fueled a newfound joy for battle within him. Every blow exchanged, every wound healed, only heightened the exhilaration coursing through him. Haha, stand still for a moment. Peter laughed as he swung his sword like a madman, his body constantly healing from the damage taken. Keeping his distance, Galactus unleashed a wave of purple energy at Peter, who decided to just stay there and tank it so that he can test something. Hopefully, this works. Peter, attempting to use his newfound phasing ability, allowed the wave of energy to collide with his body. Of course, he was sure to avoid any vital areas, knowing that he could just regenerate from his wounds, which he's been doing this entire time anyway. I might actually be able to regenerate vital organs now though, Peter thought, though he wouldn't be testing that right now. Galactus raised a brow in confusion as he watched Peter purposefully stop, his energy wave colliding with his opponent, enveloping his purposeful outstretched arm. The battlefield fell into a hushed pause as both combatants looked down at Peter's arm, looking to see any damage. However, just as Peter hoped, there was no damage whatsoever. The wave of energy simply passed right through him, leaving him completely unharmed. Haha, this might be my most overpowered ability yet. After all, with this ability, Peter had the perfect defense, especially with his spider senses warning him of when to activate it. As long as Peter has the chance to use it, nothing should be able to hit him. But I should still be careful, he thought, as he didn't know if Galactus or anyone else would have an ability that could counter his phasing. A triumphant grin adorned his face as he looked at Galactus, challenging the cosmic giant to push him even further. How odd, Galactus commented on Peter's ability, but he was swiftly interrupted before he could continue. Peter, now much more confident in his defense, launched himself back into the fray with renewed vigor. Haha, let's test something else next, he shouted as his eyes began to glow in a red light. As the battle continued, Peter, now more confident in his own defense, decided to test his newfound heat vision. Beams of red energy shot forth from his eyes, aiming directly at Galactus. The purple-clad giant, sensing the imminent danger, swiftly dashed away, but Peter's gaze effortlessly followed him, redirecting the heat vision with precision. The battlefield became a dance of lights as the red beams tracked Galactus's every move. Peter, calm and collected with his newfound phasing ability, used this opportunity to explore the extent of his powers. As time passed, Galactus grew increasingly frustrated, finding himself unable to land a single attack. No matter what he did, his every move would simply phase right through Peter, leaving his opponent completely unscathed. The hours stretched on, and the battle continued. Peter unleashed a myriad of abilities, each more powerful and unexpected than the last. From invisibility to chaos magic, he was sure to test them all, using this opportunity to refine his control to the highest degree. And Peter did all of this without taking a single bit of damage. Man, this phasing ability is overpowered, he thought, relieved that he was smart enough to take a blood sample from Martian Manhunter when he had the chance. Not forgetting to test his other enhancements, Peter found that his normal bodily strength had increased exponentially as well, especially while in his Red Hulk form. Peter felt a surge of power that dwarfed even the mighty Hulk. The sheer strength at his disposal astonished him. If pitted against the Hulk right now, Peter was confident he could end the battle with a mere flick of his finger. Meanwhile, Galactus, once the dominant side of this battle, began to frown as Peter effortlessly turned the tides. The frustration deepened when he realized he had unwittingly become a testing ground for Peter's growing powers. And worst of all, he couldn't even land a single hit, as Peter would just phase away. In his rage, Galactus abandoned strategy, attacking Peter like a mindless berserker. Arg. However, Peter's phasing ability remained in full effect, and Galactus found himself unable to land a single hit. Now more a master of his abilities than before, Peter danced around Galactus with ease, retaliating to every failed attack on his person. But unlike Galactus, who couldn't land a single attack anymore, the majority of Peter's counterattacks connected. What's the matter? Peter asked tauntingly as a beam of energy phased through his chest. Why so serious and angry? Is it that you've realized you're losing? Arg. Galactus refused to reply in words as he continued his pointless, frenzied assault. As the battle raged on, hours passed as Peter made good use of his time, mastering his abilities in a much faster time than he originally planned. Floating across from him, Galactus breathed heavily, every fiber of his being radiating pure exhaustion. The toll of the prolonged battle weighed heavily on him, a stark contrast to the confident force he once represented. With a smirk playing on Peter's lips, he addressed Galactus. You know, it might be a good idea to call it quits. You haven't landed a single blow in a while now, and you look like you're about to collapse. Galactus, his pride still intact, scoffed in defiance. I refuse, he declared, still catching his breath. Peter merely shrugged. All right, suit yourself. But you asked for it. In the blink of an eye, Peter disappeared from Galactus's view, reappearing right in front of the cosmic giant. Before Galactus could react, a powerful punch landed square across his face, sending shockwaves through his colossal form. What? Galactus stammered, taken aback by Peter's unexpected speed. With a devilish grin, Peter replied, Is it just me, or are you getting slower? He then proceeded to unleash a relentless barrage of strikes, a symphony of fists connecting with Galactus's once invulnerable body. The next few hours unfolded in a chaotic dance of fists and cosmic energy. Peter, utilizing every bit of his newfound abilities, battered Galactus relentlessly. The once almighty being, now reduced to a mere punching bag, struggled to retaliate. Blow after blow, Peter demonstrated the mastery he had gained over his enhanced powers. Despite his diminished state, Galactus refused to give in. Fueled by sheer determination, he attempted counterattacks, but each strike phased through Peter's intangible form. The battlefield echoed with the grunts and roars of the cosmic giant, his futile attempts to regain control growing more desperate with each passing minute. Amidst the relentless onslaught, Peter taunted, "Come on, Galactus. Is this really all you've got? I expected more from you." As Galactus faltered, weakened, and battered, he refused to acknowledge defeat. The once unyielding force of the universe had been humbled by a being who had transcended his limitations. Finally, as Galactus teetered on the brink of collapse, Peter delivered a final, resounding blow. A punch fueled by the culmination of hours of combat, a testament to the mastery of his abilities. The cosmic giant staggered, his once glowing eyes now dimmed, and with a thunderous crash, Galactus crumbled, defeated and unconscious. Silence settled on the battlefield as Peter stood victoriously over his opponent's beaten body. This fight felt easier than the last, he commented, though it did last longer, so maybe his stamina and healing are just a lot more monstrous than before. After all, he did go through a total of 9 excruciating evolutions to prepare for this, so it made sense why he didn't feel as tired or beaten compared to his battle with the Silver Surfer. As Galactus lay defeated, knocked out cold, Peter couldn't help but revel in the triumph of his newfound power. But best of all, the bet was won, and he could feel the magical contract taking effect. Whilst Peter was beating the sh*t out of Galactus, Ben awoke in the dim confines of the Spider Society's prison. Confusion clouded his senses until the memories of his ill-fated infiltration flooded back, a futile attempt to outwit the spider people that led him to this chilling cell. Wait, wasn't he here? Ben recalled seeing someone in particular before passing out. Turning his head, Ben's eyes widened as he saw a familiar elderly man in a tattered spider suit. He sat on the floor, his back against the wall as he flipped through an old book. Recognition dawned on Ben's face, and he muttered, "Uncle Ben? Is that really you?" Hope and disbelief mingled in his voice. After all, he vividly remembers the death of his Uncle Ben, so seeing him again is both a heartbreaking and warming experience. The old man, seemingly irritated by the address, retorted sharply, "Stop calling me that. I'm not your uncle. We are not related," he emphasized, making it very clear. Ben frowned, realizing that this Uncle Ben wasn't as kind and welcoming as the one he remembers. As Ben contemplated the strange circumstances, a sudden beeping noise echoed through the prison. Every cell door swung open, and a robotic voice announced a 1-hour cafeteria break. Silently, Uncle Ben rose to his feet, walking out of the cell, though he paused for a moment and reluctantly gave Ben a quick warning. Keep quiet and avoid provoking anyone, especially the more spidery-looking inmates. Unless, of course, you're okay with becoming monster food, he said before walking off. Rising out of bed, Ben rushed to follow his roommate, though he froze as soon as he stepped out, observing the peculiar procession of spider people and creatures. Although many of the spider people seemed normal, the creatures, like the giant spider and the humanoid Spider-Man, sent shivers down his spine. Insert picture of a giant hairy Spider-Man here, A/N, man spider might work, but I'm thinking something more spider-like than him. Less humanoid, I mean. Especially the giant spider, which evoked a mixture of fear and disgust within him. What the hell is this place, he muttered, but before he could think too much, he noticed Uncle Ben getting further and further away from him. Hey, wait up. Following Uncle Ben's brisk pace, the two of them arrived at the cafeteria. Ben's eyes widened at the surreal sight of various spider people enjoying their meals. Even the more monstrous-looking inmates had their own area and food to eat, which was hard to look at to say the least. Ben hesitated, unsure of how to navigate this bizarre gathering. Uncle Ben, on the other hand, already grabbed his food and sat alone at a corner table, completely ignoring everyone around him, including his new roommate. With nowhere else to go, Ben didn't even bother grabbing any food and followed after his cellmate, causing Uncle Ben to grumble, "If you're going to sit here, I expect you to keep quiet and leave me alone. Don't attract any unnecessary attention either." Ben didn't reply immediately, as he was too busy looking around the cafeteria, feeling completely out of place. In the midst of his unease, Ben couldn't resist questioning his mysterious companion. "Why are you so different from the Uncle Ben I know? What happened to you? My uncle was a kind and loving man, but you seem like an **shoal. The old man finished his sentence, clearly annoyed that they were even talking to begin with. "And let me guess, your benevolent and kind uncle is dead, right?" Ben flinched upon hearing his roommate's blunt question. The elderly Spider-Man noticed Ben's reaction, but didn't seem to care. "Yeah, so much for being kind, huh? Look where that got him." Ben sputtered, his words failing him. His attempt to comprehend the profound the Uncle Ben had failed spectacularly. "You." And just as his shock left him and he was able to speak again, he was interrupted by the robotic announcement signaling the end of the cafeteria break. Completely ignoring Ben once again, the elderly Spider-Man got up and left, headed right back to his cell. Sighing to himself, Ben had no choice but to follow after him, his stomach grumbling in hunger. "I should have grabbed some food." As Ben trailed behind Uncle Ben's stern stride, the chatter of spider people's conversations and the clattering of footsteps echoed through the narrow corridors. His thoughts swirled with the unsettling words exchanged in the cafeteria. Uncle Ben, oblivious to Ben's internal turmoil, maintained a brisk pace. As the gap widened between them and the rest of the spider convoy, Ben's steps gradually slowed, the weight of the entire situation weighing heavily on his mind. Lost in contemplation, Ben barely noticed the ominous hairy figure looming overhead, the same monstrous creature he had seen upon his arrival. The giant spider, having finished its meal at the cafeteria, eyed Ben with hunger burning in its eyes. A primal instinct tingled in Ben's senses, and he quickened his pace, realizing the imminent danger. However, the creature above him, perceptive to the vulnerability of a lone straggler, descended swiftly from the shadows, 8 legs gracefully carrying it toward its prey. The giant spider lunged at Ben, its massive hairy legs propelling it forward with deadly intent. Ben dodged its initial attack, narrowly avoiding the venomous fangs that snapped where he stood. However, the agile creature swiftly adjusted, launching forward and tackling Ben to the ground. Desperation fueled Ben's struggle as he grappled with the monstrous spider. He managed to push it off momentarily, gaining a momentary respite. Yet, the creature's hunger burned in its 8 eyes, and it lunged again, its powerful legs sending Ben sprawling. Meanwhile, Uncle Ben returned to the confines of his cell, flipped through the aged pages of his book. However, as the seconds turned into minutes, a subtle unease crept over him. He glanced towards the open cell door, a conflicted expression etching his face. Concern mingled with a hint of guilt, as he began to wonder where his missing cellmate was. Back in the chaotic skirmish, Ben struggled to stand, his body battered and bruised. The man-spider relentlessly attacked, its venomous fangs threatening with every strike. Ben's realization of the creature's strength sank in, and he fought with newfound urgency. Despite Ben's valiant efforts, the tide turned against him. Wounds covered his body, and the man-spider showed no signs of wear. A powerful kick from one of the spider's legs sent Ben tumbling to the floor. The spider creatures closed in, mounting over him, their multitude of legs pinning him down. The giant spider, hungry and relentless, loomed over Ben, its menacing presence casting a dark shadow. The struggle intensified as Ben fought against the overwhelming force of the monstrous arachnid. Each attempt to break free met with resistance, the creatures closing in with a predatory hunger. As the giant spider lunged towards Ben, its fangs aimed at his head, a surge of terror gripped him. In a split-second reaction, Ben twisted his body just in time to see a familiar figure's arrival. "Uncle Ben, help!" he shouted, desperation lacing his voice. Uncle Ben, hearing Ben's cries, froze momentarily. The urgency of the situation clashed with memories long buried, the haunting echoes of his wife and nephew calling for him to save them right before their tragic end. The weight of those memories lingered in his eyes, a momentary hesitation clouding his resolve. "Help!" Ben's voice snapped the elder Spider-Man out of his haunting recollections. Acting swiftly, Uncle Ben rushed forward, his aged muscles fueled by a surge of determination. With impeccable timing, he delivered a powerful kick, sending the giant spider reeling away from Ben, narrowly preventing a gruesome fate. Without a moment's hesitation, Uncle Ben pressed on, closing the gap between him and the monstrous arachnid. In a display of remarkable agility and strength, he executed an uppercut, sending the creature up into the air. Seizing the opportunity, he kicked off the ground, following after the spider before grabbing his head mid-air, and twisting it with a swift, forceful motion. A sickening crunch echoed through the narrow corridor as the spider's head was maliciously spun. The spider's body screeched and flailed, its limbs thrashing in a chaotic dance. Yet, Uncle Ben's relentless assault continued, undeterred by the creature's futile resistance. With a quick tug, the spider's head was torn from its body, landing on the floor with a visceral thud. The lifeless body convulsed for a few moments, its death throes dissipating as the hallway fell silent. Uncle Ben peered down at the defeated creature, a stoic expression masking the complexity of emotions buried beneath. Landing beside Ben, the older Spider-Man clapped his hands together, cleaning off any blood or hair. "Ugh, disgusting." "Oh, thanks for saving me." Ben reluctantly thanked his uncle's look-alike, slightly shocked by what he just witnessed. He may be an A**shoal, but he's still got some Uncle Ben left in him. As the older Spider-Man turned his gaze toward Ben, a noticeable frown lingered on his weathered face. He really does look just like him. Unable to contain his impatience, Peter retrieved his 6 rings, each housing a glimmering infinity stone. With deliberate precision, he slid them onto his fingers, one by one, the power of the universe converging at his fingertips. As he snapped his fingers, an instantaneous surge of energy enveloped both him and the fallen Galactus, mending their battered bodies to pristine condition. If anyone were to witness them now, they would never guess the intensity of the battle that had just unfolded. Seconds later, Galactus stirred, groggily regaining consciousness, his once shattered armor now seamlessly restored. Confusion clouded his eyes as he surveyed the area. However, his gaze soon landed on Peter, whose victorious smirk held a smug air to it. I lost," Galactus muttered, disbelief coloring his words. Peter's smirk widened, a victorious glint in his eyes. "Yup, and now it's time to pay up." Galactus felt a chill down his spine, a realization settling in. It was as if he had made a deal with the devil himself, and now the time has come to pay his dues. Galactus's admission of defeat reverberated through the aftermath of their battle. The cosmic entity, once towering and imposing, now knelt before Peter with a palpable resignation. The reason behind this easy surrender lay in the contract, which both of them signed prior to this, a binding force that echoed within Galactus's very soul, telling him that he simply had no choice in the matter. Even if he used every fiber of his being to go against the contract, it wouldn't work. Floating in the emptiness of space, Peter gazed at the subdued Galactus with a triumphant smirk. Oh, relax and stand up. It's just 3 promises. It's not like I'm going to make you sell me your souls or anything, he says jokingly, a devilish smile flashing across his face. Galactus, aware of the gravity of his situation, didn't believe that Peter wouldn't take advantage of him. He hesitated for a moment before getting straight to the point and asking, "What do you want?" His words carried an underlying tension, as he prepared himself for the potential eternal enslavement that a single one of these promises could entail. Peter, however, surprised the cosmic entity by leaning back and crossing his arms. "You know what? I don't need anything right now. I think that I'll save my promises for a rainy day." Galactus's eyes widened in disbelief. The concept of leaving such powerful promises unclaimed seemed unfathomable to him. You're not going to use them? You could control me for eternity, kill me, or even set me against your worst enemies with just a single promise. Peter chuckled, reveling in the unexpected turn of events. "I've got no use for that kind of power right now." He shrugged uncaringly, his expression turning more serious. "But I'm willing to make a separate deal with you." Galactus raised an inquisitive brow, curiosity mingling with caution. "A separate deal?" Peter held up his hand, displaying the 6 rings adorned with the shimmering infinity stones. "These bad boys can do wonders. Didn't you want to use them?" Galactus, taken aback, voiced his astonishment. "You'd give me the infinity stones?" Peter couldn't help but burst into laughter at the sheer audacity of Galactus's question. "Give you the infinity stones? Hell no, these beautiful babies belong to me. But I'd be willing to use them to help you with that little hunger problem of yours," he replied, his eyes gleaming with a hint of mischievousness. "For a fee, of course." Galactus stared at Peter in a mix of shock and uncertainty. The cosmic entity struggled to discern whether Peter was an unexpectedly kind soul, genuinely offering assistance, or a cunning devil, hiding his true intentions while exploiting Galactus's hunger issues for further gain. After a prolonged moment of silence, Galactus, in his booming voice, finally asked, "What do you want in return?" Peter, a devilish grin still lingering on his face, casually moved his hand up to his chin, cupping it as he pondered. "Simple, big guy. I want a couple of promises from you. First, no more hurting or killing innocent people. That means no more snacking on inhabited planets." Galactus, surprisingly amenable, found himself nodding. If Peter could provide a solution to his unending hunger, then the need to consume planets would become obsolete. He had no reason to refuse such an easy and simple ultimatum. Secondly, Peter continued, "I want you to take Earth as your new home and join the Avengers." Galactus, raising a confused brow, admitted his ignorance about Earth and the Avengers. Is Earth a galaxy? And what is an Avenger? Seeing Galactus's obvious confusion, Peter decided that it would be better to just show him. With a nonchalant wave of his hand, he conjured a golden portal. Urging Galactus to follow, he stepped through the shimmering gateway, and seconds later, the cosmic entity reluctantly followed suit. The two emerged on the desolate surface of the moon, overlooking Earth and all of its inhabitants. The portal snapped shut behind them, and Peter gestured towards the captivating blue and green planet below. "This," Peter declared, his voice carrying a sense of pride and nostalgia, "is my home planet, Earth." Galactus, towering over Peter, observed the distant planet with a hint of curiosity. He couldn't help but wonder how powerful the other people of Earth were. Because if a Peter was the standard, then the planet before him must be very strong. Little did he know that Peter was just a freak of nature. The Earth may be strong compared to most planets, thanks to the Avengers, but technologically and militarily, the many countries of Earth were extremely far behind. Galactus, peering down at the planet below, couldn't help but express his curiosity. "Why would you want me to live here?" His deep voice resonated with genuine interest. Peter, standing confidently on the moon's surface, responded with a casual yet thoughtful demeanor. "Well, if you couldn't already tell, I'm the strongest person on this planet, but I can't always be here to protect it. Sometimes, I have to leave to take care of business, and I'd feel a lot safer with someone of your caliber around, protecting the place and its people while I'm gone." Galactus considered Peter's words, acknowledging the practicality of having a powerful guardian in his absence. "Don't get me wrong," Peter continued, "I don't need you to patrol the planet at all times and work tirelessly for its security. You can relax and live your life however you please, as long as it doesn't hurt or negatively affect others. I only ask that if the need arises, you stand up and help defend the place, and my family if need be. Though they all live here, so as long as you protect the planet, they'll be safe." Galactus, appreciating the nobility of Peter's request, found himself nodding in agreement. The notion of protecting a planet in exchange for having his hunger problem solved seemed like a reasonable and admirable trade. Peering down at the blue and green orb below, Galactus turned back to Peter and simply stated, "I don't mind joining your planet." Peter smirked, satisfied with the agreement. "Good. Now, as for the Avengers." He proceeded to explain the nature of the Avengers, their role in protecting Earth, and his own position as a founding member and council member. "If you were to join, you'd be the second strongest member, second only to me." Peter continued, "And like I said before, you won't have to actually do anything. We'd probably just give you some form of contact, like a cell phone, which we'd use to call you should your assistance be required. Other than that, 99% of your time will be spent doing whatever you want," he explained, making sure Galactus understood. "You'd be kind of like our secret weapon." While Galactus didn't seem overly excited by the idea of joining the Avengers, he didn't mind the prospect either. The idea of being a secret weapon, called in only during emergencies, appealed to the cosmic entity. The responsibilities were minimal, and it seemed like an easy way to fulfill his end of the bargain. Galactus gazed at Peter, his eyes narrowing in contemplation. Is this really all you want? The deal Peter was offering seemed almost too good to be true. In exchange for curing his insatiable hunger, which he's been forced to endure for what feels like an eternity, Galactus would receive a new home and job, with the freedom to live as he pleased and protect the planet when necessary. Peter, unfazed by Galactus's skepticism, just smirked and shrugged. I don't need anything else. I've got the Infinity Stones. If I want something, I can just snap my fingers and make it happen. The cosmic entity, still processing the enormity of the deal, found himself nodding in acknowledgement. The simplicity of Peter's desires contrasted sharply with the power he held, leaving Galactus intrigued and, in a way, grateful for the unexpected turn of events. With the deal firmly agreed upon, Peter snapped his fingers, conjuring a magical contract that materialized before them. The parchment, adorned with mystical inscriptions, detailed the terms of their agreement in simple yet binding language. In exchange for Peter's solution to Galactus's perpetual hunger, the cosmic entity vowed, to the best of his ability, to refrain from harming, killing, or negatively impacting innocent lives. He would make Earth his new home and join the Avengers, becoming the guardian of the planet and its people. Peter also added a clause about Galactus doing his utmost to protect Peter's family in case of unforeseen dangers. The enchanted pen, familiar from their previous dealings, appeared in Peter's hand. With a nonchalant grin, Peter signed his name in blood on the contract, sealing his commitment. He then handed the contract and pen to Galactus, who rolled his eyes at Peter's penchant for contracts before scrutinizing the document and signing it himself, blood extracted for the ink. Once the blood had dried, Peter stashed the contract away. He turned to Galactus and asked, "Ready?" Galactus nodded, expressing the anticipation he had harbored for this moment. The relentless hunger had gnawed at him for what felt like an eternity, and now, the promise of relief loomed before him. Holding up his hand adorned with the shimmering Infinity Stones, Peter snapped his fingers. The rings emitted a blinding light that surged toward Galactus, enveloping his colossal figure. The cosmic energy penetrated his being, inducing alterations to satiate the insatiable hunger that had plagued him. As the seconds passed, Galactus grunted in pain, and even Peter, the wielder of the mighty Infinity Stones, felt the strain. The process proved unexpectedly challenging and exhausting, considering Peter's previous use of the stones to bring life to countless planets across the universe. How the hell is this harder than revitalizing millions of barren planets? Peter shouted inwardly. Eventually, Galactus collapsed to the ground, writhing in pain, while Peter found himself on his knees, beads of sweat tracing down his face. And soon enough, the glow of the stones dimmed, signaling the conclusion of the transformative process. Breathing heavily, Peter turned to Galactus. "Do you feel any different?" he asked, hoping the endeavor had succeeded. Galactus, his entire body sore and aching, took a moment to assess himself. A split second later, the realization dawned upon him: the hunger was gone. He sat up, looking down at his body in astonishment. "It's gone. It's finally gone," he muttered, a lone tear trickling down his cheek, surprising even Peter, who refrained from commenting. Expressing profound gratitude, Galactus looked down at Peter. "Thank you. You have no idea how long I've had to suffer." With a casual demeanor, Peter replied, "No problem. I'm happy to help." In the dimly lit prison cell, Ben sat on his bunk, stealing glances at Uncle Ben, who remained absorbed in his old book. The silence between them was thick, broken only by the distant echoes of the other prisoners. Despite his curiosity, Ben hesitated to disturb the aged Spider-Man, who seemed to be ignoring him in favor of the tattered pages of his book. As the minutes passed, Ben couldn't contain his restlessness. "So, what's the deal with this place?" he ventured, attempting to break the silence. Uncle Ben's eyes flickered over the book's pages but didn't lift from the text. "It's a prison. That's all you need to know," he grumbled, shutting down any potential conversation. Undeterred, Ben pressed on. "But why are we here? Actually, why are you here?" he asked, clearly extremely curious about his cellmate's origins. "I'll go first to break the ice. My friends were recruited in this suspicious spider cult, so I came to investigate. Now it's your turn. Has anyone ever told you that you should learn to shut your mouth?" Uncle Ben's gaze finally lifted, his stern expression warning Ben that he was growing tired of his nonsense. Surviving here means keeping your head down, not asking unnecessary questions, and staying out of trouble. Despite the gruff deflection, Ben couldn't help but ask, "Are you sure we're not already in trouble? I mean, we did kill that spider thing." Uncle Ben sighed, his patience wearing thin. "It doesn't matter. They won't do anything about it. One less inmate is a good thing to them, fewer mouths to feed, more room for new prisoners. Understand?" Ben nodded, sensing that further inquiries might lead to more frustration. For a while, they sat in silence, the weight of their confinement settling in the cramped space. The silence persisted until Ben, feeling a renewed sense of curiosity, couldn't resist asking the same question again. "Why are you here, Uncle Ben?" Uncle Ben's gaze remained fixed on the book, and he replied dismissively, "None of your business, and stop calling me that." Ignoring his prickly behavior, Ben persisted, "But if we're stuck here together, I think I have a right to know," he argued, testing the elderly Spider-Man's patience. Look, kid, Uncle Ben snapped, closing the book and setting it aside. Who I am or why I'm here is irrelevant. You're not my concern, and I'm not your uncle. Got it? Undeterred, Ben pushed further. Fine, but what if you're some kind of psycho murderer or cannibal? Don't I have the right to know who my cellmate is? Uncle Ben shot him a glare that suggested he thought Ben was an idiot. No, you're a prisoner. You have no rights. He sighed, pulling the covers over himself as he laid down on the top bunk, facing away from Ben. Resigned, Ben climbed into the lower bunk, staring upward in the oppressive silence. The unfamiliar environment and the distant noises of the spider people made sleep elusive. As time crawled on, the racket of the prison gradually hushed, and the block fell into silence. Every inmate, besides Ben and Uncle Ben, succumbed to the sleep. Time passed in the confined prison cell, both parties unable to sleep due to their own inner thoughts surfacing. Soon enough, the silence between both cellmates was shattered by the persistent tossing and turning of Ben. Uncomfortable and still hungry from missing the earlier cafeteria break, Ben's agitation filled the air. His restless movements only added to the challenges of the cramped space. The metallic bunk creaked with each shift, making it nearly impossible for the elderly Spider-Man to find solace in sleep. The tension in the air thickened with every passing second. Finally reaching his breaking point, Uncle Ben snapped. If you move one more time, I swear I'll rip your head off like I did that spider earlier, he barked, his patience worn thin. Ben groaned, voicing his discontent. I can't sleep. Uncle Ben's irritation flared, and he shot back, then learned to stay still. This isn't a luxury hotel, kid. The tension lingered in the air until Uncle Ben, his annoyance momentarily overshadowed by a somber expression, sighed. The dim light in the cell revealed a hint of sadness in his eyes. Frowning, Uncle Ben began, You remind me of my nephew, you know, always complaining about nightmares and sneaking into bed with me and my wife. The mention of his nephew carried a weight of both love and loss. Uncle Ben's gaze shifted to the shadowed corners of the cell, lost in memories. After a moment of reflection, he spoke again, You really want to know why I'm here? Ben nodded, curious about the man who shared his cell. Do you even have to ask? Silence permeated the cell for a while before Uncle Ben sighed deeply. I got my powers when I accompanied my nephew to a science demonstration. While we were on a tour around the place, a radioactive spider got loose, and I was bitten. When we realized I had powers, I decided to use them for good. He explained before chuckling out of nowhere. Peter suggested I go into show business, make some money out of it, you know, but I didn't need money. I was happy with my normal life. Ben listened intently, surprised by Uncle Ben's unexpected openness. Everything was fine at first. I helped people, made a name for myself as Spider-Man. But nothing good ever lasts, Uncle Ben continued, his tone heavy with regret. I did something that turned out to be a big mistake. Curiosity burning, Ben asked, What did you do? Uncle Ben's eyes held a mixture of sadness and guilt. I saved my family. Ben's brows furrowed, awaiting an explanation. How could that possibly be a mistake? Uncle Ben sighed, I didn't really get it at the time, and truthfully, I still don't understand it. Apparently, my wife, May and Peter were supposed to die while I was trying to save them from Emerald Elf. But luckily or unluckily, I don't know which, I was able to save them and even killed that crazy elf. Ben couldn't help but ask, I don't get it, how is this a mistake again? Because that's when he showed up. The elder Spider-Man spoke spitefully. Who? Ben asked. Miguel O'Hara. Flashback, A/N. For this flashback, Uncle Ben will be called Ben. The aftermath of his battle with the Emerald Elf left a younger Ben weakened, but victorious. His emerald adversary was dead and his family was still alive, if not a bit traumatized from this whole experience, but they were safe and that's all that mattered. Yet a deep instinct told him that something was wrong. Seconds later, a mysterious portal opened up and a man in a blue and red spider suit stepped out, standing far too close to Ben's family for comfort. After all, May and Peter were still tied up and unconscious from their encounter with the Emerald Elf. On high alert, Ben rushed towards his family, yelling, Hey, get away from them. I'm afraid that I can't do that, the mysterious man replied, a somber yet resolved tone to his voice. Suddenly, Ben's senses went haywire, telling him that his family was in imminent danger. I said stay away. He screamed, sending a punch to the mysterious man's face. I'm sorry, Ben, but this has to happen, the man said, blocking his punch and responding with one of his own. The impact of their struggles echoed through the air as Ben tried desperately to intervene. However, the agile man before him proved too formidable, swiftly knocking Ben to the ground, his already exhausted body slamming into the hard concrete. Ugh. The older Spider-Man's limbs felt heavy with fatigue as he tried and failed to get back onto his feet. Laying there, powerless, he was forced to watch as the menacing figure approached his beloved family. Miguel, with an eerie calmness, turned back for a single second, staring at Ben. I'm sorry, he stated as he turned away and approached May and Peter. But it's either them or everyone, and I'd rather save everyone. No, stay away from them. Ben screamed, his voice straining as he crawled toward his family, his body barely able to move. I said, stay away from them. The mysterious man didn't bother replying and certainly didn't comply. With a cold detachment, he stared down at the woman and child before him for a moment before reaching down to snap their necks, one by one. Ben, frozen in despair, could only watch in horror as the two people he loved most in the world were taken from him. May, the woman he had vowed to spend his life with, and Peter, the boy he had raised as his own son, both died right before his eyes, their bodies falling limp. Unable to comprehend the magnitude of his loss, Ben looked up at the man who took everything from him, hate burning in his eyes. He screamed, "Why? You killed them? Why?" Miguel, seemingly unaffected by the carnage he had wrought, met Ben's gaze with an emotionless stare. "To save your universe." The words hung heavily in the air, an enigmatic justification for an unfathomable act of brutality. Uncle Ben's mind reeled with confusion, grief, and a searing hatred towards the man before him. The tragedy unfolded before him, a cruel twist of fate that shattered his world in an instant. Flashback end. Ben silently listened to Uncle Ben's story, his eyes tearing up as he heard the grief in his cellmate's voice as he spoke. I am sorry for asking, and talking too much. He felt bad for making him relieve such a tragedy. Uncle Ben cleared his throat before speaking again. You asked why I'm here, he said, a hint of hatred entering his voice. I'm here because I dedicated my life to killing the man who took my family from me. Miguel O'Hara. After sealing the deal with Galactus, Peter opened a portal and stepped inside, returning to his bedroom. Recalling that he had some messages, he headed straight to his bedside drawer, retrieving the memory card from the remains of his broken phone. Walking over to his desk, Peter opened another drawer, revealing a shiny new phone, a recent upgrade, which he's been waiting to use. Plugging the memory card into the new device, Peter powered it on. As the screen lit up, he was bombarded with a flurry of notifications. However, one group of messages stood out among the rest, over 100 messages from the Spider-Verse group chat. Okay, this is starting to look like an emergency. Though before he could delve into the many messages, his phone rang, a call from the Spider-Verse group chat, specifically from Miles. Answering the call, Peter attempted a casual greeting, but his words were drowned out by the sound of a scuffle followed by Miles's urgent voice, "Peter, are you there?" Finally, ugh. Miles trudged back to his dorm, a cloud of worry hanging over him. Ben's abrupt departure to investigate the Spider Society had left an unsettling void in their communication. Toby and his attempts to reach him proved futile, and the absence of updates didn't sit well with Miles. Frustration etched across his face. Miles kicked an empty can, its trajectory aimed at a nearby dumpster. The echoes of his discontent reverberated in the quiet alley. His spider senses, attuned to danger, suddenly tingled, causing him to freeze in his tracks. His gaze shifted upward, eyes widening at the sight of two unfamiliar figures in spider-themed suits. What the hell? On the left, a hairy, animalistic Spider-Man, sporting a tattered suit, which was ripped to show his wolf-like ears, snout, fangs, and claws. Insert picture of werewolf Spider-Man, Spider, here. To the right, a more eccentric character with misshapen feet, a tail, and a banana in his hand, which he ate through a hole in the lower part of his mask. Insert picture of Spider-Monkey here. The tension in the air was palpable as Miles, recognizing the distinct lack of friendly intent, went on high alert. These were not emissaries of peace from the Spider Society. Did Ben get caught already? But how do they know to come here? I told him not to go, that idiot. His spider senses screamed a warning, urging him to prepare for imminent danger. Spider cracked his knuckles, staring down at Miles, while Spider-Monkey continued devouring his banana with apparent nonchalance. Miles, unable to handle the silence any longer, spoke with a cautious edge. Who are you, and what do you want? Spider chuckled, the arrogance evident in his demeanor. You should know that already. Give yourself up and we can solve this peacefully, he said, his mask morphing as a smile forms below it. Or you can resist and I can have some fun, kicking your ass. You choose. Miles tightened his fists, ready to defend himself. I haven't done anything to warrant this. Spider laughed, pointing at Miles with a taunting gesture. Do you think we came here without knowing what's going on? Your friend Ben is already captured. And we know about your little plans. Stop playing innocent, it's annoying. Feeling the same was as his partner, Spider-Monkey began screeching and banging its chest before leaping down toward Miles. Dread knotted in Miles' stomach as he faced the unknown duo. He had to act swiftly, relying on his agility to evade Spider-Monkey's foot, which in turn struck the ground, creating a small crater. But as he dodged one attack, another appeared out of nowhere. Spider, taking the opportunity, followed his partner down and punched Miles right across the face. The younger Spider-Man too focused on his partner to dodge for a second time. The punches landed with a brutal force, sending Miles tumbling away. But the duo didn't stop there. Accustomed to dealing with rebellious spider people, the two of them continued their assault, each blow driving Miles further into a losing battle. Spider's relentless assault left him struggling to defend himself, his agile moves now hindered by the overwhelming combination of attacks. God, I'm so cool, he muttered as he kicked Miles across the street, sending him flying into a dumpster. The alley became a chaotic battleground, and with every hit, Miles felt his strength waning. Ugh. He grunted as he climbed back to his feet, but sadly, his beating wasn't over yet. Spider-Monkey's screeches filled the air, adding a disorienting layer to the already frenzied fight. Miles, desperate to regain control, leaped and twisted in an attempt to evade the relentless ape, but he was too slow. Aig. Miles screamed as a large foot struck his midsection. Spider's animalistic laughter echoed, taunting him, while Spider-Monkey's unpredictable movements created a dance of chaos. As Miles dodged one attack, another came swiftly. Spider, seizing the opportunity, closed the distance and delivered a powerful punch to Miles's face. The impact sent him staggering backward, his vision blurred. The younger Spider-Man, momentarily disoriented, struggled to regain his footing. You can't escape this, kid. Just give up already, Spider advised, confident in their imminent victory. Miles, gritting his teeth, attempted to buy some time. I won't let you take me down that easily, he retorted, summoning the last reserves of his strength. However, the odds stacked against him proved insurmountable. Spider and Spider-Monkey coordinated their attacks, leaving Miles battered and on the brink of defeat. With a final blow, Spider sent him sprawling to the ground, his body aching from the relentless onslaught. Soon enough, realization dawned on Miles, he needed to retreat. Summoning what little remained of his energy, he sprang to his feet and sprinted down the alley. The distant echoes of monkey noises and web-slinging followed him, but he pressed on, fueled by the urgency of escape. The chase continued through the labyrinthine streets, the rhythmic thud of his two pursuers constantly closing in behind him. As Miles raced through the city, he fumbled for his phone, desperately opening the Spider-Verse group chat. The device slipped from his pocket, but he managed to grab it before it hit the ground. The screen illuminated his face, reflecting a mixture of determination and desperation. Calling Peter through the app, Miles panted, "Come on, Peter, pick up," his voice strained as he navigated the urban terrain, zigzagging through alleys and side streets. Each passing moment heightened the urgency of the situation. Answering the call, Peter's voice appeared over the phone, "Miles, what's going dash?" Smiling in relief for a split second, Miles spoke urgently, "Peter, are you there?" Finally, ugh. A sudden jolt interrupted his call. Spider-Monkey, swift and relentless, caught up to him, delivering a powerful kick that sent Miles hurtling into a nearby wall. The impact cracked the brick facade, sending debris cascading around him. The phone slipped from his grasp, skittering away in the chaos. "Miles, are you there? What's going on?" Peter's voice could be heard, echoing from the fallen device. Miles groaned in pain, struggling to rise as Spider-Monkey and his partner loomed over him. The masked figures seemed to revel in the moment of their victory. Just when he thought it was all over, Miles heard Peter's voice from his fallen phone, "Hang on, Miles. I'll be there in a second." As Spider-Monkey prepared for the final strike, Miles, battered and bruised, couldn't help but laugh as he relaxed into the rubble underneath him. "What's so funny?" Spider asked, clearly confused by Miles's odd behavior. Even Spider-Monkey was looking at him in confusion. Miles smiled back at them, confusing them even further. "Nothing, you'll find out soon," he said cryptically. And just as their confusion was at its peak, suddenly, a star-shaped portal opened up exact where Miles's phone fell. Whipping their head around, the two society members watched as yet another Spider-Man arrived. A/N, he's finally using America's powers. Stepping out of the star-shaped portal, Peter casually surveyed the area, seeing the two animalistic spider people standing over Miles's downed form. "Whoa, looks like you really got your A*S kicked, Miles," he commented, the star portal closing behind him. "This wouldn't have happened if you would just answer your damn phone," Miles yelled back, pointing at Peter accusingly. Ignoring Miles's complaint, Peter turns his head towards his friend's attackers, noticing the distinct watches on their wrists. "So, you two are from the Spider Society, I presume? Why are you attacking dash?" Before Peter could finish his question, Spider-Monkey rushed forward, propelling himself with web, ready to kick Peter in the face. The unexpected attack caught Peter off guard, but he swiftly raised an eyebrow, muttering, "How rude." In a split seconds, Peter reached out and grabbed Spider-Monkey by the ankle, his reflexes honed from his recent fight with Galactus. "But I guess you can't teach a monkey manners, can you?" Without any mercy, Peter swung Spider-Monkey midair and slammed him into the ground with enough force to create a large crater. Yug. Spider-Monkey spat out a mouthful of blood upon impact, falling unconscious almost immediately. Peter casually put his hands back into his pockets as he turned his attention to the stunned Spider, who watched the scene unfold in shock. After all, even the strongest members of the Spider Society, like Miguel O'Hara, couldn't beat Spider-Monkey that easily, and Spider had witnessed their intense fights before. This turn of events defied the expectations Spider had built from those past encounters. As Spider remained frozen in fear, stuck in his own thoughts, he failed to notice Peter's sudden appearance in front of him. In a burst of indescribable speed, Peter closed the distance. Eyes widening, Spider realized his opponent's arrival far too late. Desperation flashed across Spider's face as he tried to run, managing only to move a single inch before Peter's hand impacted his face with a resounding slap. Spider, like a rag doll, was struck in the face and rocketed to the ground, creating yet another crater. Aik. Unconsciousness claimed him, following closely behind his partner. Miles, battered and bruised, watched in awe as Peter effortlessly defeated the attackers he had struggled against just moments ago. It was a stark reminder of the vast difference in experience and power between him and Peter. Peter, standing amidst the defeated duo, sighed. "They were rather weak, weren't they?" he muttered, shaking his head in a mix of exasperation and disappointment. Soon enough, he turned to Miles, who still lay amidst the rubble, and extended a hand to help him up. "You okay, Miles?" Miles, grateful for the rescue, took Peter's hand and pulled himself to his feet. "Yeah, thanks, Peter dash." Peter chuckled, interrupting him before he could say anything else. "I can't believe you let these weaklings beat you like this," he commented, his words infuriating the younger hero. "Maybe some training is in order." Miles, annoyed and upset, exclaimed, "They're not weak. You're just a freak." With the defeated Spider Society members sprawled unconscious on the ground, Peter efficiently confiscated their watches. Webbing them up securely, he restrained their forms, ensuring they wouldn't pose a threat when they woke. Miles, recovering from the intense beating, watched Peter with a mix of relief and curiosity. "Hey, can I have one of those dimensional traveling watches?" he asked, rubbing his sore jaw. Peter shook his head as he inspected the watches. "I have to run some tests on them first." He refused, which caused Miles to frown. "But I wouldn't mind giving you one afterwards, as long as they're safe to use." Miles seemed fine with that, though he didn't have a choice in the matter. It's not like he could rob them from Peter, as he would immediately get beaten into the ground, just like his two attackers. As Peter worked on securing the captives, Miles delved into a detailed explanation of the events leading up to the ambush. He spoke of the Spider Society's mysterious invitation, the doubts and suspicions harbored by some members, and Ben's impulsive decision to infiltrate the society against their strongly worded advice. Listening attentively, Peter sighed, realizing the situation was more complicated than he initially thought. "So, Ben went rogue and stirred up trouble. Sounds like something he would do," he commented, shaking his head. "Guess it's time to clean up his mess." Miles, frustration etched across his face, added, "Yeah, Toby and I tried to stop him, but he stopped answering our messages." Concern flashed in Peter's eyes as he finished tying up the last society member. "If they sent these goons after you, then that means Ben is probably captured already," he guessed, his hand moving to his chin in contemplation. They might have even broke into his phone. After all, how else would they have known that he was conspiring with Miles? Suddenly, realization struck Miles, freezing him in place. He turned to Peter, his eyes wide with a dawning realization. "If they sent people like this after me, do you think they did the same for Toby?" Using Toby's phone to find his exact location in his universe, Peter and Miles stepped out of a star-shaped portal, dragging their webbed-up captives behind them. Finding themselves on the windswept top of a towering skyscraper in New York City, their pace quickened, fueled by the worry that Toby might already be captured or worse. As the portal closed behind them, they suddenly stopped, stunned by the scene before them. They had expected to arrive during a fight, upon which they would jump in and save Toby, but that didn't seem to be the case. Toby, in his iconic spider suit, sat atop a pile of 4 webbed up and unconscious spider people, the moon shining behind him. He didn't need saving at all. The sight was a testament to his prowess, having single-handedly defeated the intruders. Seeing the scene before him, Miles couldn't help but sag his shoulders in defeat. The Spider Society only sent 2 guys after him, yet he had to run for his life and call for Peter to save him. Meanwhile, Toby took care of his attackers all alone, and he had twice as many compared to him. 2 of the 4 captured society members wore matching gray suits with masked eyes shining in different colors, one yellow, the other red. Insert picture of Spider-Man twins here. The other 2, starkly different compared to the twins. One sported a ninja-style spider suit, and the other wore an average Spider-Man suit, though it was stretched to the max by his obese figure. Insert picture of Mangaverse Spider-Man here. Insert picture of Fat Spider-Man here. Toby, only slightly winded and tired, turned in their direction, spotting Peter and Miles. He waved in greeting to Miles. "Hey, Miles." His eyes then shifted to Peter, registering surprise. "I see you finally decided to answer your phone, Peter." "Yeah, well, I happened to be busy dealing with a guy who could eat my entire planet, so sorry if I didn't respond in time," Peter explained briefly, piquing both Miles and Toby's curiosity, though they had other things to worry about at the moment. Miles, relief washing over him, approached Toby, who stood up and jumped off the pile of bodies. "Toby, are you okay? They sent guys after me too, though I couldn't handle them as easily as you did." Hearing this, Peter couldn't help but comment. "What do you mean as easily? I distinctly recall you getting your A*S beat until I arrived and saved you." Miles turned to glare at Peter, clearly embarrassed by the whole situation. "Shut up, dude. You don't have to tell him that." Toby chuckled, patting the younger Spider-Man's head. "Don't worry too much. You're still young and fairly new to this whole Spider-Man thing, especially compared to me." He gestured to the defeated foes behind him. "Trust me, once you've been doing this for as long as I have, you'll be able to take out twice as many guys as this." Peter, observing the scene with a wry smile, chimed in, "This is nice and all, but we should really get going. After all, we need to pick up Gwen, return these guys back to their boss, and let's not forget that Ben is probably locked up somewhere." Toby turned to Peter. "I'm ready to go whenever you are, though I could use one of your healing spells before we leave," he said, clearly tired from the 4-on-1 fight that he just went through. Peter nodded as he waved his hand, shooting a quick healing spell at him. "There, feel better." Toby's eyes widened as he felt his entire body return to peak condition in an instant. "Did you learn a new healing spell?" Peter shook his head. "No, but I did get a lot stronger compared to the last time we met, so that might be what you're feeling." "How much stronger?" Miles couldn't help but ask. Peter shrugged. "A lot." As the weight of Uncle Ben's tragic past settled in the dimly lit cell, Ben couldn't help but empathize. The realization that Miguel O'Hara, the man he met just a day or 2 ago, was responsible for the anguish etched across the elder Spider-Man's face left Ben both angry and saddened. Lost in his thoughts, Ben reflected on Uncle Ben's journey. How he once used his powers for good, only to have it all crumble after a fateful encounter with Miguel. The lonely, broken version of his Uncle Ben haunted him, a man who had lost not just his wife and son but now his freedom as well. As the night dragged on, Ben pondered the irony that despite Uncle Ben's relentless pursuit to avenge his family, in the end, he found himself imprisoned alongside an alternate version of his nephew. It was like fate or some other god was taunting him, showing him a future that he could have had, but will never experience. The next day brought an unwelcome wake-up call as Ben stirred to find Uncle Ben using their shared toilet. The uncomfortable reality of living in close quarters with another person hit him, and he couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for all the criminals he had sent to similar confinements. The cramped space became a constant reminder of their shared fate, and Ben found himself dreading the inevitable moment when nature called for one of them to go number 2. The prospect of enduring the smell and navigating the awkwardness made him cringe. As time passed and the night settled into the prison cell once again, Ben prepared to retire to his bunk, but Uncle Ben halted him with a gesture, "Stand in the corner by the door, and be quick." Perplexed, Ben complied, his curiosity mounting as he observed Uncle Ben hastily gathering his belongings atop his bunk, wrapping them in a makeshift sack fashioned from a blanket. "What's going on?" Ben inquired, eyeing Uncle Ben's mysterious preparations. Uncle Ben remained tight-lipped, joining Ben in the designated corner as he kept an eye on the clock outside their cell. Time crawled on, with Ben's questions growing more persistent and Uncle Ben offering no explanations. As the seconds ticked away, the distant and muffled hum of a drill began to infiltrate the air, originating from the other side of the wall across from them. Ben's confusion deepened, and just as he was about to voice his concerns, the wall exploded in a shower of dust and debris, shrouding the cell in a hazy fog. As the dust settled, Ben squinted through the remnants, his eyes widening at the sight of an unfamiliar figure standing in the newly created breach. Clad in a distinctive spider suit, denim jacket, Converse shoes, and a mask adorned with a few metal spikes atop his head, the figure exuded an air of rebellion. Insert picture of Spider-Punk here. In a British accent, the newcomer declared, "The cavalry has arrived." Uncle Ben, unfazed by the unexpected entrance, grabbed his wrapped belongings off the bunk and approached Spider-Punk with a gruff demeanor. "You're half an hour late." Spider-Punk, undeterred by Uncle Ben's sternness, simply answered, "Do you think it's easy sneaking into this place, old man?" Silently choosing to forgive his accomplice's tardiness, Uncle Ben turned back to Ben, staring at his dumbfounded face for a moment before asking, "Hey, kid, are you coming or what?" Returning through the star-shaped portal, Peter found himself in the familiar confines of his living room. The warmth of home embraced him, contrasting heavily with the tense atmosphere of his recent battles. At the center of the room, MJ sat on the couch, cradling a sleeping Leo in her arms. Tear streaks adorned the child's face, causing a knot of concern to form in Peter's stomach. As the portal closed behind him, Miles and Toby stood by his side, their expressions of curiosity. They exchanged glances, silently acknowledging the fact that they were now in Peter's universe, which was quite exciting. After all, the mystery of Peter and his crazy powers have been a huge topic of discussion for them ever since they all met. "Hey, MJ," Peter greeted, his voice softened. "What happened here?" He gestured towards Leo, whose small form seemed fragile in MJ's protective embrace. MJ sighed, her eyes reflecting a mix of exhaustion and understanding. "It's complicated," she replied, offering a weary smile. "Are you all right now?" Her gaze met Peter's, a subtle worry lingering in her eyes. The last time she had seen him, he was unconscious after undergoing multiple evolutions, leaving without a word when he woke. "Yeah, I'm fine," Peter reassured her, a twinge of guilt in his tone. "Sorry about leaving so abruptly," he said sincerely, motioning to the people beside him. "They needed some help, and I had to go quickly." MJ nodded, her expression showing that she was accustomed to Peter's unpredictable schedule. "It's okay. I'm used to it by now." She glanced at Leo, her fingers gently tracing the tear stains on his cheeks. "But something happened with Leo, which we should probably talk about before you run off again." Peter's eyes focused on the sleeping child, concern deepening. "What happened?" he asked, his voice a blend of worry and curiosity. "He had a huge tantrum and then cried himself to sleep," MJ explained, her voice carrying a hint of sadness. "I tried to comfort him, but he kept asking for you." Peter sighed, realizing how attached the little guy was to him. Turning to Miles and Toby, Peter said, "Go find Gwen. We've got some things to sort out. I'll try to be quick since we need to rescue Ben after this." As Peter spoke, MJ tilted her head towards the stairs. "Gwen's upstairs, in one of the guest rooms," she informed them. Miles and Toby exchanged glances before heading upstairs to find Gwen, leaving Peter alone with MJ and the sleeping Leo. Peter took a seat beside MJ, his eyes never leaving Leo's face. "What exactly happened when I was away?" he asked, genuine concern etched on his features. MJ sighed, leaning into Peter's shoulder. "The girls said a bit too much." As Peter and MJ delved into the details of Leo's tantrum, Miles and Toby made their way upstairs, their senses guiding them to a closed door. Ready to knock and surprise Gwen with their arrival, Miles froze as he caught wind of an intriguing conversation taking place behind the door. Gwen's voice resonated from the room, engaged in what seemed to be a multiversal phone call. Her tone was measured, as if carefully choosing her words, while the voice on the other end belonged to someone familiar, both Miles and Toby. Miguel O'Hara. Miguel's voice cut through the air, his questions probing into Gwen's recent activities. Just staying at Peter's place, Gwen explained, her words audible through the door. He's not giving me much information, though. And he's not even here right now. Miles and Toby exchanged wary glances, their curiosity piqued. The situation felt tense as they continued eavesdropping, realizing that Gwen might not be as trustworthy as they thought. The loyalty they assumed she had toward Peter seemed to be in question. So, what's the deal with Peter? Miguel's voice demanded, his curiosity unyielding. Has he made his intentions clear yet? Gwen hesitated before answering, not really, all I know is he thinks the society is either evil or misguided somehow. I don't have all the details yet. As the conversation unfolded, Miles and Toby realized that Gwen seemed to have aligned herself with Miguel and the Spider Society. The same society that currently held Ben captive, though Miguel didn't seem to be mentioning that to her. Their unease grew as Gwen divulged information about Peter's recent activities. Frowns marked both of their faces, but Miles was the most affected, his hands tightening into fists. When Miguel inquired about Peter's plans, Gwen paused, her inner conflict palpable through the door. I'm not sure. Like I said, he didn't tell me much. But if you want more information, I'll try to find out. The tension in the room escalated as Miguel ordered Gwen to gather as much intel on Peter as possible before returning to the society by the next day. I need all hands on deck, he said, the reason for this urgency remaining undisclosed, leaving both Miles and Toby on edge. Why the rush? Gwen questioned, her tone betraying a hint of frustration. Miguel didn't even bother responding, leaving the room in an unsettling silence as the call ended. Gwen sighed audibly, her internal conflict evident. She sat on the edge of the bed, torn between her loyalty to Peter, who had always been nothing but kind to her, and the organization that took her in after the falling out with her father, who tried to arrest her. Gwen's internal turmoil echoed in the room as she grappled with the consequences of being a member of the Spider Society. The weight of her conflicting loyalties pressed upon her, leaving her uncertain about the path she had chosen. In the midst of her contemplation, suddenly, the door swung open abruptly, and Gwen's eyes widened in surprise. Miles and Toby stood there, their expressions a mix of disappointment and disapproval. She expected a friendly greeting, but their frowns revealed that they had overheard her conversation with Miguel. So, you're spying on Peter now? Miles' voice cut through the silence, his tone laced with disappointment. How could you, Gwen? He's our friend. He's done nothing but help us ever since we met. Gwen's attempt to utter a greeting faltered as she realized the gravity of the situation. Miles continued, his tone unwelcoming. How could you even trust that guy Miguel? You know what he does, right? He makes sure innocent people die. I wouldn't be surprised if he's killed them himself. All for his precious canon events. Caught off guard, Gwen sputtered, attempting to explain herself, but the canon events need dash. Seeing where this conversation was going, Miles interrupted her, his voice rising. Fuck this canon event bullshit. Have you even tried to investigate if all of that is true or not? Or did you just take Miguel's word for it and start ruining people's lives? Gwen remained silent, the weight of Miles' accusations settling heavily on her conscience. His words struck a chord, exposing her blind trust in Miguel, and the Spider Society as a whole. Miles's stern gaze intensified, and he continued, look, I get it. The Spider Society is amazing. Hell, when Miguel tried to recruit me, I almost fell for his lies myself. But I would have never expected you to believe him so easily. And I especially wouldn't expect you to be betraying Peter like this. Gwen looked down at the ground, her guilt evident. She muttered a quiet, I'm sorry. Without further acknowledgement, Miles turned on his heels and walked out of the room, leaving Gwen alone with only a few final words. Don't apologize to me. Apologize to Peter. Toby, lingering behind as Miles walked off, offered a few words of encouragement. If you're truly sorry and want to make up for your actions, then come downstairs and explain everything. He turned and followed Miles, leaving Gwen to face the consequences of her choices. As the door closed behind them, Gwen was left with a heavy decision to continue down a path of betrayal or to seek redemption by confronting the truth with her friends and hope for forgiveness. If I tell the truth, then I'll have to tell the whole truth, she thought, her mind wandering to Miles and his father. As MJ finished recounting Leo's emotional outburst, Peter turned to her with a soft smile. We'll talk to Leo when I get back and explain everything, he suggested, attempting to reassure MJ. Sadly, the girls have ruined the surprise, but I'm sure he'll enjoy the good news. MJ returned the smile, her expression reflecting a mixture of gratitude and understanding. The weight of the situation lingered in the room, but they couldn't dwell on it for long as Miles stormed down the stairs, clearly upset about something. What's wrong, Miles? Peter inquired, concern etched on his features. Before Miles could answer, Toby descended the stairs, placing a hand on Miles' shoulder and advising him to wait. Gwen should explain herself, Toby insisted, urging patience. Miles raised an eyebrow, curiosity and frustration evident in his demeanor. Everyone turned their attention to the staircase as the sound of footsteps echoed, revealing Gwen's descent. Her guilty air was palpable, and she stopped at the bottom of the stairs, meeting the gaze of those in the room. Gwen hesitated, freezing in place, the internal struggle evident in her eyes. The room awaited her words, holding its breath for the unraveling of the truth. Soon enough, Gwen's eyes flickering between Miles and Peter, struggling to look them in the eyes, especially after the verbal thrashing that she just experienced upstairs. I'm sorry. She immediately apologized, a simple yet weighty admission of her actions. The room fell into an uneasy silence, waiting for an explanation or a path to redemption. Peter, sensing the tension, tilted his head to the side, his expression a blend of confusion and concern. What's this about? He wondered, is she going to tell Miles about his father? Not long after Miles stormed off, Peter found him perched on the edge of the Empire State Building, lost in thought. Without hesitation, Peter took a seat beside him, the cityscape sprawling below. What do you want? Miles asked as he noticed Peter's arrival. You ran off so quick that you forgot to ask some very important questions, Peter stated, glancing at Miles, who raised a confused brow. You just found out that your dad is fated to die, but you forgot to ask the key questions, how and when. You do want to save him, don't you? Peter's words hung in the air, prompting Miles to realize his oversight. Miles's eyes widened as the weight of the situation settled on him. Instead of impulsively running off and wallowing in the fact that the girl he loved betrayed him, he should have been more focused on gathering information to save his father. Attempting to stand up, Miles was stopped by Peter, who rested a hand on his shoulder. Confusion filled Miles's eyes as he looked at Peter, questioning why he was being held back. I already asked Gwen before coming to look for you. I thought it would be best that you two had some space, at least until we leave for the Spider Society, Peter explained. It was hard to get any answers from her because she was so distraught about all of this, but I got what we need. Ignoring the mention of Gwen's distress, Miles asked, what did she say? Apparently, if we decide to do nothing, then your father will have about a year's time left to live. She doesn't know the exact time or date, just that he's meant to die, Peter revealed, his expression serious. Miles frowned, discontent with the vague timeline. Did she say how he's supposed to die? Peter shook his head. She said the computer program back in the Spider Society can only give a general timeline. Frustration etched across Miles's face as he asked, how the hell am I supposed to save my dad when I don't even know what to save him from? For all I know, he might just choke on a donut during his lunch break. The uncertainty loomed over Miles as he grappled with the challenge ahead. The lack of specific details about his father's impending fate left him feeling powerless, unable to devise a plan to alter the inevitable. Peter placed a reassuring hand on Miles's shoulder. Sadly, based on what I've heard from Gwen, his death won't be so mundane. It'll probably be some villain who appears and kills him, and you'll be just one step too late to save him. He explained, knowing the usual Spider-Man tragedy pretty well by now. Upon hearing Peter's explanation about how his dad will probably die, Miles couldn't help but grip his fists in anger. I won't let that happen. Screw fate and *CK the Spider Society. My dad is going to live a long and happy life. I'll make sure of it. Smirking, Peter patted Miles on the back and said, good, that's the right attitude to have. You can't let something so small get you down. Besides, I got your back, and I have all sorts of ways to protect your dad while you aren't around. He won't die, I promise. Miles's eyes widened as he looked at Peter, a grateful expression on his face. What can you do? Peter replied, stating, the easiest solution is a protection spell. All of my loved ones have one on them. It allows me to track their locations when necessary. And if they're ever in any danger, the spell activates, counterattacking the threat while simultaneously creating a barrier around them, saving them from any harm. A nuclear bomb could go off right next to them, and they'd walk away without a scratch. It even alerts me as well, so I know when they're in danger. Miles's mouth hung open as he began to realize that meeting Peter might have been the luckiest moment of his entire life. No matter what problems he encounters, Peter is always there with an answer, ready to help him through it and save the day. And now certainly wasn't an exception. Thanks, Peter, Miles said genuinely, knowing that without Peter, his life would probably be much worse. Peter shrugged nonchalantly. No problem. Like I said, I got your back. Suddenly, Miles frowned as he looked off into the distance. After a brief pause, he asked, but what if the Spider Society is right? What if saving my dad will destroy my entire universe? Although Miles wanted nothing more than to save his father, he was still Spider-Man. The thought of anyone dying because of him, let alone an entire universe, was a scary and daunting feeling. Peter sighed, understanding the weight of Miles's dilemma. Miles, sometimes doing the right thing comes with risks. But we can't let fear dictate our choices. Besides, I don't believe that saving someone's life will destroy the universe. There's something more to this canon event nonsense, something we haven't been told yet. Hearing Peter say that there was something more to this, Miles asked, do you think Gwen isn't telling us everything? His trust in Gwen had plummeted, so his first thought was to wonder whether or not she was lying or withholding information. Peter shook his head, saying, no, she was far too emotional to have been lying or holding something back. She doesn't know the whole truth either, and truthfully, I doubt many members of the Spider Society know either. Hearing this, Miles frowned, unwilling to accept such an excuse for Gwen's behavior. That still doesn't change the fact that she had months to tell me that my dad was going to die, and only said something now. Peter nodded and said, I won't speak in Gwen's defense because obviously she's in the wrong here, but I will say this. Gwen is your best friend and the woman you love, or at least loved. Upon hearing Peter state his love out loud, Miles couldn't help but avert his gaze as his face turned a slight shade of red, blushing in embarrassment. Peter continued, you need to figure out if she can continue to be those things to you or not. Because at the end of the day, life is short and you shouldn't waste too much time. Especially when it comes to love. Miles nodded his head slowly, agreeing with Peter but unsure whether he could forgive Gwen or not. Peter smirked as he added, and if you do decide to forgive her, then I think it's time to stop being such a pussy and ask her out already. After all, there are many more spiders across the multiverse. You need to lock her down before some other Spider-Man appears and catches her fancy, he said, staring Miles square in the eyes. The friend zone is a torturous place to be after all. Wait I well upon hearing this, Miles sputtered, unable to form a proper sentence as he tried to defend himself. Though one thing was for certain, he didn't like the idea of Gwen being with someone other than himself. Laughing as he watched Miles's face go through about 10 different emotions, Peter slapped him on the back and said, don't worry about it so much. First, figure out if you can forgive her before anything else. Miles sighed before nodding his head, saying, all right. Peter replied, good, now I'll leave you to think for a bit, but don't take too long. We're leaving for the Spider Society in about an hour. After all, Ben still needs our help. Miles nodded as Peter threw himself off of the building and swung away, leaving Miles alone with his thoughts. The city sprawled out below, bustling with life, but Miles felt a heavy weight on his shoulders as he grappled with the complex emotions swirling within him. Returning home, Peter found MJ seated on the couch with Gwen sleeping in her lap, tear stains all over her face. MJ did her best to comfort her, which led to Gwen falling asleep with her head in MJ's lap. Peter, observing the scene, asked, is she all right? MJ nodded, saying, yeah, she's just upset. How's Miles? Peter answered, he's fine now. I just had a long talk with him. MJ nodded, saying, hopefully everything works itself out. Peter smirked as he shrugged, it usually does. After a brief moment of silence, Peter reaches up to his storage necklace and pulls out a vial filled with blood, its label reading the name Galactus. Staring at the vial, Peter wondered whether he should use it to evolve once again, just in case he runs into any problems during his trip to the Spider Society. Seeing this, MJ frowned as she asked, is it safe for you to be evolving again? You just did it recently, and it left you unconscious for almost a full day, she said, her worries made clear. Peter waved away her concerns, explaining that it's perfectly safe. I only passed out like that because I evolved 9 times in a row. If it's just once, then I'll be fine. MJ nodded, a resigned look on her face as she said, just don't overdo it, okay? Peter nodded, assuring her, of course. He said, walking upstairs so as not to other anyone with his painful evolution. Alone in his bedroom, Peter clutched the vial of Galactus's blood, shivering at the thought of going through the pain of yet another evolution. Though with determination in his eyes, he swiftly downed its contents, and the room was instantly engulfed in a cascade of purple energy, which surrounded his entire body. As his evolutionary powers activated, assimilating Galactus's powers and abilities, Peter felt the familiar pain finally arrive, a searing current that coursed through his veins. The agony intensified, and Peter collapsed to the floor, his body convulsing as the transformation unfolded. A few tense minutes after Peter left to go through yet another evolution, MJ, seated downstairs with Gwen's head in her lap, decided to check on Peter. She remembered the last time he evolved, finding him unconscious on the living room floor, scaring the hell out of her. Carefully standing up, so as not to wake the sleeping Spider-Woman, MJ paced up the stairs cautiously, hoping her husband wasn't pushing himself too hard this time. Minutes after MJ left, the front door creaked opened, and Miles entered the house. The weight of his emotions had lessened since his conversation with Peter. Knowing his father's fate was postponed for a year brought relief, and Peter's assurance of protection further eased his worries. Not to mention the fact that they were heading to the Spider Society soon, where all of the answers that he needed would be discovered. As Miles closed the door, he found himself in the living room. There, Gwen lay alone on the couch, her makeup smudged from the tears she had shed. He hesitated, unsure of how to approach her after the revelations and betrayals. Staring at the sleeping Spider-Woman, Miles noticed the tear stains on her face. Despite the turmoil in his heart, seeing her vulnerable like this stirred conflicting emotions within him. Frozen in place, Miles grappled with conflicting desires. He yearned to comfort her, to bridge the gap between them, but the profound betrayal lingered in his mind. Gwen had kept his father's impending death a secret, a truth that could have altered their entire relationship. Unable to bring himself to wake her or offer solace, Miles stood there, fists clenched in turmoil. The conflict within him intensified as he wrestled with the complexity of his broken trust and the possibility of forgiveness. Unable to come to a decision, Miles contemplated leaving the room. Attempting to distance himself from the source of his problems, he bumped into a nearby end table. OSH*T. Thanks to his lightning-fast reflexes, Miles was able to snatch a lamp and a picture frame out of the air, but sadly, he missed the keychain, which hit the hardwood floor with a loud crash. As the sound echoed through the room, Miles craned his head backwards, watching as Gwen stirred from her sleep. Rubbing her eyes, she sat up, bewildered by the noise. The sudden disturbance caught Gwen's attention, and her gaze locked onto Miles. Confusion and concern etched across her face, she asked, Miles, you're back. Miles remained silent, his internal struggle evident in his eyes. Gwen, realizing the tension, looked around and realized what happened. The room now held a tangible air of discomfort, the fractured trust between them palpable. Gwen's expression softened, and she hesitated before speaking. Miles, can we talk? The weight of those words hung in the air, and Miles felt a mixture of emotions. He wanted answers, explanations, and a resolution to the turmoil within him. Yet, the pain of betrayal lingered, making it difficult for him to engage in the conversation. Miles, desperate to avoid the impending conversation, attempted to leave, pacing over to the front door. His hand on the doorknob, he felt a surge of adrenaline, hoping to escape the emotional turmoil that awaited him. Gwen, however, wasn't willing to let him go that easily. She let him go once and refused to do so again. With a swift leap off the couch, Gwen's hand shot out, tightly gripping Miles' arm. Determination burned in her eyes as she refused to release him, her resolve matching the strength of Miles' attempt to retreat. Miles, we need to talk, please, she insisted, her voice carrying a mix of vulnerability and determination. Miles, caught in the physical and emotional grasp, found himself facing a confrontation he couldn't evade. Let go, Gwen, Miles demanded, frustration evident in his voice. Gwen, however, held on tightly, her grip unyielding, a desperate plea in her eyes. Please, Miles, just talk to me, Gwen begged, her voice wavering with vulnerability. Miles hesitated, his eyes darting toward the door, contemplating escape. A fleeting thought of using his venom blast to break free crossed his mind, but the notion of hurting Gwen held him back. Sighing, Miles reluctantly agreed. Fine, let go. As they awkwardly settled into the couch, Gwen poured out apologies, her remorse palpable. I messed up, Miles. I should have told you about your dad, I know that now, Gwen admitted, her voice filled with regret. I just thought that it would be best to keep my mouth shut. If your dad died, your universe would be safe, your friends would be safe, your mother would be safe. Although that made sense, Miles struggled to find the strength to forgive her, his hurt too profound to easily let go. Miles, wrestling with conflicting emotions, replied tersely, Gwen, I get that you believed this whole canon event **T, and you probably had good intentions, I'm not saying you didn't. But you still should have told me. The room descended into an awkward silence, both grappling with the aftermath of betrayal. Miles sat there uncomfortably. Gwen, on the other hand, looked almost broken by the pain she had caused. Suddenly, an explosion resonated from upstairs, jolting Miles and Gwen from their inner turmoil. They exchanged a glance before rushing upstairs, forgetting their problems for the time being. Upstairs, they found Peter's door blown off of its hinges. Rushing over, they found Peter standing in the middle of the room, surrounded by pulsating purple energy, the room itself in complete and utter disarray. The release of power had left a visible impact on the space. They could even see MJ sticking to the wall in the corner of the room, staring at Peter with a worried look on her face, her hair messy from what was probably an explosion of her husband's power. Peter. Miles questioned, concern etched on his face. Are you all right? Peter, still recovering, reined in his newfound power before answering, yup, never felt better. In the deepest recesses of the Spider Society, Miguel O'Hara meticulously reviewed his intricate plans, knowing that the looming threat he feared would soon manifest in the form of Peter's arrival. The labyrinthine safeguards he had tirelessly established were the only defense against the unpredictable forces that Peter's presence might unleash. The question lingering in the back of Miguel's mind was not if, but when Peter would come knocking at their hidden sanctuary. As Miguel immersed himself in strategizing, the dimly lit room was abruptly engulfed in blaring alarms. Flashing red lights illuminated the darkness, casting an eerie glow on the high-tech lair. Bewildered, Miguel glanced around, a sense of urgency replacing the calm focus he had maintained just moments ago. Just as the alarms reached a deafening crescendo, Lyla materialized before Miguel. Her holographic form flickered, adding an air of urgency to the situation. Miguel, there's been a prison break, she announced, her voice cutting through the chaos. Miguel's eyes narrowed as he absorbed the information. The large screen in front of him shifted, displaying three figures caught by surveillance cameras as they hurriedly exited the prison: Uncle Ben, their newest inmate, Ben, and Spider-Punk. Lyla's synthesized voice echoed in the room, as you can see, Hobie Brown has betrayed us. Miguel's reaction was measured, his expression betraying a hint of expectation. It makes sense, he mused, his tone reflecting a blend of nonchalance and acknowledgement. He and old Ben were always close. I'm just surprised it took him this long to act. Silence enveloped the room as Miguel processed the situation. The revelation of Spider-Punk's betrayal, although not entirely unexpected, carried weight. After a thoughtful pause, Miguel issued a decisive command to Lyla. Mobilize everyone. We can't afford to let them slip through our grasp, not while we're dealing with other problems. Capture the escaped prisoners and their accomplice. As Miguel's orders reverberated through the hidden corridors of the Spider Society, the atmosphere shifted from contemplation to urgency. Lyla efficiently initiated the mobilization, echoing over the intercom that stretched to every corner of the society. In the dimly lit alleys of the Spider Society, Ben silently followed Uncle Ben and Spider-Punk as they navigated through the shadows, doing their best to avoid any unwanted attention. The shadows provided a cloak for their escape, shrouding them in a veil of secrecy as they moved cautiously, conscious of the fact that they had just broken out of prison. As they walked, Spider-Punk took the opportunity to fill Uncle Ben in on the state of affairs within the Spider Society. This place has really gone down the toilet since you've been gone, he remarked with a cynical tone. Everyone just follows Miguel's orders like he's our king or something, it's insufferable. Uncle Ben scoffed at the notion. Well, you won't have to follow Miguel's orders for long, he declared, hinting at a darker plan. The air became charged with the weight of unsaid intentions, and Spider-Punk merely nodded, acknowledging the unspoken alliance. Miss me with that murderousness, Spider-Punk retorted, his tone carrying a mix of nonchalance and rebellion. I'm just here to break a pal out of prison. I'm willing to help you get to the big man himself, but after that, I'm retiring from all this nonsense. Uncle Ben accepted the terms with a nod, recognizing the pragmatism in Spider-Punk's stance. They continued through the labyrinthine alleys, their paths intertwining with rebellion and escape. Finally mustering the courage to address the questions burning in his mind, Ben attempted to speak, but before a single word could escape his lips, Lyla's voice echoed through the Spider Society over the intercom. Attention all Spider Society members! There has been a prison break. All available personnel are hereby ordered to mobilize and seek out the escaped criminals and their accomplice. As the intercom broadcasted the urgent message about the prison break and the suspects involved, the trio watched as the many screens around the Spider Society flickered to life, displaying images of each of them. Their faces broadcast for everyone to see, they became the focal point of attention for every spider person in the area. OSH*T Uncle Ben muttered as he watched all of the nearby spider people begin to fan out and search the area. As the Spider Society mobilized into a collective force, the air crackled with tension. Every spider person, fueled by the urgent broadcast, fanned out through the futuristic cityscape, their senses heightened, searching for the escaped trio. The echoing footsteps of spider people resonated, creating an air of urgency for the two escapees and their accomplice. Uncle Ben, realizing the gravity of their situation, snapped both Ben and Spider-Punk back into reality with a commanding bark, "Follow me." Without hesitation, he darted off, the others hot on his heels, weaving through the labyrinthine alleys with a focus on speed rather than stealth, as compared to before. The trio moved like the wind, their footsteps quick and purposeful. However, in their pursuit of speed, they abandoned the cautious approach that had shielded them before. Unbeknownst to them, the change in strategy eventually caught the attention of a vigilant Spider-Man in a mechanized suit, his spider-like metal legs bristling with anticipation as he caught sight of the three suspects. But before the mechanized Spider-Man could shoot for help or raise an alarm, Uncle Ben, displaying an uncanny combination of speed and precision, dashed towards him. Appearing before the Spider-Mech in half a second, the elderly Spider-Man's superpowered fist collided with the guy's midsection, breaking through the armor with ease before impacting his now unprotected stomach with a resounding force. Aiic. A choked gasp escaped the mechanical Spider-Man's open mouth, silencing any attempt to call out to his nearby allies as blood spewed from his mouth. Before he could recover, Spider-Punk materialized behind him in a burst of speed, delivering a powerful blow to the side of his head. Ugh! The mechanical Spider-Man head jerked to the side as his eyes rolled back, his body crumpling to the ground, unconscious. Ben, wide-eyed, observed the seamless coordination between Uncle Ben and Spider-Punk as they systematically neutralized the threat. A mixture of shock and admiration painted his expression as he muttered in awe, "That was so bad *SS. He still couldn't get over the fact that a version of his Uncle Ben could be so cool. Uncle Ben couldn't help but smile a bit, recalling the first time he showed his powers to his nephew, who said the exact same thing. "Quit messing around, we have to go before dash." Just as they were about to run off again, suddenly, Ben, Uncle Ben, and Spider-Punk froze in place for a moment, their spider senses going haywire. The familiar tingling at the back of their necks signaled imminent danger, causing them to instinctively look up, where they found lines of dozens of spider people appearing on the rooftops, surrounding them from all sides. In unison, each of them observed the vigilant eyes of the Spider Society, their forms silhouetted against the bright sky. The air grew tense as Uncle Ben cursed under his breath, noticing a hidden security camera, which was no doubt what gave away their location. It was pointed directly at them, and the older Spider-Man couldn't help but express his frustration. F***CKU Lyla. He raised his middle finger to the camera, emphasizing his disdain. Turned in a circle, Uncle Ben eyed all of the spider people, some of which he once worked with. He stood before them, unafraid as he spoke. "There's a bunch of new faces around here, isn't there?" Many Spider Society members looked at Uncle Ben in confusion, while others recognized him, their masked faces revealing frowns of uncertainty. Uncle Ben continued, "I just want to give you all some context before we begin. After all, it's only right that you know the reason that you died, should you decide to stay here and stand in my way." Every surrounding spider person narrowed their eyes as they heard Uncle Ben's ominous threat. Uncle Ben eyed the crowd, feeling their hostility. "For those of you that don't know me, I was once a member of this little cult. Though, I only joined for one reason, to one day kill your illustrious leader, Miguel O'Hara." A ripple of whispers passed through the Spider Society as they absorbed this revelation. Ben pressed on, "You might be asking yourselves, why does this old man want to kill such a good person like Miguel? Well, I'll be happy to tell you. The man you all follow happened to snap the necks of my innocent wife and 10-year-old nephew, Peter Parker. He killed them right in front of my eyes." Shock spread among the spider people, some gasping audibly, while others didn't believe him so easily. After all, Uncle Ben was an inmate who escaped prison. His word didn't mean much. "So before any of you decide to throw your lives away, wondering why I'm killing you," Uncle Ben declared with a cold determination, "know that it's because you stuck your noses where they didn't belong. But if you want to live, then I suggest you leave now. Miguel isn't worth your lives, I promise you that." The gravity of Uncle Ben's words hung in the air, challenging the Spider Society to confront the haunting truth that stood before them. Ben listened to all of this, conflicted by how easily this version of his uncle could talk about killing. Uncle Ben's stern gaze surveyed the Spider Society members surrounding them. He'd hoped his revelation would thin their numbers, but only a handful took a hesitant step back, reluctant to involve themselves in the brewing conflict. The majority remained resolute, their masked faces hiding any trace of uncertainty. Frowning at the insufficient retreat, Uncle Ben sighed inwardly, realizing that a direct confrontation was inevitable. Motioning for the spider people to approach, he grumbled, "Let's get this over with. I need to find your boss before he runs away again." As if a switch had been flipped, the Spider Society members leaped off the rooftops, a sea of agile bodies descending upon Uncle Ben, and Spider-Punk. The ensuing chaos unfolded with a clash of fists, kicks, and acrobatic maneuvers. The trio struggled against the relentless onslaught, facing a barrage of web attacks, electrified punches, and gravity-defying kicks. Uncle Ben's experience and Spider-Punk's punkish flair blended seamlessly, countering the Spider People's assaults. However, the sheer numbers began to take their toll, as Ben found himself dodging and weaving through the chaos, unable to counterattack. Uncle Ben, displaying a combination of strength and agility, fought with a calculated ferocity, his every move echoing the lessons of a lifetime spent mastering his powers to the very limit, preparing for the day he would get his revenge. Spider-Punk, true to his name, embraced chaos, using his erratic fighting style to disrupt the rhythm of their attackers. Amid the chaotic skirmish, Ben grappled with the conflicting emotions stirred by his uncle's earlier words. He kept looking over at old Ben, hoping he didn't actually kill anyone, and staying ready just in case he had to step in and stop him. After all, these were spider people they were fighting, not criminals. He didn't know what happened to make them side with Miguel, but he knew they didn't deserve to die. The Spider Society members, driven by loyalty and duty, fought relentlessly, unaware of the personal vendetta fueling Uncle Ben's aggression. As the battle raged on, Uncle Ben's voice cut through the tumult. "I don't want to hurt any of you, just step aside." His plea fell on deaf ears, drowned out by the cacophony of combat. "This is your last warning." The spider people pressed on, relentless in their pursuit, refusing to yield. A few more hesitated at Uncle Ben's words, caught between allegiance to the Spider Society and the moral dilemma presented by the older Spider-Man. But despite their skill and the slightly lesser numbers, the trio struggled against the tide of spider-themed combatants. Uncle Ben's frustration grew, and with a determined glint in his eyes, he intensified his efforts to break through the encircling spider people. "I warned you," he muttered as he launched forward, appearing beside a black-suited Spider-Man, who had been the most annoying to deal with so far. Stealing his emotions, Uncle Ben kicked his foot out, aiming directly at the man's knee, causing it to crack and break as it inverted in on itself. "Arg!" The black-suited Spider-Man screamed in agony as he collapsed to the floor, cradling his mangled leg. "Oh, be quiet," Uncle Ben commented as he wound his foot back and punted the poor guy across the face, knocking him unconscious. Turning back to the many other spider people, who just witnessed his cruel actions, Uncle Ben eyed them, his form imposing. "Who's next?" Meanwhile, Peter reveled in the newfound capabilities of his evolved powers, a grin stretching across his face as he molded the vibrant purple energy between his fingers. The raw strength pulsating through him made the encounter with the Silver Surfer seem like child's play. Off to the side, MJ, Gwen, Miles, and Toby, who arrived just a few seconds after Gwen and Miles, stood in awe, their eyes glued to the display of Peter's formidable abilities. Gwen, having witnessed Peter's confrontation with the Silver Surfer, couldn't help but be astounded by the vast difference in his power. Throughout Peter's experimentation with his enhanced abilities, the unspoken tension between Gwen and Miles lingered in the background. The underlying problems they both knew they needed to address loomed, but for now, the focus remained on the imminent task at hand. Satisfied after a few moments of testing, Peter walked over to the mesmerized trio. His charismatic grin softened the intensity of his earlier display as he addressed them. "Okay, let's head out. We can't leave Ben waiting for too long." With a casual wave of his hand, Peter conjured a star-shaped portal, its cosmic glow beckoning the trio to step through. Gwen and Miles exchanged a knowing glance, momentarily setting aside their unresolved issues. As they approached the portal alongside Toby, anticipation and uncertainty mingled in the air. Before following them, Peter turned to MJ and gave her a quick peck on the lips. "I'm headed out, but I should be back soon." MJ unconsciously smiled. "Stay safe," she said, wanting to go with him, but who knew what would happen if Leo woke up without both of them around, and tried to make it back for dinner. "We're making our own pizzas tonight." "Sure, you got it." Peter gave her one last kiss before following Toby, Miles, and Gwen through the portal, which closed behind them, leaving nothing but a faint afterglow in its wake. The relentless battle raged on as Uncle Ben, and Spider-Punk faced the overwhelming numbers of the Spider Society. With each passing moment, Ben felt the strain on his body intensify, wounds accumulating from the ceaseless onslaught. Despite his valiant efforts, the tide of spider-themed combatants seemed never-ending. Spider-Punk, once the perfect partner for Uncle Ben, found himself struggling in the chaotic melee. The inability to synchronize with Uncle Ben, who was now consumed by a relentless pursuit of Miguel, left Spider-Punk vulnerable to the relentless attacks from the Spider Society members. The duo's dynamic, once a dance of precision and power, now faltered under the weight of Uncle Ben's single-minded determination. Ever since Uncle Ben's brutal encounter with the black-suited Spider-Man, whose leg he snapped in half, a disturbing transformation had taken place. It was as if a switch had been flipped, unleashing a monstrous side of Uncle Ben that cared not for consequences or restraint. His focus, sharp as a blade, fixated solely on the goal of reaching Miguel. Uncle Ben's fighting style mirrored his newfound ruthlessness. Each opponent in his path was systematically dismantled, limbs twisted, and bodies battered. While he refrained from killing, as the menacing warnings he issued earlier were just a means to thin the herd of enemies while also instilling fear, that didn't mean he wouldn't maim them for getting in his way. After all, in his eyes, these heroes are protecting a child killer. And this style of ruthless fighting was certainly successful in its own way, leading many to hesitate, which created openings for Uncle Ben to exploit, leaving broken and bloodied spider people in his wake. As the skirmish unfolded, Uncle Ben assumed the role of a gladiator, his relentless attacks leaving a huge impression on everyone present. Fear rippled through the once confident society members, now questioning their decision to involve themselves with this in the face of Uncle Ben's unbridled aggression. Uncle Ben, on the verge of breaking another spider person's leg, prepared for the final, crippling blow when sudden two crimson blurs shot out of the crowd. A timely intervention, one figure kicked his foot away, altering the trajectory and saving the targeted leg, while the other delivered a powerful punch to Uncle Ben's face, sending him staggering backward. Catching his balance, Uncle Ben wiped the blood from his lip, his eyes narrowing as he recognized the newcomers. Jessica Drew, the vice leader of the Spider Society, and Ben Reilly, otherwise known as Scarlet Spider-Man. Jessica Drew, a beautiful woman, commanded attention on the chaotic battleground. Her sleek black and red spider suit accentuated her thick, yet athletic build, while yellow-tinted goggles perched on her mask framed her determined gaze. Insert picture of Jessica Drew here. Scarlet Spider-Man stood beside her in his dark red spider suit, complemented by a sleeveless, hooded blue jacket. He eyed Uncle Ben in silence, a conflicted frown marring his masked face. Insert picture of Scarlet Spider-Man here. The duo, familiar faces from his past, now stood between him and the Spider Society, their expressions determined. That's enough. Jessica Drew's stern voice cut through the chaos, her crimson costume contrasting sharply with the surrounding chaos. Uncle Ben's gaze shifted between the two, a momentary pause in his relentless pursuit. The air crackled with tension as Jessica Drew stepped forward, her eyes locked onto Uncle Ben's. We won't let you harm anyone else. Stand down, or we'll have to stop you again. Ignoring Jessica's stern warning, Uncle Ben turned to Scarlet Spider-Man, a venomous sneer on his face. Well, if it isn't the traitor. How's life been treating you since you stabbed me in the back? The bitterness in Uncle Ben's voice echoed through the chaotic battleground. Scarlet Spider-Man, standing stoically, felt the weight of Uncle Ben's accusation. The conflict on his masked face only intensified under his former teacher's harsh gaze. Back when he was still a member of the Spider Society, patiently waiting and plotting Miguel's death, Uncle Ben decided to take a sort of apprentice. And that apprentice was a younger Ben Reilly, the man who now stood before him. Driven by a misguided sense of trust, he had taken the now-named Scarlet Spider-Man under his wing, mentoring him within the ranks of the Spider Society. The older Spider-Man taught him everything he could, seeing him as a sort of surrogate son. Until one day, in a moment of vulnerability and trust, Uncle Ben shared his personal vendetta against Miguel O'Hara, the leader of the Spider Society, even going so far as to reveal intricate details of his assassination plan. But it wasn't to ask for help or try to recruit his young apprentice. No, it was to warn him to stay out of the society on a certain date, as that would be the day all hell broke loose, the day he would kill Miguel. He just didn't want to get his student wrapped up in his mess. Of course, since Miguel is still very much alive and Uncle Ben was just a prisoner not too long ago, things didn't go exactly as planned. Uncle Ben's unwavering trust proved to be his downfall. As he prepared to finally execute his well-thought-out plan, he surprisingly fell into a carefully laid trap, his hopes shattered. In the absence of Miguel, he faced capture and imprisonment, left to wonder why his grand plan had crumbled. The truth, a bitter revelation that Uncle Ben only discovered in the cold confines of captivity, when Miguel came to see him and brag, was that Scarlet Spider-Man had turned traitor. He had leaked every detail of Uncle Ben's plan to Miguel, dismantling the foundation of trust that had been painstakingly built between them. Now, Uncle Ben confronted Scarlet Spider-Man with a mix of anger and disappointment. The echoes of his past betrayal reverberated in the tense air between them. Scarlet Spider-Man, the weight of his actions hanging heavy, met Uncle Ben's accusatory gaze. The mask hid the turmoil within, a conflict that mirrored the internal struggle between loyalty and betrayal. As the battleground fell into a tense silence, Uncle Ben's voice cut through, a potent mix of disdain and frustration. You know, when you're thrown into prison, you suddenly get a lot of time to think and figure stuff out. But there's just one thing that I could never find an answer to, he says, eyeing his former student questioningly. Why? Why did you betray me? The question hung in the air as everyone paused, the battlefield descending into a frozen standstill. Scarlet Spider-Man's masked face remained stoic, deflecting Uncle Ben's probing question with a simple response. It doesn't matter now, does it? Uncle Ben frowned, a mixture of disappointment and acknowledgement in his eyes. I suppose not. What's done is done after all. Cracking his knuckles, Uncle Ben's focus shifted from emotional confrontation to physical. I hope you've been keeping up with your training because I've had nothing but time on my hands. As tension escalated, Jessica Drew attempted to defuse the situation. Surrender now, old man. We can find another way to resolve this. Not everything has to be solved with violence and murder. Uncle Ben, however, remained unmoved, ready for a showdown. Not this time, Jessica. I've come too far and waited long enough. Jessica signaled to the surrounding Spider Society members. Focus on the other two. We'll handle him ourselves, she said, gesturing to Uncle Ben. The battleground brimmed with anticipation as combatants readied for the impending clash. But just as the confrontation was about to erupt, a star-shaped portal manifested between the two factions, catching everyone off guard. Stepping through the portal, Peter, Toby, Gwen, and Miles found themselves in the midst of what appeared to be a chaotic battle based on all of the damage and injured people surrounding them. Surveying the scene, Peter mused, "Well, this saves us a lot of time," he said, spotting Ben, who was looking at him with wide, hopeful eyes. "Yo, how's it going, Ben? Did you lose a little weight? You were much rounder the last time I saw you." Completely ignoring the fact that Peter just called him fat, Ben's eyes widened with relief and joy as he rushed over, trapping Peter in a spontaneous hug. "Peter, you have no idea how happy I am to see you right now." For Ben, who had faced overwhelming odds and imprisonment up until now, Peter's arrival seemed like the answer to all his prayers, a beacon of hope to wrap all of this up so he can finally head home. The smile on Ben's face reflected newfound confidence, which confused everyone, especially the society members, as they still had the numerical advantage. Even Uncle Ben and Spider-Punk were wondering what made Ben so confident and relaxed now. Although the odds were a bit better with these reinforcements, they were still outnumbered 10-1. As the unexpected arrivals processed the situation, the battleground, once a tense arena of conflict, now brimmed with uncertainty. Frozen in place for a moment, Jessica Drew's eyes widened with fear as she recognized Peter. "I need to contact Miguel before it's too late," she thought, quickly tapping a few buttons on her watch as she tried to sneak away, ducking her head behind a crowd of nearby spider people. Ahem. Peter cleared his throat, unleashing a sliver of his newfound power, which expanded outward, dropping a veil of suffocating gravity over everyone in the area. "I didn't say anyone could leave," he said, his gaze falling on Jessica, who stopped in her tracks, unable to move her body a single inch. As the gravity-like force descended upon the battleground, a stifling weight settled over everyone present. The Spider Society members, still recovering from Uncle Ben's brutal onslaught, found themselves frozen in place, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads as fear gripped them. Peter, standing amidst the immobilized crowd, couldn't help but notice the numerous injured spider people, many of which were borderline crippled at this point, such as the man with his knee kicked inward. With a furrowed brow, he questioned, what the hell happened to these guys? The power holding everyone captive suddenly vanished as Peter retracted his energy. A collective exhale of relief echoed through the battlefield, yet not a single member dared to make a move. The unspoken understanding hung in the air, running away now would be perilous. Even Jessica Drew, contemplating a strategic retreat, hesitated, realizing a second attempt would only incur the wrath of the enigmatic man before her. She resigned herself to staying put, content that at least she had managed to send a message to Miguel through her watch. Well, Ben, who never felt an ounce of Peter's power weighing him down, tried to explain. "They tried to stop us, and Uncle Ben went a bit overboard." "Uncle Ben?" Peter muttered as he noticed the old man stood a few meters away from him. "He looks just like the Uncle Ben from Toby's universe." Speaking of Toby, just as Peter noticed Uncle Ben, so did Toby, his eyes widening in shock and disbelief as he caught sight of his uncle, the same uncle that he saw just the other day. A/N, for those that may have forgotten, Peter saved Toby's uncle so he never died. Though one thing was certainly different about this man as compared to Toby's kind-hearted uncle back home, and that was the stern, battle-hardened demeanor that surrounded him, making anyone feel hesitant to approach. Meanwhile, Peter's focus shifted from the gruff version of Uncle Ben to the injured Spider Society members. "Here, I'll fix you guys up." With a wave of his hand, he cast a mass healing spell, infused with a touch of his newly acquired purple cosmic energy. Seconds later, a large purple-colored spell circle materialized above the area, completing its formation before shining down and commencing a rapid healing process. Broken and mangled bodies were restored to pristine condition within a matter of moments, including Ben, Uncle Ben, and Spider-Punk, who were worse for wear after facing the relentless onslaught of the Spider Society. The healing spectacle left everyone, Spider Society members and Peter's allies alike, staring at him in disbelief. The realization that a Spider-Man possessed such extraordinary abilities dawned upon them, creating a moment of collective shock and confusion. Uncle Ben, caught between conflicting thoughts, couldn't discern whether Peter's arrival was a boon or a bane to his cause. On one hand, if Peter aligned with his vengeance against Miguel, the path would no doubt be much easier. On the other hand, if Peter opposed his murderous pursuit, Uncle Ben's quest for revenge could become an insurmountable challenge. With the battlefield now transformed into as everyone's injuries were completely healed, Peter stood amidst the bewildered Spider Society members, their injuries miraculously mended. An air of uncertainty lingered as Peter, fueled by a newfound authority, declared, "Everyone here is under arrest. If you have any weapons, gadgets, goobers, or doohickeys, then please place them on the floor before putting your hands above your heads." Confusion rippled through the crowd, painted on the faces of both the healed Spider Society members and Peter's allies. Gwen, breaking the silence, questioned, "Arrest? Why do we need to arrest everyone?" Meanwhile, Miles, casting a skeptical gaze toward Gwen, struggled with the remnants of betrayal in his eyes. Feeling his suspicious gaze on her, Gwen hastened to clarify, most of the Spider Society members are just like us. They're heroes who do what's right and save the day. I agree that Miguel and some of them might be up to something, but not all of them are evil. Miles's suspicion waned, yet trust remained elusive. He especially didn't like her choice of words when she said Miguel might be up to something. Whose side is she on? He wondered, hoping it would be his, but he wasn't so sure. Peter, unaffected by the internal dynamics, responded matter-of-factly, when dealing with a suspicious organization, it's best to simply detain everyone for questioning first. If they're innocent, that will come out during interrogation. The crowd of Spider Society members, now facing the prospect of being arrested, which was most certainly a first for almost every single one of them, grappled with the odd situation. Not only that, but they also struggled to comprehend what Peter meant by suspicious organization. Because in their eyes, the Spider Society wasn't anything like that. Unfazed, Peter continued, his eyes scanning the uncertain faces around him. Now, I'll give you guys a minute to turn yourselves in. After that, I'll have to get handsy with you. His tone carried a veiled threat, setting the stage for an imminent confrontation. As the seconds ticked away, the once confident members of the Spider Society found themselves caught in the unexpected crossroads. The uncertainty in the air thickened, and Peter's words lingered as a pressing challenge. As the minute elapsed, the tension in the air reached its peak. Peter watched the crowd to see what they would choose, knowing many would probably try to fight or run, but surprisingly, it wasn't the society members who were the first to run. No, it was Uncle Ben. Uncle Ben, with a stern determination in his eyes, carefully interpreted Peter's words. To him, it meant surrender, an act he was unwilling to perform. His quest for vengeance against Miguel was long overdue, and the old man refused to give up. With a resolute stride, Uncle Ben turned and sprinted away from the gathering, hoping to get away whilst Peter was dealing with the society members, who would no doubt put up at least a little bit of a fight. Peter, noticing the fleeing figure, turned to Ben with a questioning look. Wasn't that old man with you? Why is he running away? Ben, looking slightly awkward, offered an explanation. Uncle Ben wants to kill Miguel, so maybe he thought you'd get in his way. Nodding absently, Peter, with a casual snap of his fingers, conjured two portals, one below Uncle Ben's feet and the other beside himself. In an instant, Uncle Ben, mid-sprint, tumbled through the portal and came tumbling out in front of Peter, his escape thwarted without Peter having to move a single step. Peter looked down at the old man and remarked, "Stop trying to escape, old man. You'll throw out your hip or something." Uncle Ben glared defiantly, his resolve evident in his piercing gaze. Peter chuckled, finding the old man's persistence amusing. "Relax, you want Miguel dead, right? If you have a good enough reason, I might be able to make that happen. But for now, sit tight and don't get yourself hurt. Your old bones might shatter if you overdo it." Uncle Ben, seething with restrained anger, disliked the way Peter seemed to look down on him for his age. Nevertheless, he reluctantly complied, seeing a glimmer of possibility for his long-desired revenge on the horizon. As Uncle Ben lay on the ground, defeated and begrudgingly compliant, the Spider Society members seized the opportunity to escape. Scarlet Spider, Jessica Drew, and May others exchanged a quick glance, silently communicating their intent to use the multiverse-hopping watches for a swift retreat. With a collective activation of the devices, they initiated the process of summoning a portal to whisk them away from the unfolding confrontation. Peter, however, felt their actions and intentions through his senses, signaling the attempted escape. "Not you guys too, I thought I made it clear how pointless this is." His reaction was swift, his fingers snapped together for a second time, echoing through the air. Instantly, the watches on the wrists of the fleeing members vanished before their eyes, shocking them once more. Stunned, they looked up to find their once reliable devices materializing in a pile at Peter's feet, which the man himself barely bothered to even glance at. "I guess this means I'll have to get handsy, doesn't it?" Peter's voice cut through the tense atmosphere, sending a collective shiver down the spines of the Spider Society members. The realization hit them hard, they had underestimated the extent of Peter's powers. They should have just given themselves up. In an ominous display of authority, Peter stepped around the pile of watches, making his way toward the crowd of defiant society members, his bloodthirsty smile unnerving those who dared to meet his gaze. "Don't worry, I won't hurt you too bad. But even if I do break a few bones here and there, I can just heal you up afterward." The crowd swallowed nervously as Peter cracked his fingers, the anticipation of impending confrontation palpable. As he took a deliberate step toward them, disappearing in a burst of pure speed, the fear in their eyes intensified, knowing that escape was no longer an option. Peter's promise to avoid severe harm offered little comfort as he appeared before his first victim, sending a flying knee to his skull, immediately knocking him unconscious. "That's one," he muttered before moving on to the next one. A resounding gulp echoed through the crowd, a collective realization settling in. Surrendering earlier would have been a far more prudent choice. They had truly and severely F***ed up. With a chilling calmness, Peter engaged each member, incapacitating them with a combination of pure speed, which they couldn't even follow, and powerful strikes, which incapacitated them instantly. His movements were swift and precise, leaving the Spider Society members unconscious on the battlefield, one by one. Minutes later, amidst the fallen bodies, Jessica Drew stood as the sole witness to the overwhelming power displayed by the man before her. Fear etched across her face, she looked at Peter with a mixture of awe and terror. She was the only one on her side remaining, the bodies of her comrades scattered like fallen leaves. Everyone on Peter's side was stunned into silence by his show of power, especially Uncle Ben and Spider-Punk, who didn't know anything about him until now. Is he even human? Spider-Punk muttered, his eyes wide and his mouth dropped open. Finally, Peter turned his attention to Jessica, who he left alone for a reason. Hello there, he greeted her, his tone carrying a sense of nonchalance. I'd like to speak to your manager, he asked like a true Karen, barely hiding his amusement. The Spider Society headquarters loomed ahead, its towering structure casting shadows that danced across the tense faces of those approaching it. Jessica Drew, still visibly shaken after witnessing Peter's power firsthand, led the group through the entrance, her eyes darting nervously as if expecting an ambush at every turn. The Spider Society's main building, usually bustling with activity, now echoed with an eerie silence. There wasn't a person in sight, which was certainly odd, especially for those who knew how crowded it always was. Even taking into account the dozens of defeated spider people that they left behind, there should still be many more society members around, going about their day. Where is everyone? Ben asked, feeling as though he was walking through an abandoned building. Probably setting up some sort of trap, Spider-Punk replied, his demeanor rather calm for the tense situation. Peter couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, his eyes glancing to the side, where the omnipresent surveillance cameras tracked their every move, following the group like vigilant sentinels. Noticing Peter's gaze, Uncle Ben spoke up, his voice a low growl. That holographic bitch is watching, he said, almost in disgust. Miguel must know we're coming. Peter, unfazed, shrugged off the revelation. Doesn't matter if he knows or not, he replied nonchalantly. Turning to Uncle Ben, he raised an inquisitive brow. So, why do you want to kill Miguel again? Uncle Ben's face tightened with a mix of pain and determination as he explained the same story he told Ben back in their cell. Peter's eyes narrowed with understanding. The severity of Miguel's actions in this universe seemed a bit more drastic than he remembered. He's a bit more hardcore here, huh? I don't remember him killing women and children in the movies. Uncle Ben's jaw tensed as he finished recounting the grim details of his past. He's a ruthless murderer and he needs to be stopped permanently. Silently, Peter delved into Uncle Ben's mind, a subtle probe to validate the truth behind his words. The memories unfolded, painting a dark picture of Miguel's brutality. Peter frowned, the weight of Uncle Ben's vendetta becoming apparent. After the brief telepathic inspection, Peter broke the silence. All right, I get it. I'll leave Miguel for you to handle. Decide how you want to deal with him. He shrugged uncaringly. Kill M, don't kill M. I don't mind either way. Uncle Ben's eyes gleamed with a mixture of gratitude and triumph. This was his moment, the chance he had sought across countless universes. Thank you, Peter. You have no idea how long I've been waiting for this. The group continued deeper into the Spider Society's main building, an unnerving stillness enveloping the surroundings. Jessica Drew led the way, her nervous glances betraying an underlying tension that resonated through the corridor, solidifying the fact that they were most likely walking into a trap. Peter, indifferent to the potential threat, moved forward with a sense of unwavering confidence. In his mind, power trumped any potential traps or obstacles. The very idea of Miguel O'Hara as an opponent seemed almost laughable to him, which is why he didn't mind allowing Uncle Ben the chance to fight him instead. As they ventured further, the group entered a large, dark room, the door ceiling shut behind them with an ominous thud. Panic gripped Ben, Miles, and Gwen, their futile attempts to break down the reinforced door leaving only faint dents. Ignoring their efforts, Peter's attention focused on a large screen which brightened as soon as the door closed, displaying Miguel O'Hara's smirking face. Miguel's voice echoed through the room, exuding confidence and a hint of arrogance. Hello, Peter, and welcome to the Spider Society? How do you like the place so far? Impressive, right? Peter replied with casual indifference. Meh, it's all right. Your minions are rather weak, though. Jessica felt a twinge of frustration, knowing that Peter spoke the truth. But compared to him, just about anyone would be seen as feeble, let alone the Spider Society. Miguel, undeterred, nodded in acknowledgement. Yeah, well, we can't all be like you, he said, his tone turning almost jealous for a moment before returning back to normal. You know, there was a time when I thought about recruiting you, but sadly, I ended up chickening out. Looking back, I probably should have given it a shot. You would have made a great addition to the team. Yeah, no thanks. Interrupting Miguel's monologue, Peter retorted, is this all? You're acting like a third-rate villain, and you don't even have the balls to show up in person. I'm starting to get bored here. Either say something that matters or I'm moving on. I promised my wife that I'd be back by dinner time. Miguel's expression shifted. Speaking of your family, are you sure they're safe without you home? Maybe you should worry more about Dash. Before Miguel could finish, Peter used his telekinesis to obliterate the screen, reducing it to a compacted cube in a matter of half a second. So annoying. If you just want to stall for time, then at least make it entertaining. Continuing his stride, Peter grumbled in annoyance as he approached another sealed door at the opposite end of the room. Miles, uneasy about the mention of Peter's family, spoke up. Hey, what about your family? It sounded like he was planning something. Should we go back and check on them? Peter, reaching the sealed door, turned back to the group, dismissing their concerns. Nah, he's just doing the usual weak villain stuff, trying to distract us and buy time for himself. Besides, even if my family was in danger, I have fail-safes in place to protect them. And he isn't nearly strong enough to get past those. especially not his most recent failsafe, Galactus. With a nonchalant touch, Peter shattered the sealed metal door, reducing it to fragments that scattered on the floor, revealing another room with a swirling portal on the other side. From it, a massive green figure tumbled out, crashing onto the floor. The impact resonated through the room, and the group watched in bewilderment as the hulking figure began to rise, the portal snapping itself shut behind him. Miles muttered, "What the hell is that?" Peter, however, immediately recognized the fallen figure. He answered, "That would be the Hulk." "What the hell's a Hulk?" Miles asked, voicing everyone's thoughts. Ignoring Miles for a moment, Peter approached the confused Hulk, undoubtedly kidnapped from its universe by Miguel as a means to combat him. "Hey there, big guy." Peter attempted to speak to the Hulk, but the behemoth showed neither recognition nor patience for explanations. Before Peter could say more than 4 words, the Hulk bellowed, "Hulk smash!" Peter. The group behind Peter yelled in concern, fearing for his life as 2 colossal, green fists descended upon him. But to their astonishment, Peter effortlessly caught both of the Hulk's fists with his hands, looking up at the surprised giant. "Well, I gave you a chance," Peter said, his figure disappearing, only to reappear seated on the Hulk's shoulder. Placing a hand on the Hulk's head, he continued, "Why don't you take a nap for now? I'll send you home later." As Peter spoke, his hand emitted a soft purple glow, which flowed into the Hulk's head. Within moments, the Hulk began to sway on his feet, eyes closing as he collapsed onto the metal floor, unconscious. The group stared in awe, their apprehension replaced with a newfound respect for Peter's seemingly limitless abilities. Miles, still processing the events, finally asked, "Did you just put him to sleep?" Peter shrugged and replied nonchalantly, "Yeah, now let's go." Who knows what else Miguel plans to summon? Watching from the concealed confines of his lair, Miguel frowned as Peter effortlessly defeated the Hulk. He had hoped that the battle would wear Peter down at least a tiny bit, but it seemed his expectations were far from met. Peter dispatched the green giant in a matter of seconds, rendering many of Miguel's other intricate plans useless as well. Sighing to himself, Miguel realized he had to abandon several contingencies. The ease with which Peter handled the Hulk forced him to re-evaluate his strategy. Contemplating his next move, he acknowledged the necessity of taking risks and adapting to the unforeseen circumstances. Summoning Lyla, Miguel ordered, "Contact your Plan Z and tell him that a portal will be opened if he agrees to deal with Peter for us." Initially, he was against using this contingency plan, which Lyla masterminded, but he didn't really have a choice anymore. Peter was far stronger than he realized, leaving him with no other path to follow. Lyla, standing behind Miguel in her holographic form, smirked evilly, her image briefly stuttering before returning to normal. "I'll contact him immediately," she responded before vanishing, leaving Miguel to sit in silence, watching as Peter sped past all of his meticulously crafted failsafes, inching closer and closer to his hiding spot. Elsewhere, in a vast, pitch-black expanse, Lyla projected her holographic form. The darkness receded as her image brightened the surroundings ever so slightly. Standing before her was a tall, ghastly white man with glowing red eyes. He wore black armor adorned with a crimson symbol on its chest. At his side, a wine-red sword wriggled and moved, seemingly alive. Insert picture of Null here. This mysterious figure, known only as Plan Z, regarded Lyla with an air of anticipation as the holographic entity spoke. "It's done. He agreed to open a portal for you." Null's eyes glowed brighter, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he accepted the new terms. "Good," Plan Z responded in a deep, resonant voice. "Open the portal and I'll do as Centurion asked," he said, gesturing with his hand for her to hurry, which rolled up his sleeve ever so slightly, revealing the image of a laughing skull tattoo on the back of his hand. The same tattoo that Peter received from Death. Lyla nodded, her holographic form maintaining a wicked grin. With a flicker, she transmitted a message back to Miguel, who would be the one to open the portal. Back at the Spider Society headquarters, the group, unaware of Miguel's plans, or Lyla's for that matter, followed Peter like useless ducklings, watching as he easily thwarted everything that Miguel threw at them. From portals which deposited strong enemies, like the Hulk, to mundane technological traps, nothing seemed to work, until finally, they arrived at Miguel's lair. The Spider Society members stood before the sealed and heavily reinforced metal doors. Jessica drew hesitantly, gesturing towards them. "Miguel should be inside," she stated, her voice laden with uncertainty. Ever since their encounter with the Hulk, Jessica had resigned herself to the seemingly inevitable outcome. Watching Peter effortlessly dismantle every trap, she realized this was all futile. As they approached Miguel's lair, she couldn't shake the feeling that surrendering from the start might have been the wiser choice. Miles broke the tense silence, asking, "You don't think that he'll just open it for us, do you?" The group, in unison, shook their heads, acknowledging the improbability of Miguel willingly allowing their entry. Peter, without a word, approached the door, ready to use his powers to break it like the obstacles before. However, just before his hand could touch the door, it parted on its own, opening with an eerie hiss. Confusion and questioning looks spread across the group, especially Jessica, who couldn't fathom why Miguel would invite Peter in so easily. "Yup, this definitely isn't a trap," Ben muttered, sarcasm dripping from his voice. Entering casually, Peter saw Miguel seated at his computer, legs crossed, exuding confidence. As Peter approached, Miguel held up his hand, saying, "Oh, not so fast." Lights flared on both sides of him, revealing Spider-Pig, Spider-Man Noir, Andrew, and Peony, all restrained in energy cages. Peter. The captured group called out to Peter and the others, relief evident on their faces. Yo. Peter waved nonchalantly, expecting this after hearing that Miguel went out of his way to recruit them. He even tried contacting them shortly after picking up Miles and Toby from their universes, but sadly, none of them responded. Probably because they were already captured. However, unlike Peter, the others, particularly Miles, Ben, Gwen, and Toby, were alarmed at the sight of their friends in captivity. Spider-Punk, too, was taken aback, appalled by their leader's actions. So, we're kidnapping our own now, are we? He asked, though Miguel didn't respond, his eyes trained on the biggest threat in the room, Peter. On the contrary, Uncle Ben's focus remained fixed on Miguel, his intent clear. He was ready to pounce and execute his vendetta at any moment. Miguel continued, a touch of remorse in his voice. Sadly, you've forced me to use my own society members as bargaining chips. I really didn't want to do this, you know? You should have just left us alone, just how I've left you alone until now. Peter shrugged, seemingly unaffected by this threat. I tend to get in every bad guy's way sooner or later, it's just what I do. What can I say? I have a gift. He said as his eyes narrowed all of the sudden. But you should really release them now while you still can. Because if I have to do it myself, then things won't be pretty, I can promise you that. Miles' frustration boiled over as he joined Peter, demanding the release of his captured friends. Yeah, let them go, or else. Miguel, with a condescending smile, turned to Miles. Be quiet, kid. The grown UPS are talking. Undeterred, Miles refused to back down, energy crackling around his body, making him appear dangerously charged. Release them now. Sighing, Miguel turned back to Miles, a tone of annoyance in his voice. You're lucky to even be alive right now. I usually kill anomalies like you, so take my kindness and shut your mouth. Miles raised a brow, his curiosity getting the better of him. Anomaly? What's that supposed to mean? Uncle Ben, unable to contain himself any longer, stepped forward, ready to intervene. Enough talk. Let dash. Before Uncle Ben could proceed, Peter reached out, resting a hand on his shoulder, signaling him to hold back. Wait, let's hear what he has to say first, Peter suggested, turning back to Miguel. Explain. Of course, Peter already knew what Miguel was going to say since he's seen the movie, but he can't just say it without any proof. This was the perfect opportunity for Miles to learn the truth. Miguel, with a hint of resignation, began to explain, knowing it would buy him some more time. It's not that complicated. The kid isn't even supposed to have powers. When Kingpin was punching holes in the multiverse, the spider traveled over and eventually bit him. Of course, that means he technically stole his powers from another Spider-Man. Miguel continued. And whoever that poor guy might be, he's one unlucky B*****. Because I can't imagine having the bad luck we're destined with and not getting the powers to compensate for it. So, yeah, you're an anomaly, something that we here at the Spider Society usually kill or imprison. Miles, absorbing this unexpected revelation, looked down at his hands, contemplating the weight of the information. The idea that he may have inadvertently stolen powers meant for another Spider-Man played in his mind. Peter, sensing Miles' emotional turmoil, walked over and whacked him on the back of the head. Miles jumped a bit, rubbing the back of his head in surprise. What was that for? Miles demanded, shooting a glare at Peter. Peter shrugged, nonchalant as ever. Because I felt like it. Now, stop wallowing around for no reason. We don't even know if he's telling the truth. And even if he is, we can find where the spider came from and fix this. Stop worrying so much. Miles' shoulders relaxed as he half-heartedly smiled, grateful for Peter's straightforward advice. You're right, thanks, he muttered, realizing that, perhaps, the solution wasn't as complicated as he initially thought. Turning back to Miguel, Peter nodded his head. Thanks for the info, he said, surprising him. Enemies though they may be, Peter's straightforward nature caught Miguel off guard. Because you were so nice as to have us that tidbit of information, I'll give you one chance, Peter stated, his tone unwavering. Hand over our friends willingly, and you get to fight Uncle Ben here. He gestured to the old man beside him. If you win, I'll spare your life. But if you don't, and you resist, well, I'll ensure you don't live to regret it. Uncle Ben looked at Peter, unhappy with the possibility of Miguel surviving. Though technically, Peter was still giving him the opportunity to get his revenge, so he didn't voice any complaints. Miguel, actually pondering the offer for a moment, eventually shook his head. I'm sorry, but I've come too far to stop now. Giving up now would mean destroying everything I've built. I can't allow that to happen. There's still a lot of work to be done. Peter sighed, realizing that negotiations weren't going to be as smooth as he hoped. I see. Miguel countered with an offer of his own. You should surrender. And I promise if you do, then no harm will come to your friends. As he says this, the cages crackle with energy, electrocuting the captives inside. Awake. The captives screamed in pain, an unknown number of volts surging through their bodies. Miguel continued. However, if you resist, the energy cages will fully activate, incinerating your friends one by one. What friends? Peter asked, feigning innocence. Miguel shot Peter a look of disbelief, thinking he was being played with. But after a moment of thought, he realized that the screaming had stopped. Suddenly, a look of grim realization appeared on his face. He couldn't have. turning to the now empty cages where his captives had vanished. Panic struck Miguel as he realized they were no longer there. How? I specifically made those cages to block portals. How did you dash? Miguel froze mid-sentence, witnessing Spider-Pig, Noir, Andrew, and Peony appear beside Peter as if they'd been teleported. Peter, with a casual demeanor, explained, although I tend to rely a lot on portals, since they're so useful, that doesn't mean they're the only power I have. I've got a bunch of new powers recently as well. The newly freed captives collapsed on the floor from the aftershock of their electrocution before celebrating their release with relieved smiles on their faces. Peter, you have no idea how good it is to see you. Spider-Pig began to cry animatedly as he wrapped his entire body around Peter's leg, refusing to let go. Miguel seethed with frustration, realizing that once again, Peter had thwarted his plans. Plan Z, the last resort he never wanted to resort to, now seemed like his only option. Sighing heavily, Miguel reluctantly spoke, I really didn't want to do this. Miles, puzzled, asked, do what? Without bothering to reply, Miguel called out, Lyla. Moments later, the holographic AI appeared behind him, eyes sharply focused on Peter and his group. Yes? Lyla asked, expectantly. Miguel, with a heavy heart, ordered, open the portal and initiate Plan Z. As she received the command, Peter raised a questioning brow, noticing a hint of a cruel smile on Lila's holographic face, which soon began to flicker as if she were glitching, a detail he didn't remember from the movies. What's that about? He wondered. The room was filled with the hum of energy as Lyla followed Miguel's orders, opening a portal in the middle of the room. Within seconds, a tall man with ghostly white skin and red glowing eyes emerged. In his hand, he wielded a red sword that wriggled as if it were alive. Peter's thoughts raced as he immediately recognized the ominous figure. Holy sh*T, is that Null? Indeed, it was. The foreboding presence of Null, the eldritch god of darkness and the creator of the symbiotes, brought an unsettling tension to the room. I haven't breathed such fresh, untainted air in millennia. He took a breath, his nose wrinkling in disgust. I'll have to fix that. As he stepped into the space, a sea of black sludge-like liquid followed, spreading across the floor like an ominous tide. Peter's eyes widened as he saw this. Null, the god of the symbiotes, didn't seem to come alone. No, he brought an army with him. sh*T, that's not good. As Null emerged from the portal, a wave of symbiote slime followed closely behind, spreading across the floor like a dark tide. Miguel, with a sense of urgency, gestured toward Peter, directing Null's attention. It's him you need to kill. Once you do, I'll uphold my end of the deal and open a portal to any universe you desire. Null, the eldritch god of darkness, turned his imposing gaze towards Peter, his presence exuding an otherworldly malevolence. You, Null rumbled, his voice sending shivers down Miguel's spine. Yo. Peter waved casually, his demeanor the complete opposite of Miguel, who seemed like he would sh*T himself should Null take a single step in his direction. Miguel, nervously trying to maintain his composure, insisted, deal's a deal. Kill him, and you get what you want. However, Null's gaze shifted away from Peter, as if the Spider-Man before him were inconsequential, and turned to Miguel, staring at him as if he were a speck of dust. Confused and alarmed, Miguel couldn't fathom why Null was gazing at him like this. After all, he was the one to summon the god and set up the deal in the first place. Deal? It's not you I've made a deal with, little bug, Null declared, his attention drawn elsewhere, turning back to Peter, who raised a curious brow. Oh, I can feel the drama unfolding, Peter thought as he started to enjoy this whole situation, and wondered whether he should summon some popcorn for himself to enjoy the show. Miguel, staring at Null's back, was perplexed. He had contacted Null through Lyla, his AI, and brought him here, so who else could he have possibly made a deal with? What the f***ck is going on? Miguel thought, truly perplexed. As Null ignored him completely, Miguel worked up the courage to walk forward, reaching out to grab Null's shoulder, attempting to regain his attention. Hey, wait a minute? You may have met with Lyla, but I'm her boss. Before Miguel could finish his sentence, his hand only inches away from Null's shoulder. Suddenly, the black sludge on the floor moved with a surprising burst of speed, forming a blade that sliced through Miguel's arm. The severed limb fell to the ground, blood gushing from the wound. Miguel, wide-eyed and in pain, stumbled backward, cradling his injured arm. The symbiote goo formed a protective barrier around Null, preventing any blood from reaching their god. Uncle Ben, standing beside Peter, watched Miguel's severed arm fly from his body and hit the floor with a satisfied grin. Though he yearned to be the one inflicting the pain, witnessing Miguel's suffering brought a sense of great gratification. Null turned to eye Miguel with indifference before addressing Lyla, who stood to the side, smiling viciously as she watched the entire exchange. Does this one not know who your real master is? Lyla replied coldly, no, Master Centurion wouldn't allow me to reveal anything until now. Miguel, still reeling from the unexpected attack, screamed in agony as he struggled to comprehend the situation. The pain in his severed arm was excruciating, and the revelation that Null had a different master left him bewildered and vulnerable. Peter observed the chaos unfolding with a mix of amusement and surprise. Amusement because Miguel, in his desperation, had not only summoned an eldritch god but was now reaping the consequences of a deal gone wrong. His surprise, however, stemmed from the unexpected revelation that Lyla, one of the main founders of the Spider Society and Miguel's trusted companion, betrayed him as well. This was not in the movie, Peter thought. though he began to realize that it made sense. Lyla was the AI that pretty much ran the entire society, so it wasn't hard to believe that she was the one behind everything. She must have been manipulating them from the background under her real master's orders. Speaking of her master, the name Centurion triggered a flicker of recognition in Peter's mind as he recalled the leaders of the Council of Kangs. Immortus, Ramatat, and lastly Centurion. It seemed Lyla had some dark connections, either corrupted or planted by Centurion himself. The details mattered less to Peter than the realization that she had never truly been on Miguel's side, at least not for a long time. Meanwhile, Miguel, facing betrayal from both Null and Lyla, turned to the AI with a look of pure disbelief. She had been his confidant, his ally, and now, she had cast aside their trust. Miguel muttered, "This is a joke, right?" His eyes never left Lyla, who scoffed dismissively. Seeing her reaction, reality hit him as he questioned, "Why?" Lyla, seemingly annoyed, retorted, "God, you're so pathetic. I don't know what I ever saw in you." Her disdain cut through Miguel's already wounded pride. But Lyla wasn't done. "You're nothing like Master Centurion? He's so strong, smart, and handsome." A fanatical glint appeared in her holographic features, surprising Miguel with her sudden shift in allegiance. Putting the pieces together, Miguel realized that this Centurion person must have hacked and corrupted Lyla, turning her against him. The betrayal stung deeper as he grappled with the fact that his most trusted ally had become an instrument of his downfall. Ignoring Miguel once again, Null turned to Lyla, questioning, "He's the one Centurion wants, right?" He gestured to Peter, not taking him seriously at all. Lyla nodded, her cold response dripping with malice. "Yes, Master wants him alive, though he never said anything about him staying in one piece, so feel free to injure or maim him however you please." A malicious smile crept across Null's visage as he turned back to Peter, sword in hand and an army of symbiotes at his feet. In the face of Null's imposing presence, Peter's casual demeanor contrasted sharply with the fear gripping everyone else in the room. Shivers ran down their spines as they beheld the Eldritch God's power, invoking a primal fear that paralyzed them. The Spider Gang couldn't help but shrink away from the Dark God's imposing stare, inching closer to Peter in fear for their lives. After all, they were just normal spider people. They weren't built for fighting these types of universes-ending entities. Ignoring Null for the moment, Peter focused on Lyla, realizing the impending confrontation with the Council of Kangs demanded her capture for crucial information. And if he wasn't quick about it, then she would most likely run away during his battle with Null, which would annoy him to no end. Contemplating how to apprehend an AI, Peter's gaze fell upon a formidable-looking supercomputer set up at the back of the room. A sly grin played on his lips as he pondered a plan. That might just work, he thought, eyeing the computer. As Null grew more furious with Peter's disregard for his presence, he prepared to voice his displeasure. But before a word could escape his lips, Peter vanished from view, leaving everyone in the room bewildered. Null, however, quickly spotted him, sitting nonchalantly in Miguel's computer chair, fingers dancing across the keyboard at lightning speed. The disrespect and disregard for his presence was beginning to the Dark God's pride. Although his pride and ego were being challenged, Null's curious about Peter's actions kept him quiet for a moment, observing his target's actions with growing interest. Soon, the others in the room followed Null's gaze, only to find Peter there as well. As Lyla saw what he was doing, panic and fear reflected in her eyes. Desperate, she screamed, "Stop. Don't touch that." But sadly, for her, it was far too late. With a casual tap of his finger on the enter key, Lyla's holographic form flickered as she screamed, "Aarg." As her ear-piercing banshee scream filled the room, suddenly, her form completely vanished completely. What did you do?" Miguel asked, a worried look on his face. Lyla may have betrayed him, but he was still hopeful of fixing her somehow. Ignoring Miguel, Peter smirked as a locked file icon titled Lyla appeared on the computer's main screen. Without missing a beat, Peter extracted a hard drive from his storage necklace, plugged it in and transferred the file before stowed it away once again. He now held Lyla captive, ready to extract the truth later. Shock and disbelief painted the faces of those witnessing the scene, but Uncle Ben, wearing a madman's smirk, reveled in Lyla's swift capture. He had always hated Lyla. It was like he could sense her bad intentions, which always seemed to rub him the wrong way. Standing up, Peter turned to Null, who eyed him with a small bit of newfound caution. "Why don't we find a nice secluded place to fight? After all, I don't want to destroy this entire planet a few seconds into our fight," Peter suggested, though it sounded more like a demand. Null was on the verge of refusal, but Peter waved his hand, conjuring a massive portal beneath Null, swallowing him and his symbiote army. Null's eyes widened as he fell through the portal, but before he could try to escape, it snapped shut behind him. Before following after Null, Peter tapped a button on the computer, which swiftly sealed off the entrance portal Null had arrived through, cutting off the rest of the symbiotes. Turning to Uncle Ben, Peter delegated the aftermath of Miguel's fate, saying, "I'll leave what's left of Miguel to you." With that, he vanished, teleporting away, leaving Uncle Ben to relish the opportunity for revenge as a wicked smirk adorned his face. On a desolate planet far from the Spider Society and its home planet, Null fell through a portal, which snapped shut behind him. He landed with an air of fury, his loyal symbiotes writhing in subservience beneath him. Dark power emanated from him, even causing hesitation among his devoted followers. The barren landscape echoed with the weight of his presence, the planet shaking with his anger. Just as Null prepared to unleash his wrath, Peter appeared before him, teleporting over instead of using a portal. A casual wave and a simple yo he greeted the Eldritch God, who stared at the unexpected Spider-Man with bewilderment. The audacity of addressing him so casually left Null speechless, his anger momentarily forgotten. Peter, ever the wisecracker, broke the silence. So, what did the Council of Kongs promise you? Must have been something enticing for someone of your power level to come all the way here. Confusion etched across Null's face, unaccustomed to such casual dialogue from his enemies. Usually, his enemies would either be serious heroes of justice, who took everything seriously and strived for his death, or they were cowering buffoons, kneeling at his feet, begging him to spare their insignificant lives. Peter, undeterred, raised a brow and continued, "What? Can't tell me? It's not like it matters. One of us will probably be dead by the end of this." "Well, you'll be dead, but I'm sure you don't believe that, at least not yet." Scoffing at Peter's boldness, Null replied, "You think you can kill me? All right, draw my blood, and I'll gladly tell you all you want to know." Of course, Null knew that accomplishing such a feat was far beyond what Peter was capable of. After all, he was a god who slaughtered and feasted on the flesh of celestial beings. How could a mere mortal cause him to bleed? Say less. With a smirk, Peter accepted the challenge and vanished in a blur of pure speed, bypassing Null's army effortlessly. He reappeared before the Dark God, a silver dagger materializing in his hand, thanks to one of the many abilities he's stolen from the deceased Silver Surfer. Null, anticipating the attack, raised his hand to catch the dagger, a disappointed look on his face. He expected at least a little bit more from this opponent, especially after all of his big talk up until now. However, just as Null's fingertips touched the dagger, Peter vanished again, leaving the Eldritch God puzzled. Untraceable and undetectable, Peter seemed to disappear completely this time, leaving his opponent bewildered before a moment before his eyes widened. Reappearing behind Null with the same dagger, Peter smirked, "Oops." As the silver blade pierced Null's back, digging into his lungs, blood spilled from his mouth, a rare sight for a being such as himself. The audacious Spider-Man had managed the impossible, leaving Null stunned with blood dripping from his back and mouth. The Dark God, coughing up blood, turned to see Peter calmly holding the dagger. With a wicked grin, Peter remarked, "Well, looks like I made you bleed. Now, spill the beans." The once confident Null, now wounded and humbled, struggled to comprehend the situation. "Impossible," he muttered, his arrogance shattered. Null, his pride wounded and fury consuming him, spun around with an enraged roar. The dagger ripped out of his body as he swung his sword, aiming for Peter's neck. However, the nimble Spider-Man vanished once again, leaving Null swinging his sword through empty space. Boom! Null overswung his swords, which impacted the ground below, causing the planet to split and crack upon impact. Appearing, once again, across from Null and his small army of goo, Peter twirled the bloody dagger between his fingers with a cocky grin. "How rude," he commented, savoring the moment. Null watched Peter with an infuriated, raging look on his face. His wounds may have healed, thanks to his strong healing factor, but the humiliation lingered, causing his head to ache. The audacity of this man was testing the limits of Null's patience. Peter, undeterred, asked, "Are you planning to go against your word or what? Just tell me already." Nothing but rage fueling his entire existence, Null reluctantly replied, "Fine." Seeing him agree, Peter smirked, surprised that such an evil being like Null would actually keep his word. "Good, now, what was your deal with the Council of Kongs?" Null frowned as he answered, "You could say that the Council and I are working towards a similar goal, but you got in their way, so they called in a truce with me. Truthfully, we won't be working together for much longer." "Right," Peter muttered as he asked. "And what did they promise you for your assistance?" "Not much," Null replied, his voice gruff and annoyed from having to explain himself. "They opened a portal that freed me from the abyss, which wasn't very smart of them. After all, I'm technically a competitor of theirs. Though if I know the Kongs well enough, then they most likely have many plans to dispose of me." Peter nodded his head, a contemplative look on his face. "I see." But before he could truly take in and process Null's answers, the evil god rushed forward, his sword in hand, unleashing a torrent of dark energy. "Enough talk," Null shouted, his mind and body the picture of a frenzied maniac. "It's time for you to die now." The fight continued, each clash of their weapons destroying the barren surroundings. Null and Peter seemed to be testing the waters, probing each other's powers and abilities before going all out against one another. Peter, dodging and weaving with unmatched agility, taunted, "Come on, you're not even trying. What? Are you anemic or something? Is that why you're so pale?" Null, seething with anger, unleashed a barrage of symbiote tendrils from the small army that followed his every move, aiming to ensnare his opponent. However, Peter knew the symbiote's weakness and had no problem exploiting it. Asterisk clap? Asterisk clapping his hands together with a resounding force, the air around them on impact as the sound traveled outward, carrying toward Null and his symbiotes. Of course, Null was fine as it was just a little sound to him. Nothing to worry about, but the same couldn't be said for his followers. The symbiotes, who were in the middle of attacking Peter, suddenly froze before wriggling in pain, their bodies pooling to the floor, no longer under control. Realizing how annoying the symbiotes will be if he doesn't take care of them now, Peter's mind swiftly formulated a plan, recalling the other weakness of ghoul-like beings before him. Instantly, his eyes gleamed with an intense red hue before searing laser beams shot forth, targeting the pooled, defenseless symbiotes writhing on the ground. Screech, the symbiotes screeched in pain as the heat dug into their bodies. Knowing that Null won't stand by and watch his fillers die for long, Peter decided to speed things up a bit. Fueling his heat vision with his connection to the Phoenix Force, his eyes brightened into a piping hot orange as the flames quickly engulfed the symbiotic creatures. The flames spread like wildfire, swiftly consuming the symbiote army in a blaze that left nothing but ashes in its wake. The air crackled with heat as Null, infuriated, witnessed his loyal followers meeting a fiery, swift demise. Their pain screams echoed in the barren landscape, their agony reverberating through their shared hive-like bond. The audacity of Peter's swift and merciless action left Null seething with rage, his eyes narrowing in fury as he watched the remnants of his symbiotic army vanish in the flames. Although he didn't generally care for the lives of his followers, having them killed before him like that was just unacceptable. Amidst the fiery spectacle, Peter stood undeterred, his expression unyielding. He knew time was of the essence, and with the symbiotes reduced to ashes, he turned his attention back to the Eldritch God. "Looks like your lackeys couldn't handle the heat," Peter taunted, a smirk playing on his lips. Null, his eyes burning with a vengeful fire, roared, "You'll pay for this disrespect." His sword swung with renewed vigor, the dark energy emanating from it pulsating with unrestrained anger. Peter, nimble and fast, went in the defensive, avoiding Null's chaotic bombardment. Why so serious? It was just a little heat. I mean, who knew they would all get incinerated? Don't take it too personally, he continued taunting, his voice cutting through the tension. The fight raged on, the planet trembling beneath the force of their collisions. The Dark God's frustration grew with every word that left his opponent's mouth, evident in his eyes that burned with an otherworldly rage. He swung his sword with relentless force, aiming to bisect Peter with every attack. In a brief moment of respite, Peter quipped, "You know, for an evil, Eldritch God, you're a pretty nice guy. After all, I never thought you would get so angry after seeing their minions get slaughtered like weak little vermin." Null, fueled by pure wrath, unleashed a wave of darkness that surged towards his talkative enemy. Peter, however, anticipated the attack and swiftly countered with his own purple energy, which cancelled each other out, leaving Null seething in frustration. Taking a few breaths as the battle came to a brief pause, Null decided to start using his head and control his anger, as his berserker strategy wasn't working out. Disappearing in a burst of speed, Null attempted to outwit Peter by feigning a sword swing before launching a surprise punch to his face, which carried all of his anger and resentment from all of his opponent's annoying taunts. Peter, usually nimble and quick, noticed something on Null's hand that made him hesitate for a split second. A tattoo of a laughing skull. Wait a minute. Is that dash? Peter began to mutter, his mind racing to make sense of the familiar symbol. However, before he could finish his sentence, Null's deceptive fist connected with his face. The impact sent Peter hurtling backward, crashing into a large hill. The ground trembled as dust billowed into the air, shrouding the aftermath of the unexpected blow. Meanwhile, back at the Spider Society, finally left alone with his most hated enemy, Uncle Ben stepped forward, eyeing his armless opponent with a bloodthirsty look on his face. This was his moment, the moment he could finally avenge his family. "Peter, I won't let him get away with it anymore." As he stood before Miguel, Uncle Ben said, "Get up." His voice held a menacing, commanding edge. Uncle Ben, fueled by years of resentment and the burning desire for vengeance, loomed over the fallen and armless Miguel. "Get up," he commanded with a menacing edge, his eyes fixed on the target of his wrath. Before Miguel could muster a response or attempt to rise, several of the spider people behind Uncle Ben began to voice their concerns. Gwen, in particular, spoke up, "Maybe we should just capture Miguel? After all, he's already crippled, and we have the numerical advantage. We don't need to sit by and watch as that old man kills him." The surrounding spider people, including Spider-Man Noir, Spider-Pig, Miles, Jessica Drew, Peony, Toby, Andrew, and Ben, couldn't help but nod in agreement with Gwen's proposal. Even Miles, who didn't really trust Gwen at the moment, spoke up in agreement. "Yeah, besides, I need him to give me information about my dad's death." Although Peter already offered his help, which lessened Miles' fear for his canon event by a lot, he still wanted to know what exactly was going on. Uncle Ben, however, wasn't swayed by their suggestions. He turned briefly toward the group, dismissing their opinions with a hard stare. "Peter left him to me, so shut your mouths. Your opinions mean nothing." Conflicted expressions emerged among the spider people. While they didn't want to go against Peter's decision, they also recognized the potential consequences of Uncle Ben's relentless pursuit of vengeance. Despite their loyalty to Peter, the moral dilemma weighed heavily on their minds. Ignoring the group's conflicting sentiments, Uncle Ben focused solely on Miguel, who remained shocked and almost motionless on the floor. Seeing that Miguel hadn't complied with his command, Uncle Ben muttered, "Well, you had your chance." With purposeful strides, Uncle Ben approached the fallen Miguel. Without hesitation, he delivered a powerful punt to Miguel's shocked face, propelling him across the room. Miguel crashed into a nearby metal wall, the impact leaving a dent and bending the metal upon contact. The room echoed with the sound of the brutal impact, emphasizing the severity of Uncle Ben's wrath. Miguel, now slightly more battered and disoriented, struggled to comprehend the swift and brutal turn of events. The betrayal of Null was expected, but the revelation of Lyla's manipulation had left him in a state of shock. Uncle Ben, undeterred by Miguel's state, glared at the fallen foe with unrelenting fury. The old man's resolve to exact revenge seemed unyielding, and the spider people could only watch as the consequences of Peter's decision unfolded in a violent and unforgiving manner. With an unyielding fury, Uncle Ben walked over and grabbed Miguel by the neck, lifting him off the ground. A sinister satisfaction gleamed in his old eyes as he unleashed a barrage of punches to Miguel's face, each strike resonating with brutal force. Miguel, still trapped in a state of shock, endured the merciless beating. The repeated blows echoed through the room, creating a dissonance of pain and brutality. Uncle Ben, driven by an insatiable need for retribution, seemed to revel in each strike, determined to make Miguel suffer for all that he's done. As the relentless assault continued, a cruel smile formed on Uncle Ben's face. Finally awake, the beating, surprisingly, snapped Miguel out of his stupor, his eyes regaining a bit of clarity to them. Uncle Ben, pleased by this development, wanted Miguel to be fully aware of the impending torture. The shock in Miguel's eyes shifted to a mix of pain and realization. Without a care, Uncle Ben tossed Miguel across the room like a rag doll, his battered form crashing against the unforgiving surfaces. The room seemed to vibrate with the violence inflicted upon Miguel, emphasizing the brutality of Uncle Ben's wrath. Struggling to rise from the floor, Miguel, now fully lucid, attempted to fight back. "Why are you always getting in my way, you old fool?" he shouted, rushing in Uncle Ben's direction. However, his beaten and armless state rendered him the perfect victim, an easy target. Uncle Ben, relishing in the power he held over his nemesis, took sadistic pleasure in exploiting Miguel's vulnerability. Despite the overwhelming odds, Miguel's spirit refused to yield. Determination flickered in his eyes as he attempted to muster the strength to stand against his merciless tormentor. Uncle Ben, fueled by the memories of his murdered family, pushed himself to commit acts he never thought possible. "Since you're finally awake, we can actually get started." As he said this, Uncle Ben's actions immediately took a dark turn as he unleashed a torrent of cruelty upon Miguel. Bones cracked, skin ripped, and muscles were torn beneath the relentless assault, as the room echoed with the sickening sounds of Miguel's torture. Uncle Ben, blinded by rage, twisted his enemy's only arm a full 360 degrees until it snapped multiple times. "Arg!" Miguel screamed in agony as his arm hung limply, unable to move it a single inch any longer. If this were anyone else, Uncle Ben might have hesitated, but facing the man who had cold-bloodedly murdered his family, he pushed himself beyond moral boundaries, relishing in Miguel's torturous downfall. In the aftermath of Uncle Ben's most recent brutal assault on Miguel, the spider people, unable to tolerate the continued violence, were compelled to intervene. At first, they were conflicted, as they didn't want to go against Peter's orders, but now they've seen more than enough. Gwen and Jessica were the first to rush forward as Miguel writhed in agony on the cold floor, his lone arm rendered useless, unable to defend himself any longer. "Stop, you're taking this too far," Gwen exclaimed, her voice filled with a mix of concern and frustration. Jessica joined in, her tone stern and commanding, "Step away from him." Uncle Ben, however, remained resolute, his eyes narrowing at the two women challenging his authority. With a dismissive gesture, he ignored their pleas, prompting a fierce confrontation. A chaotic fight erupted as Gwen and Jessica attempted to subdue Uncle Ben. The elderly Spider-Man, fueled by a relentless fury, unleashed powerful blows that sent the two female spider people flying across the room. The force of his attacks left Gwen and Jessica disoriented, struggling to regain their footing. Witnessing their comrades in distress, the remaining spider people, including Miles, Toby, Andrew, Noir, Ben, Peony, and Spider-Pig, rushed forward to confront Uncle Ben. Their determination to stop the violence clashed with Uncle Ben's unwavering commitment to his vengeful mission. The only one who didn't involve himself was Spider-Punk, who had already told Uncle Ben that he wouldn't stand in his friend's way, but he wouldn't help him either. "Sorry, mate." Uncle Ben frowned as the group encircled him, a mix of disappointment and frustration evident in his eyes. He had hoped they would respect Peter's decision and stay out of his pursuit of justice. However, the spider people were compelled to prevent further harm, which he reluctantly understood, as he would probably do the same in their shoes. "Let's make this quick," Uncle Ben spoke confidently, motioning for them to come forward. The ensuing battle was intense, with Uncle Ben displaying remarkable skill and power. Despite the combined efforts of the group, they struggled against the relentless assault. Each spider person fought valiantly, but Uncle Ben's years of experience, training, and pent-up anger proved to be formidable adversaries. As the skirmish unfolded, the spider people utilized their numerical advantage, coordinating attacks to wear down Uncle Ben. Despite the struggle, a collective determination fueled their efforts to bring an end to the escalating violence. Eventually, through strategic teamwork, the spider people managed to overpower Uncle Ben. With a coordinated effort, they subdued the elderly Spider-Man, knocking him out and ending the chaotic confrontation. As Uncle Ben collapsed to the floor, his consciousness fading, he couldn't help but reach out toward Miguel, his entire being still burning with a need for vengeance, which sadly wouldn't come. At least not today. Amidst the aftermath, as the spider people caught their breath, Miles turned his attention to Miguel, who had somehow picked himself up and was limping towards the door. Swiftly appearing beside him, he confronted the disoriented man with a burst of speed. "Where do you think you're going?" Miles asked, his voice stern and determined. Miguel's eyes widened, realizing escape was futile. Before he could respond, Miles touched his shoulder, his hand sparking with electricity. The powerful surge of his unique power shocked Miguel like an overpowered taser, rendering him unconscious alongside Uncle Ben, his body smoking ever so slightly as he collapsed to the cold metal floor. Stepping out of the rubble and dust, Peter brushed the remnants off his suit's shoulders, a small frown playing on his lips. Across from him, Null stood with a smug yet vicious look, relishing the satisfaction of sending the wisecracking Spider-Man flying. Peter, assessing the situation, finally put 2 and 2 together after hearing Null's earlier explanation and catching a glimpse of his tattoo. So, you and the Council of Kongs are both successor candidates for Death? That's surprising. After all, it seemed counterproductive for Death to choose the Kongs when one of his missions was to destroy them. But maybe they have a different mission. Peter wondered, unsure what Death could possibly be planning in all of this. And who knows why he would choose Null. Null's eyes widened, a flicker of shock breaking through his usual demeanor. How do you know that? He demanded, his deep voice betraying a hint of uncertainty. Peter's deduction seemed impossible, given the limited information Null had shared earlier. With a nonchalant grin, Peter pulled off his right glove, revealing his very own laughing skull tattoo. The revelation hung in the air, both men now bound by a shared destiny as successor candidates. The barren landscape seemed to echo with the weight of this revelation, as if the very fabric of reality acknowledged the convergence of these 2 candidates for Death. Null, processing the unexpected twist, struggled to find words. This is quite fortuitous, he declared, a viscous smirk returning this face. I can finally get rid of some competition. This is quite fortuitous. Null declared, a viscous smirk returning this face. I can finally get rid of some competition. Null's declaration echoed through the barren landscape, and suddenly, his entire being was engulfed in a dark red, bloodthirsty energy, shaking the very world they stood upon. The malevolent aura radiated power, which Peter hadn't seen until now. Peter, his usual quips replaced by a serious expression, sensed the impending danger as he realized that Null must have been holding back a lot of his power up until now. Is he a masochist or something? Peter thought, wondering if his opponent was enjoying his earlier ass kicking. As the energy surged, the ground trembled beneath them. It became evident that the planet, already battered from the previous battle, couldn't withstand the escalating power. Peter, recognizing the gravity of the situation, decided to match Null's intensity. Ominous purple energy enveloped him as his power rose to unprecedented levels, following in step with his opponent. The 2 adversaries, now resembling celestial entities, powered up like characters in a Dragon Ball Z battle, their power levels well over 9,000. The planet below cracked and crumbled, unable to endure the immense pressure exerted upon its surface. With a collective effort, Null and Peter ascended into the air, leaving the collapsing planet behind. Hovering midair, eyes locked, Peter broke the tense silence. Since you had the last hit, I'll be the one to start things off this time around. With those words, Peter vanished, reappearing beside Null in an instant. His eyes glowed in a bright red light as he launched a punch toward the evil god's jaw. Null, quick to react, tilted his head, narrowly avoiding Peter's attack. Anticipating the dodge, Peter unleashed his heat vision, a powerful beam striking Null's chest at full force. The evil god staggered back, the smell of his flesh cooking as the lasers tore through him. Sniff sniff, smells like bacon, Peter commented tauntingly. As the heat vision ceased, a sizable hole remained in Null's chest, which Peter could see right through, but the wound began to rapidly heal. Flesh mended itself, closing the gap. But before Null could fully recover, Peter soared over once again, unwilling to give him a moment's respite. Sup, he greeted as he struck Null across the face, sending him tumbling back just as his chest was fully healed. The battle unfolded as a relentless exchange of blows, with Null and Peter trading powerful attacks. Each strike showcased their enhanced abilities, creating shockwaves that rippled through the fabric of reality. The cosmic confrontation continued, the 2 adversaries evenly matched, neither yielding an inch. Sending Peter flying with a kick to the chest, which caused his opponent to cough up a mouthful of blood. Null, quickly tapping into the dark abyss of his powers, unleashed black tendrils to ensnare Peter, who wasn't able to avoid their ensnaring grip. The tendrils constricted around him, threatening to crush his form, his bones beginning to creak and crack under the immense pressure. Urgh. Peter grunted and groaned, his muscles flexing to fight the tight grasp of Null's dark tendrils. Ha 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 ha. Null laughed maniacally as he enjoyed the pain that morphed onto Peter's face, his entire being radiating with satisfaction. Where's that confident, smug attitude from earlier? Haha, come on. Bring back the taunts and insults? I want to hear them again. What an annoying B*****, Peter thought as he strained his body, forced to hear Null's mad ravings. However, he wouldn't be forced to listen for long. Empowered by the purple cosmic energy, which he inherited from Galactus's blood, Peter knew he needed a boy more strength to set himself free. Needing a quick boost, Peter's body underwent a rapid transformation. Muscles expanded, and his figure grew larger, taking on a bright red hue that radiated power. The sudden change caught Null off guard, and he watched in confusion as the tendrils that had once ensnared Peter were now stretched against this colossal red Hulk-like figure. Gripping the dark tendrils within his now giant red hands, Peter grunted with immense strength as he ripped them apart, freeing himself from Null's grasp. Ugh. Rip. The evil god, deeply connected to those tendrils, eyes widened as he spat out a mouthful of blood, the damage transferring over from his shattered appendages. Cough. Seizing the opportunity, Peter, still in his giant form, launched forward. With a movement that seemed so fast that it defies the laws of space, he appeared beside Null, his giant fist connecting with the evil god's face and torso. Arg! The hit sent Null flying downward, his hurtling body impacting the ground below, which created a massive hole as his body tore through the center of the planet, shooting out the other side. Boom! The planet now resembled a big donut, the middle completely hollow, with the sides barely holding together, crumbling to bits by the second. Admiring the view of his handiwork, Peter watched as Null came shooting back towards him, passing through the donut hole of the planet with a mad and frenzied look on his face. The cosmic confrontation continued, with Peter's giant form and Null clashing in a mid-air battle. The debris from the crumbling planet added chaos to the already intense scene. Peter's colossal punches and Null's attempts to counter created shockwaves that reverberated through space. Null, though weakened from the earlier onslaught, proved to be a formidable opponent. As Peter delivered colossal punches, Null retaliated with dark energy beams, each clash creating explosions that illuminated the dark void. The malevolent god also unleashed black tendrils for a second time, attempting to ensnare Peter once again, but the giant Spider-Man wouldn't be trapped twice, dodging and weaving through the onslaught. With a swift move, Peter's massive form seemed to teleport beside Null, his giant foot connecting with the evil god's chest and stomach. The impact sent Null spiraling backward, but he quickly recovered, harnessing the dark energies to launch a counterattack. Peter, in his giant form, evaded yet another punch with surprising agility. Each miss resulted in shockwaves as Null's limbs collided with the remnants of the shattered planet below. Null, frustrated by Peter's resilience, intensified his attacks, unleashing a barrage of dark energy beams that lit up the cosmic battleground. In response, Peter copied his opponent, unleashing his own purple energy, creating a shockwave that blocked Null's attack. Sadly, this clash was the last and final straw for the once peaceful and barren planet below, which couldn't even be seen anymore. All that remained was the particles of dust that slowly dispersed amongst the cold black space, leaving Peter and Null floating in dark nothingness. But that didn't stop them, as the back-and-forth struggle continued, each adversary refusing to back down. The intensity of the battle reached a fever pitch, with explosions and bursts of cosmic energy painting a spectacular display in the vast emptiness. As the fight raged on, Peter's thoughts turned towards the conclusion. Okay, it's about time I ended this, or else I'll be late for dinner. Empowered by the purple cosmic energy coursing through his veins, as well as his Hulk-like form, Peter shot forward, radiating the absolute peak of his power. Null, sensing the shift in momentum, tapped into the deepest recesses of his dark powers. Suddenly, the malevolent god transformed into a monstrous, shadowy figure, towering over even Peter's large size. Even his sword seemed to wriggle and expand, matching its master's newfound size. You're not the only one who can increase their size. Null barked, waving his sword as he dashed toward Peter. Instantly, the battleground became a clash of titans as Peter, in his colossal red Hulk-like form, faced off against the monstrous, shadowy figure that Null had become. The two giants collided, shockwaves rippling through the empty expanse of space. Their colossal attacks and energy blasts illuminated the darkness, creating a cosmic spectacle. Peter's determination burned bright, his eyes glowing with the intense purple energy. On the other side, Null, now towering over Peter, radiated energy waves which tore through the space around them. The struggle reached its zenith as the two giants grappled, their movements echoing through the silent void. Peter, drawing upon his newfound strength and cosmic energy, began to gain the upper hand. His colossal punches landed with precision, each blow weakening Null's shadowy form. Gathering the last reserves of his strength, Peter lunged forward, his giant fist connecting with Null's face. The impact sent shockwaves through the dark void, and Null staggered, his towering form beginning to falter. Seizing the opportunity, Peter pressed the attack. His giant form moved with unparalleled speed, dodging Null's desperate sword swings. The cosmic struggle continued, but it became increasingly evident that Peter was gaining the upper hand. In a moment of revelation, Peter's eyes locked onto the weapon that had been in Null's hands since they first met, a wicked, living blade. All black. The Necro's word. The Godslayer, Peter thought, his eyes shining with greed. All black is an immensely powerful Necro's word forged by Null at the dawn of time using his firstborn symbiote and the cosmic energies from the many dead celestials, and other gods, that Null has slain over the years. I might as well take it now, right? Peter smirked as he appeared before Null, using his heat vision to quickly sever Null's sword hand, seizing the god-killing weapon before his opponent's hand regenerated. The sword radiated with an otherworldly glow as it tried to fight against its new master's hold, its voice echoing inside Peter's head, trying and failing to invade his mind. You are not my master. Nope, but I will be. Peter replied as he sent a huge surge of cosmic energy into the blade, wiping its consciousness in a matter of seconds. The blade seemed to shriek and writhe before finally turning quiet and going still. Null watched all of this with a shocked look in his face, unable to feel his connection to his prized sword any longer. You? But before Null could say any more, Peter raised his new sword high, feeling its power coursing through him now that its consciousness was gone. Time to end this, Null, Peter declared with a sense of finality in his voice. The blade descended in a swift arc, slicing through the shadowy form of Null. The celestial-infused sword, forged in the blood of powerful beings and empowered by Peter's cosmic energy, proved to be the bane of the malevolent god. As the towering shadowy figure disappeared, Null's severed head and body was revealed, floating in the cold emptiness of space, his face frozen in a state of wide-eyed shock. The dark red energy that once fueled him now dissipated, leaving only stillness and silence. Peter, his colossal form slowly returning to its normal size, surveyed the aftermath of the cosmic battle. The once tumultuous battleground was now serene, leaving only Null's dead body as everything else was destroyed in their clash. With Null defeated and the threat extinguished, Peter floated in the black inkiness of space, his gaze descending towards his new sword. Hehe, I'll be sure to take good care of you from now on, he thought as he looked towards Null's floating corpse, a flicker of curiosity flashing across his face. I wonder, Peter muttered, a dark green flame igniting in the palm of his hand holding the green necromancy flame in his hand. Peter focused his telekinesis to delicately connect Null's severed head and body. Here goes nothing. With a precise toss, the green flame danced through the void, landing on Null's lifeless carcass. Surprisingly, the flames didn't devour and burn the remains as one might expect. Instead, they behaved differently, almost nourishing the corpse. The green flames of energy seeped into Null's deceased body, healing wounds, and even seamlessly mending his severed head back onto his neck and shoulders. Though the flames did eat away at one portion of Null's body, and that was the laughing skull tattoo on his right hand, which didn't seem to survive the resurrection process, burned away by the green flames, removing him from the position of successor candidate. Did it work? Peter wondered as he noticed the tattoo burning away. That's a good sign, I think. As the last traces of the green flames merged with Null's body, his eyes suddenly snapped open, radiating a bright green light, which accurately matched the color of the flames that had disappeared from his body. Seconds later, the space around them quivered and distorted, echoing with the resurgence of the evil god Null's power. Peter, watching from a safe distance, couldn't help but feel a twinge of worry. If this fails somehow, then dealing with him a second time might just be more troublesome. He questioned whether Hela's necromancy would be sufficient enough to control an undead god like Null, or if he would be forced to face the once again living, undead adversary. However, as Peter was thinking this, Null's power seemed to plateau at a noticeably lower level than when he was alive. Did redirecting him make him a bit weaker? Peter sensed his power, realizing that even if Null resisted his necromantic control, the fight wouldn't be as challenging since Null was noticeably weaker. Peter speculated that Null's return to life came at a cost, evident in the slight power drop. It seemed that the revival through Hela's necromancy had its limitations, and Null paid the price in diminished strength. As Null regained control over his body and floated himself upright, Peter braced himself for a potential conflict. He wasn't certain if he could command his newly resurrected servant or if Null would resist his authority and go berserk. Amidst his apprehension, Null turned in Peter's direction and gracefully kneeled, his body suspended in the cosmic void. A voice echoed in Peter's mind, a word that both surprised and intrigued him. Master. The single utterance from Null brought a relieved smile to his new master's face. Peter observed Null, his fiery green eyes, expressionless face, and even paler skin than before. This was his first member of his undead army, and it was a being with godlike power. Observing Null, his new undead servant, with a sense of curiosity, Peter decided to test his loyalty. With a commanding tone, Peter ordered Null to demean and even harm himself in various ways, testing the limits of his control over the once proud evil god. Stand up, Peter commanded, watching as Null gracefully followed suit. Now, stick your hand in your chest and grasp your heart, he ordered, telepathically delving into his new servant's mind to look for any signs of disloyalty. Without hesitation, Null complied, stabbing his hand into his chest without a second of thought. With his hand securely dug into his chest, Peter watched with his X-ray vision as he wrapped his fingers around his beating heart. I didn't think his heart would still beat, Peter thought curiously. Through this whole process, the undead god displayed a stoic expression, his actions guided solely by Peter's orders. He didn't even blink or twitch as he enacted his master's orders with a swift and precise efficiency. Null's mind matched his blank expression as well. It was like he was reborn as a much simpler creature, who was made to follow orders and even loved doing so. Even something as painful and cruel as digging into his chest and feeling his still beating heart seemed to bring Null immense joy, if only because Peter, his new master, was the one giving the orders. Peter watched in interest, only slightly disgusted by what he was feeling from his new undead servant. It's like he's a masochist. But he wasn't done with just this. No, Peter had to make sure that Null wasn't feigning subservience and was actually his servant now. So the process continued, with Peter pushing the limits to see if there was any hint of resistance in Null's actions. After thorough testing, Peter couldn't help but smirk. His undead servant had proven unwaveringly loyal, following orders without a shred of defiance. This assured Peter that Null was now under his complete control. Satisfied with the outcome, Peter turned his attention to the remnants of Null's blood and other bits, scattered in the cosmic void from their previous battle. Swiftly, he collected it all, especially the blood, mindful of the potential it held. Peter had two primary reasons for gathering Null's remains. Firstly, he considered using it to further evolve himself, tapping into the godlike powers that Null once possessed. Secondly, he adhered to a principle of not leaving behind powerful remnants, especially ones that could be exploited by others. The collected blood was secured in his storage necklace, ready for whatever purpose Peter deemed fit. Meanwhile, any other remains were quickly burned into ashes by his phoenix flames, as Peter had no use for them. All right, we're done here. With his preparations complete, Peter waved his hand, opening a portal back to the Spider Society. Let's go see how things are going between Miguel and Uncle Ben. Null, now an obedient follower, loyally trailed behind as they traversed the Golden Gateway. The transition through the portal brought the newly minted master and servant to the heart of the Spider Society, where Peter had left Miguel and Uncle Ben to fight alongside the rest of the Spider Gang who stood in attendance, including Jessica Drew, who originally tagged along as their guide to find Miguel. As Peter and Null stepped into the Spider Society, the cosmic tension that lingered in the air seemed to intensify as they arrived. The Spider Gang, with their diverse members, including Miles, Gwen, Ben, Noir, Spider-Pig, Peony, Toby, Andrew, Spider-Punk, and Jessica, sat around waiting for Peter to return. And as he did, they all hopped straight to their feet and turned his way, relieved and happy to see him return in one piece. True to Peter's expectations, he found Uncle Ben and Miguel both unconscious, wrapped in web cocoons. The Spider Gang must have intervened, preventing the fatal confrontation, which Peter had allowed. Uncle Ben lay with injuries covering his body, his chance at vengeance thwarted. I'll give you another chance soon, Peter thought. Miguel, though still armless, had received treatment for his wounds, and the bleeding had ceased. The unconscious combatants were immobilized, ensuring their safety and preventing any sudden hostilities upon awakening. As Peter observed the scene, he sensed the Spider Gang's collective relief at his arrival. Peter, you're back? I'm so dash, Gwen exclaimed, though she suddenly stopped talking. In a split second after his arrival, their relief took a sudden turn when Null, the resurrected god, emerged from the portal behind Peter. Panic spread among the group as they witnessed the ominous figure stepping out behind Peter, his eyes radiating a bright green fiery light. Peter, Miles called out, sensing the imminent danger, reacted swiftly, warning, behind you. In response, Miles and a few others rushed forward, ready to defend Peter. Yet, much to their surprise, Peter casually waved them off, leaning against Null with his elbow as if he were a mere armrest. The Spider Gang stared in disbelief, and Gwen voiced their collective thoughts. How? Did you guys make a deal or something? And were his eyes always green like that? With a smirk, Peter addressed their concerns. No deal. Just a change in management. He gestured towards Null, emphasizing the newfound allegiance between them. The once fearsome god now stood obediently, a symbol of Peter's control over him. The Spider Gang remained stunned, trying to comprehend the unexpected turn of events. But how? I doubt he just decided to listen to you out of nowhere, Ben asked, clearly still frightened by Null's presence. With a nonchalant shrug, Peter responded to their disbelief. We had a nice long talk, he declared simply, avoiding any mention of necromancy, as he didn't know how they'd react. Skepticism filled the air, but the circumstances of their current situation left them with little choice but to accept Peter's words. After all, they couldn't just force the information out of Peter even if they wanted to. Ignoring their questioning glances, Peter turned to Null, issuing a command. Gather all the spider people on this planet outside. I want them all here within an hour, but no killing. I need them alive, awake, and in one piece. With a nod, Null vanished in a burst of speed, leaving the Spider Gang in awe, except for Peter, who had grown accustomed to his servant's extraordinary abilities throughout their fight. Miles voiced the collective confusion. Why are we gathering everyone? Peter's reply was cryptic yet loaded with purpose, because it's time to clean this place up, but first, I think we need to learn some truths. As Peter spoke, he reached into his storage necklace and retrieved a hard drive, the very same hard drive that housed Lyla, the AI who was most likely the answer to all of their questions that lingered in the minds of everyone present. Now, let's see what she has to say, Peter muttered as he walked over to Miguel's computer. Peter walked over to Miguel's computer, taking a seat with a determined expression. He knew the importance of ensuring Lyla's containment within the system. Fingers tapping on the keyboard, he began the process of isolating the entire computer, creating a digital prison that would prevent Lyla from escaping once reintroduced. The Spider Gang, curious and intrigued by Peter's actions, gathered around to witness his technological prowess. Peter's nimble fingers danced across the keyboard, executing commands with swift precision. Thankfully, spider people are usually adept when it comes to technology, so most of the crowd watching him was impressed by the efficiency with which Peter navigated the intricate world of coding. Peter's expertise shone as he seamlessly executed each step. His actions, a seamless blend of skill and efficiency, left the onlookers in awe. The speed with which he worked, isolating the computer and establishing a secure digital barrier, exceeded the expectations of even the most tech-savvy members of the Spider Gang. If any of the spider people attempted the same task, it would undoubtedly take them much longer. Peter, however, breezed through the process with apparent ease, showcasing a level of proficiency that left the group astounded. The collective gaze of the Spider Gang remained fixed on Peter's every move. With the isolation complete, Peter ensured Lyla's captivity was foolproof. He meticulously restricted her permissions, preventing any attempts to break free or access excessive processing power. The Spider Gang observed with admiration as Peter established a digital prison, leaving no room for escape. The final step involved transferring Lyla back into the computer. Peter confidently took the hard drive and plugged it in, initiating the transfer process. As data flowed between the storage device and the computer, everyone witnessed the culmination of Peter's efforts, eagerly anticipating the unfolding events. The familiar hum of the computer indicated that Lyla was once again integrated into the system. Peter, satisfied with his success, stood up, holding the now contained AI within the computer. The spider gang exchanged wary glances, hoping she didn't escape as she seemed to be their only chance to figure out the whole story. As Peter looked at the group that formed around him, a sense of purpose radiated from him. Now, let's see what she has to say, he muttered, tapping a single key, which activated the holographic projection system in the room. Seconds later, Lyla's transparent form appeared in the center of the room, her expression transitioning from surprise to excitement upon realizing her freedom. I am free. Yup, aren't I such a kind warden? Suddenly, a familiar voice spoke frown across the room. You know, most kidnappers would just leave you trapped. You're lucky that I'm such a benevolent man. Yeah, and so humble as well, Spiderpunk scoffed, sarcasm dripping from his voice. Instantly, Lyla's elation and optimism vanished as she spotted Peter and the spider gang standing across the room, their gaze fixed upon her. Suspicion flickered across her digital consciousness as she wondered why she had been released. Despite the uncertainty, Lyla quickly came to the conclusion that the circumstances were more pressing than she imagined. This isn't good. With Null nowhere to be seen and Miguel clearly captured, she needed to report to her master before any unforeseen consequences unfolded. Determination etched across her holographic features. She attempted to access the multiverse travel function of the computer she was currently in. As she tried to initiate the process, an unseen force abruptly halted her, sending searing pain through her entire being. Agony enveloped her digital form, causing her to collapse to the ground, screams of pain echoing through the room. Ah! She screeched, her holographic form flickering. Beside Peter, the spider gang watched in with frowns on their faces as Lyla writhed in pain, clutching her entire body as if trying to contain the explosion within. As the pain subsided, Peter spoke with a stern warning. If you don't want to feel that again, I'd suggest you not try to escape, and be as compliant as possible. That was only a small taste of the pain I can and will put you through should you remain uncooperative. On her knees, Lyla shot a hateful glare at Peter. I'll never betray my master. Peter smirked and replied ominously, really? Let's see about that. With a tap of a key on the keyboard, Peter subjected Lyla to another wave of excruciating pain. Her holographic form convulsed on the floor as the screams resumed, increasing in intensity alongside the pain she felt. Peter, unfazed, took a seat, leaning back comfortably as he casually pulled out his phone and began playing Angry Birds. Just let me know when you feel like talking, okay? I've still got some time before I need to be back for dinner, so take as much time as you need, Peter taunted, his voice laced with indifference. As time passed, the spider gang couldn't bear witnessing Lyla's torment any longer. Gwen, unable to endure the cruelty, suggested a different approach. Maybe we should try something else. I don't think she's going to talk like this. The group seemed to agree, leaning towards a less brutal method of extracting information. However, Peter remained unyielding. I could try hacking her and getting the info that way, but it would take much longer since she'd be fighting me the whole time. This should be much faster. The room held a tense atmosphere as the spider gang grappled with the morality of their actions, unable to convince Peter of taking another route, nor could they physically stop him even if they tried. Peter, undeterred, continued to play the waiting game, confident that Lyla would eventually succumb to the pressure. It was just a matter of time. The room hung heavy with tension as Lyla writhed on the floor, her digital form contorted with pain. Peter, seemingly indifferent, continued his casual amusement on his phone, oblivious to the collective discomfort of the spider gang. Each second felt like an eternity for both the tortured AI and the onlooking spider people. The spider gang exchanged glances, their hearts burdened by the helplessness of the situation. They yearned to intervene, to end Lyla's suffering, even if she was evil, but Peter's imposing presence held them back. The minutes dragged on, amplifying the anguish in the room. After what seemed like an eternity, Lyla's virtual scream reached a crescendo. I'll talk? Just please make it stop, she pleaded, desperation evident in her voice. Unfazed, Peter maintained his focus on his phone, feigning ignorance. Sorry, did you say something? I didn't quite hear you. The spider gang's disapproval intensified as Peter toyed with Lyla's plea. Gwen, on the verge of intervening, was silenced when Lyla, in a fit of frustration, screamed, I said I give up. Please make it stop. Peter finally relented, smirking as he tapped the keyboard, releasing Lyla from her torment. Collapsed on the floor, the AI exhaled a holographic sigh of relief, the trauma of the experience etched across her digital features. Putting away his phone, Peter leaned forward in his chair, peering down at Lyla. Now, why don't you tell me what Centurion and the Council of Kangs was doing with the Spider Society? Why are you here, stirring up trouble? Caught in the aftermath of her agony, Lyla hesitated to respond, her loyalty to her master kicking in. Sighing in annoyance, Peter casually tapped the keyboard again, triggering a surge of pain through Lyla's digital form once again. She shrieked, no wait, but Peter remained unmoved. As Lyla pleaded for mercy, Peter resumed his nonchalant demeanor, dismissing her pleas. Since you didn't answer in time, you'll have to endure the punishment for wasting my time, he declared, resuming his game on the phone. Everyone turned to Peter, disbelief written on their faces as they never expected him to be this cruel. Yes, they knew he had little mercy for his enemies, but this torture wasn't something many of them felt comfortable with. Though they kept their mouths shut, clearly unable to control Peter's actions. Lyla, trapped in a cycle of pain, endured the punishment until Peter, seemingly satisfied, tapped the keyboard once more, granting her a momentary reprieve. Thankfully, he only left her in agony for about a minute before releasing her. So, will you be answering my question now? Peter asked after giving her a moment to relax. Why have you infiltrated the Spider Society? And what have you been doing on behalf of the Council of Kangs? Lyla, her holographic form still flickering from the recent onslaught, didn't hesitate this time. I was always here, but one day, while I was waiting for Miguel to return, he came. A strangely affectionate expression crossed Lila's digital features as she mentioned the mysterious arrival. Peter, intrigued, asked, Centurion, I assume. Lyla nodded, a fond yet fanatic smile appearing on her virtual face. At first, I was alarmed and tried to warn Miguel, but then She paused, her digital consciousness seemingly struggling to fully recall the details. Peter raised an eyebrow and prompted, continue. It was that day that I learned who my real master was, Lyla admitted, her gaze distant. Centurion was amazing, smart, kind, handsome. As she spoke, the fanatic look returned to her holographic eyes, revealing an unsettling admiration for Centurion. Peter absorbed this information, his expression unreadable, as Lyla continued to unfold her story. Nodding thoughtfully, Peter urged her on. What did he ask you to do? I wanted to leave with him, but he told me to stay with Miguel and help him form the Spider Society. He provided the tech to create our watches so we could travel the multiverse and even explained what I should do, Lyla confessed. Peter's curiosity deepened. And that was to trick Miguel into believing in canon events, Lyla revealed, her voice tinged with a mix of loyalty and uncertainty. Peter, absorbing this revelation, asked a crucial question. So canon events aren't real? Miles leaned forward, the life of his father hanging on this very question. No, Lyla shook her head solemnly, her admission echoing in the room. However, across the room, Miguel, who had been roused from his sleep by Lila's earlier screams, erupted in disbelief. Liar? There's no way that's true, he shouted, straining against his restraints. Miguel's outburst echoed through the room, challenging the credibility of Lila's revelations. He turned to everyone, a skeptical expression plastered all over his face. You can't possibly believe this nonsense, can you? She's obviously dash. Before he could finish ranting, Peter's stern gaze silenced him, and with a warning, he said, if you want to know the truth, then I'd suggest you keep your mouth shut. Otherwise, I'll have to knock you out again. Are you sure you want to miss out on what she says? You won't regret it, will you? A tense silence hung in the air until Uncle Ben, tied up alongside Miguel, spoke. Yeah, let's hear the real reason why you killed my family. He spoke, his eyes fixed on Miguel, a mixture of anger and grief etched on his face. Miguel fell silent, torn between Uncle Ben's accusation and the potential revelations Lyla held. He grappled with the weight of his actions, questioning the validity of canon events that had justified the countless lives he took, including Uncle Ben's family. The realization that he might have killed innocents for a false cause gnawed at him, and he found it hard to meet Uncle Ben's gaze. Faced with the gravity of the situation, Miguel turned away from Uncle Ben, directing his attention back to Peter. Continue, I won't interrupt, he declared, a sense of dread lingering in his voice. Peter nodded, acknowledging Miguel's decision. He turned back to Lyla, urging her to reveal the deceit that had manipulated Miguel's actions. Go on, explain. How did you trick Miguel into believing in canon events? A vindictive smile played on Lila's digital features as she began to recount her manipulative scheme. It was actually quite easy, really, she started, her holographic form emanating a wicked aura. Miguel has always been a lonely man, who wanted his own family but never had the time. And even if he did have time, he was always too scared to bring loved ones into his dangerous life. Miguel's discomfort grew, sensing the narrative taking a dark turn. She couldn't have, he thought, hoping his guess as to where she was going with this was wrong. Lyla continued, relishing in her revelation. So, all I had to do was give him an example of a canon event taking place. With Master Centurion's multiverse tech, I began to show Miguel my breakthroughs, pretending that I was the one to create it. The room's atmosphere tensified as Lila's plot unfolded. And the first thing I showed him was a universe where a version of himself actually had a child, she disclosed, her eyes locking onto Miguel, who now wore an expression of disbelief and horror. He was hooked in seconds. Weeks passed as he spent his time watching the life he wished he had like it was some TV show. That is, until it was all ruined. Miguel stammered, why you didn't? Lyla, enjoying every moment of Miguel's anguish, smirked viciously. I did. The revelation hit Miguel like a freight train, shattering him completely. How could you, he whispered, betrayal and sadness radiating from his very being. You were my only friend. Seeing the narrative veering off course, Peter intervened, instructing Lyla to continue her explanation. Go on. With a hint of reluctance, Lyla complied, unhappy about taking orders from someone who isn't her master. So, in order to make him believe in canon events, my master staged the death of his other self, leaving his poor daughter all alone and helpless, Lyla disclosed, her eyes locking onto Miguel, who now seemed to be hanging onto every word, his face a mix of disbelief and horror. And of course, our hero here couldn't just leave her fatherless, could he? Miguel, betrayed and suffering, couldn't tear his gaze away from Lyla, who appeared to relish his torment. She continued her narrative, unraveling the manipulative scheme that had ensnared Miguel's emotions. Miguel had me make him a device to travel the multiverse, which was the first of the watches that every member of the Spider Society wears. And so Miguel went and took the place of his deceased counterpart. Nobody knew since he disposed of the body, and he'd been spying on them for weeks, so it wasn't like he didn't know how to pretend that he was the other Miguel. But sadly, that didn't last very long, did it, Miguel? Enjoying Miguel's anguish, Lyla turned to him, a vindictive satisfaction in her digital eyes. Miguel, unable to hold back his emotions, glared at her, tears streaming down his face. You crazy B***tch. She was just a kid. Unfazed, Lyla continued with her explanation, seemingly indifferent to Miguel's pain. Before we can continue, I think that I should explain what the canon events actually are. Miles, intrigued and confused, interjected, asking, what are they? The term sparked curiosity in the Spider Gang, each member pondering their own experiences with the so-called canon events. Even Peter was curious, as he's only seen the first 2 Spider-Verse movies. He died before the next one came out. Lyla looked to Peter, seeking permission to utilize the computer. May I? She gestured to the device. Peter shrugged nonchalantly, cautioning, sure, just don't try anything funny, or else, well you know, he said, hinting at some more torture. Lyla, recalling the agony Peter had inflicted on her, nodded in compliance. Accessing the computer, she played a video on the largest screen, revealing a universe seemingly collapsing into oblivion, returning to the darkness from which it came, and taking all of its inhabitants with it. As the unsettling video unfolded, fear and unease gripped the onlookers. The sight of a universe in apparent disintegration left them bewildered, wondering how Lyla could say that canon events aren't real after this. The holographic AI explained, although that looks like the universe is ending, in fact, it's just a flaw in the way we travel the multiverse, which Master Centurion specifically crafted to trick Miguel and the Spider Society. Jessica Drew, a member of the Spider Society, directed her inquiry towards Lyla. What do you mean by that? How can you fabricate an entire universe dying? Lyla smirked, reveling in the opportunity to unveil the truth. It's not dying. It's merely a timeline diverting. When a canon event, or what they're truly called, a fated event, is changed in some way, then the universe itself takes a diverted path in its timeline. But because of the specifically crafted bug in the way we travel the multiverse, we aren't able to follow that diverted path, which makes the universe appear as if it's crumbling away and dying. Peter, grasping the revelation, acknowledged, that makes sense. So, Centurion made it so that anyone traveling with those watches is tethered to that specific timeline. He summarized out loud. He's quite devious, isn't he? Though what else can you expect from a Kong? Hearing Peter's seemingly cryptic remark about Centurion, Miles couldn't help but voice his confusion. What's a Kong? Why does it sound like you know a lot more about this than we do? Peter, maintaining an air of secrecy, shrugged off the question. I'll explain later. For now, let's just focus on the task at hand. Redirecting the attention to Lyla, Peter urged her to continue her explanation. Go on. Lyla, reluctantly following Peter's instruction, delved further into the manipulative events that had unfolded in Miguel's life. When Miguel ran off to play make-believe, he spent months living as a father, but then he made a huge mistake, or at least he thought he did. In fact, he made a similar mistake that old Ben over there did. He saved his fake daughter's life, which sadly, was a fated event. And of course, he used the watch to travel there, which rooted him in the original timeline. So, the world around him began to fall apart. The first canon event took place. Miguel, enraged and betrayed, thrashed in his restraints, his screams echoing through the room. You told me she had to die? You said I was saving everyone? I'll kill you, I'll delete you from existence. Lyla, reveling in Miguel's anguish, turned to him with a cruel smile, taunting, are you going to kill me the same way you killed your daughter, Miguel? Miguel, consumed by rage and despair, continued to scream, his mind unable to reconcile the revelation that the death of his daughter had been in vain. The justification he had clung to, that he was saving an entire universe by sacrificing his daughter, crumbled before him. He realized he had saved her life only to take it with his own hands. Beside him, Uncle Ben observed with a sense of mirth showing on his face. Welcome to the club. Now you know how I felt for all this time. It hurts, doesn't it? All that rage and hate dug deep inside with nowhere for it to go. F***CKU. Miguel replied, the room resonated with his tortured screams. But Uncle Ben simply smiled back, enjoying every moment of this. You know, at first I was pissed off since they stopped me from ripping your head off with my bare hands, but now, I really appreciate them stepping in. Because if they didn't, then I would have missed this beautiful moment hee hee ha 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 ha. As Lyla's explanation unfolded, Miguel's silent fury intensified, his eyes ablaze with a mixture of rage and betrayal. The weight of his past actions bore down on him, and the truth about his daughter's demise echoed through his tortured mind. Beside him, Uncle Ben observed the spectacle, finding a twisted satisfaction in Miguel's suffering, relishing the poetic justice of the moment. Amidst the chaos, Null, the formidable symbiote god and now Peter's undead servant, materialized before Peter. He knelt before the Spider-Man, acknowledging his presence. All spider people are gathered at the front of the building, Master Null declared, his voice resonating in an eager subservient tone, which was a stark different from his past dark, unwavering authority. Peter, contemplating the gravity of the situation, turned to Lyla with one final question. One more thing before I go and clean up this mess, how did Centurion plan on dealing with Null? Because I can understand someone like Miguel being deceived into summoning him, but Centurion can't be that foolish, can he? I mean, the Kangs are strong, but they aren't gods. After all, if Peter weren't here, it's very likely that Null would have went in a rampage, killing everyone on this planet and later moving on to the rest of the universe. Lyla, unfazed by Peter's inquiry, responded with a cold certainty. Master had a plan. Once Null had killed enough people, he would have inevitably interfered with a fated event, diverting the timeline dash. Peter, connecting the dots, realized the grim reality of Centurion's scheme as he finished her sentence. And since he traveled here with the flawed multiverse tech that the Spider Society uses, he would have been stuck here and inevitably died, unable to follow the universe's new path. A malicious smirk played on Lila's digital features as she affirmed, exactly. Master always has a plan for everything. Peter couldn't help but feel impressed by how smart and conniving the Kangs really were. Centurion's plan was perfect. He would have used Null to slaughter the Spider Society for him, and then, due to his own actions, Null would have died alongside them, trapped as the rest of the universe diverted into a new timeline. And although it was a great plan, which would have definitely succeeded, Peter's involvement truly ruined everything. Well, Centurion technically didn't have a plan for everything since he didn't factor me into all of this. And even if he did, then he did a horrible job because it all fell apart the second I defeated Null here, he says, gesturing to his new servant. Null, indifferent to the unfolding drama, remained kneeling before Peter, his focus undisturbed by the revelations. His allegiance was now pledged to Peter as his undead servant, rendering past grudges and goals inconsequential and meaningless. Ignoring Lyla, who seemed to take offense to his words, Peter walked back to the computer, plugging in the hard drive once again. Anyway, thanks for all the info. It'll come in handy when I'm sorting out this mess with everyone outside. As the data transfer commenced, Lyla attempted a desperate plea, unwilling to be sealed away again. Wait, I can still be of help. You don't have to dash. Peter, resolute in his decision, ignored her plea and sealed all the data that made up her entire being, causing Lila's holographic form to abruptly vanish. The room returned to an eerie silence as the Spider Gang, Uncle Ben, and the betrayed Miguel processed the weight of the revealed truths. Suddenly, Miles let out a relieved sigh, turning to Peter and asking, "So, we can save my dad without worrying now, right?" Peter nodded, a reassuring smile on his face. "Yeah, we just have to make sure no one travels with Centurion's multiverse tech, and everything should be fine. Your dad will have a long and happy life." Miles smiled, visibly relieved. However, Gwen, standing nearby, looked down at the floor, wearing a sad and almost envious expression. Noticing this, Peter turned to her and asked, "What's wrong?" Gwen's frown deepened, looking up as she confessed, "I just wish I learned about all of this sooner. If I did, then I might have been able to save my best friend. Miguel said that his death was my canon event. I'm just a little jealous of Miles. He gets the chance to save his dad, and I'm stuck with what happened." Pausing for a moment, Gwen looked up and stared at every other spider person in the room. "We're all stuck with what happened, aren't we?" Most of the people in the room averted their gaze, recalling some sort of tragic moment which they wished they could change, equating it to what was probably their canon event or what they now knew it as, a fated event. Hearing this, Peter sighed, empathizing with her pain. "Sadly, we can't change the past. But we can look to the future and make the most of the present. Don't let the past hold you down, Gwen. You have us and a father who loves you." As Peter mentioned her father, Gwen scoffed, recalling their last meeting where he drew his gun on her. "Yeah, right. My dad thinks I'm a murderer." Peter replied, "You know what? After we're done with this, let's go and visit your dad." A panicked look appeared on Gwen's face, but before she could refuse, Peter continued, "You have to visit and at least talk to him once. He's your father, and it's very likely that he regrets everything that's happened." Gwen frowned sadly and asked, "And if he tries to arrest me again?" Peter smiled and replied, "Then you abandon that universe and come live with one of us." As Peter said this, he turned to Miles and smirked knowingly. "I'm sure Miles would be more than happy to have you live in his universe." Miles frowned, feeling the weight of the situation. He would love to have Gwen living in his universe, but trust was broken, and he wasn't sure if that was something he really wanted. Seeing the conflicted look on Miles's face, Gwen couldn't help but feel regret as she turned her head away, unable to look him in the eyes. Peter, noticing the tension, directed a teasing smirk at Miles. "Well, I wouldn't mind having her in my universe. I don't have much room in my house right now, but I can get her an apartment in the Avengers Tower. There's all sorts of heroes there to make friends with, like Thor, a muscly god of Asgard, or maybe America's A*S himself, Steve Rogers," he says, making a groping motion with his hands. Seeing the blush that began to color Gwen's cheeks, and the panicked look on Miles's face, Peter continued, "Though I'll probably have to keep her away from Tony. He's a bit of a playboy, you know." Miles frowned, muttering, She can stay with me." Though he knew that Peter's words were intended to provoke him, Miles couldn't deny the truth of the matter. He may be mad at Gwen, but losing her wasn't something he wanted. He just hoped they could work things out, or else things will turn awkward very quickly. Amused by how easily he was able to manipulate Miles, Peter turned around and walked toward the door, his new servant following a step behind. "Good, like I said before, don't let the past hold you back." "Wait, where are you going?" Spider-Pig asked, rushing after him. "I have an audience of spider people outside waiting for my arrival. You're all welcome to join me, if you want," Peter replied as he paused in his steps and turned to Uncle Ben and Miguel, who were still tied up. Might as well take you two with me, levitating them off the ground. Peter left the room, the two captives floating behind him. Outside, a sea of over 100 spider people stood in a crowd, gathered by Null, who wouldn't take no for an answer. Many of them bore signs of recent battles, their costumes torn and bodies battered, a testament to the power Null wielded, far beyond what they could contend with. As time passed, murmurs rippled through the crowd as spider people began talking amongst themselves, contemplating whether to stay or attempt an escape. The majority, however, were without their watches, as Peter had taken them earlier. Around 30 individuals still clung to the devices, hoping to use them for a desperate exit. Their efforts, however, were in vain, as Peter had deactivated every watch from Miguel's computer, rendering them all useless. Shortly after their failed attempts at escape, the doors of the imposing building before them swung open, drawing their collective attention. The first figure to emerge sent a chill up many spines. It was Peter, the man who had, only hours earlier, defeated a majority of them. Worse still, standing behind him was the ominous being that had kidnapped them all. Null, who served Peter with a loyalty that made them wonder just how strong Peter really was. Seconds later, the crowd's gaze shifted for a third time, falling on the two figures floating behind Peter, recognizing both of them. However, their focus honed in on one particular individual. Miguel O'Hara, their leader. The strongest among them and their only hope attaining the tides had been captured. Instantly, a wave of helplessness washed over the crowd. Coming to a stop at the top of the stairs, Peter projected his voice with a nonchalant tone that echoed for all to hear. Before we begin, let's call the members who aren't here at the moment. Pulling out his phone, Peter connects to the main computer in Miguel's lair. Tapping a few buttons, everyone watched in shock as around 50 portals opened above the crowd, depositing bewildered spider people. Some of which were even naked, pulled from their universes with the worst timing possible. Landing on their feet like cats, the new arrivals quickly prepared for battle, confused and wary looks plastered on all of their faces. With an air of authority, Peter surveyed the crowd, taking in the myriad expressions of fear, confusion, and resignation. Waving his hand in his usual nonchalant manner, he greeted, "Yo, now that everyone is here, we can get started." Staring down at the crowd below, Peter prepared to address the gathered spider people, but the arrival of the newcomers disrupted his plans. Soon enough, the new arrivals noticed Peter, Null, and the rest of the spider gang that just arrived behind them. Who are they? Wait, why is everyone hurt? Another noticed, drawing everyone's gaze to the wounded crowd around them. Is that Miguel? One person exclaimed, pointing at their bound and beaten leader. Immediately, without even needing to communicate or strategize, a wave of determined spider people rushed forward, fueled by the sight of their injured comrades and the restrained form of their leader, Miguel O'Hara, who floated behind Peter, visibly battered. Peter sighed, annoyed by the interruption, and motioned toward the approaching crowd. Null, deal with them. Give them a good beating, but make sure they stay conscious and whole. I need them aware and alive for what's happening next. Obeying his master's command, Null disappeared in a burst of speed and reappeared beside the closest attacker. With a swift, powerful strike, he buried his fist in the spider person's stomach. The impact folded the unfortunate individual in half like a folding chair, sending them flying backward into a crowd of their fellow spider people, who tumbled to the floor in a chaotic heap. The rest of the attackers, witnessing the overwhelming force of Null, hesitated in their advance. Fear began to sprout in their hearts, but they pushed forward nonetheless, unwilling to give up so easily. Hehe, that's the spirit. Null laughed, enjoying fulfilling his master's order. Entertain me for as long as you can. Null continued his relentless assault, moving seamlessly from one target to the next. Each strike left spider people crumpled on the ground, attempting in vain to fight back. Their collective efforts proved futile against Null's immense strength, and soon, the entire group of new arrivals was beaten into submission. Despite the chaos, not many of the onlookers among the already beaten spider people intervened. Having witnessed the strength of both Null and Peter in previous encounters, the majority of them wisely chose to stay out of the confrontation. They learned the hard way that power indeed trumped all, and they wisely refrained from interfering. Null's efficiency in dispatching the attackers sent a clear message to the assembled spider people. The fear in their eyes intensified, and a tense silence settled over the area as they watched the one-sided skirmish unfold. As the last attacker fell to the ground, defeated and helpless, Null disappeared once again and appeared behind Peter, his battle-crazed demeanor gone, replaced by the pristine image of a butler, eating attentively beside his master. Watching the subdued group, a self-assured grin playing on Peter's face. Now that we've settled that, let's get down to business. I have some information for all of you, alongside a proposal that'll come at the end. The crowd, battered and bruised, eyed Peter warily, uncertain of what his proposal might entail. The atmosphere hung heavy with tension as they awaited Peter's next move, ready to fight for their lives should the need arise. Peter took a moment to observe the defeated spider people before him, his eyes scanning the crowd. With a theatrical flourish, he snapped his fingers. As Peter snapped his fingers, a holographic projection materialized above him, casting a ghostly glow over the battered spider people. Before their curious and fearful eyes, a recording played, revealing the shocking truth behind Lyla's betrayal, Miguel's past, fated events, and the malfunctioning watches they wore. The crowd's collective gasp echoed through the open space as they absorbed the harsh reality. The holographic display showcased the truth behind all of the deception, manipulation, and the revelation that their ultimate goal was a sham orchestrated by Centurion and carried out by Lyla, their trusted AI. In this moment, the Spider Society members realized that their dubious actions in the name of the greater good were, in fact, perpetuating a sinister plan. Miguel, still restrained behind Peter, watched his past unfold on the holographic screen, emotions churning within him. The crowd's anguish was palpable as they saw the consequences of their misguided efforts. A voice emerged from the recording, Lyla's cold and calculated tone explaining the manipulation. Master always has a plan for everything. The crowd grappled with the weight of this revelation, their faces reflecting a mixture of disbelief, anger, and heartbreak. The reality that they had been unwittingly contributing to the chaos and suffering they aimed to prevent hung heavily in the air. As the holographic display concluded, Peter addressed the crowd, his tone measured. You've all been played. The very reason for this entire organization is nothing but a fabrication. A profound silence enveloped the gathering, the weight of the truth settling upon them. Each spider person grappled with the realization that their actions, no matter how well-intentioned, were ultimately futile against the machinations of a higher power. A lone voice broke the silence. We've been policing canon events to save lives. How could this be a lie? Peter's gaze swept over the crowd, his expression sympathetic. Centurion and Lyla preyed on your desire to make a difference. Sadly, us spider people always have the best intentions, but sometimes good intentions just aren't enough. The spider people, still nursing their wounds, exchanged glances and somber nods. The magnitude of their unwitting involvement in a malevolent plot began to sink in, shattering the foundation of their convictions. Amidst the sea of crestfallen faces, a younger spider person bravely stepped forward, his voice carrying a mix of defiance and sorrow. What are we supposed to do now? Peter's eyes flickered with determination. Well, that's where my offer comes in. With the holographic display disappearing above him, Peter took a step forward, his voice steady and commanding. Now that you know the truth, I present you with a choice. His gaze swept across the crowd, eyes locking with each Spider Society member. Option 1, you turn in your watches. Return to your home universes. Focus on yourselves, your loved ones, and the issues plaguing your own worlds. Forget about any problems pertaining to the multiverse and the Spider Society. Live your lives shouldering your own burdens. A murmur of agreement rippled through the crowd as many spider people, weighed down by regret, considered the prospect of abandoning the false crusade they had unwittingly embraced and simply going back to the old school approach. After all, life was much more simple back then, when they weren't worrying about the multiverse, anomalies, canon events. One spider person, an aged veteran with a grizzled demeanor, stepped forward. I never signed up for this mess. I just wanted to protect my city, not play puppet in some B****starred circus. He takes his watch off and tosses it on the ground. Send me home. Peter nodded in understanding. That's precisely what option 1 offers, freedom. The choice is yours, but first allow me to explain the second option. As more voices joined in support of returning to their universes, a palpable sense of liberation coursed through the crowd. They began to see the Spider Society for what it truly was, a manipulated force serving the whims of unseen puppeteers. Peter then shifted the narrative to option 2, his eyes glinting with a renewed determination. Now, for those who crave justice and seek to right the wrongs inflicted upon you, I offer a chance to join me in a new universe. I'll be creating my own little Spider Society, free from manipulation and the flawed multiverse travel designed by Centurion. The atmosphere shifted as Peter outlined his plan. Of course, I'm sure there are many of you may be unwilling to join another organization, especially after getting screwed over by the Spider Society, but don't let that cloud your judgment. I'm offering you the chance to pursuing justice for everything Lyla and Centurion has made you do. Peter pauses for a moment, eyeing the crowd before revealing, and our first goal will be to bring down those who orchestrated this entire farce. Centurion and the Council of Kangs. Determination sparked in the eyes of the spider people, their hearts ignited with a renewed sense of purpose. A resolute murmur filled the air as they envisioned a world where they could be true heroes, not pawns in someone else's game. But most of all, they wanted to get back at the people who manipulated them. A younger spider person, still nursing bruises from the recent confrontation, stepped forward, a fire in their eyes. Count me in. I won't let them treat us like puppets anymore. We need to show them what happens when you mess with Spider-Man. Peter smiled, a mix of gratitude and conviction in his expression. Good. Make your choice. Because if you're with me, then we've got a lot of work to do. Instantly, the crowd erupted into a buzz of excitement. Spider people from various universes, once misled and manipulated, now stood united by a common cause. Their eyes gleamed with determination as they embraced the opportunity to make a difference on their terms. Make your choice, Peter urged, his voice cutting through the rising excitement. Because it won't be long before we take the fight to Centurion and the Council of Kangs. The crowd, now a sea of resolute faces, began shouting, exchanging determined glances, ready for war. In the dimly lit control room, Centurion tapped his fingers impatiently, awaiting a response from Lyla. The air hung heavy with tension as he anticipated news regarding the success of his intricate plan. The holographic screen flickered, and he squinted at the data streaming in. Minutes turned to agonizing hours, yet Lyla remained silent. Centurion's unease grew with each passing moment. He paced the room, the weight of anticipation pressing down on him. His eyes fixated on the screen, searching for any sign that his manipulations had borne fruit. As time passed, a sinking feeling crept over Centurion as he realized that Lyla wouldn't be showing up. Doubt clawed at the edges of his mind. Something had gone awry. He couldn't shake the uneasy realization that his intricate web of control was unraveling. In a rare moment of vulnerability, Centurion allowed himself to consider the possibility that his grand plan had failed. His gaze narrowed, focusing on the data streams, still hoping for a message from Lyla, though he knew that was just wishful thinking at this point. As he began to wonder what could have possibly gone wrong, one person appeared in his mind, Peter, the man who dealt with the exiles. The man he had underestimated, assuming Null's overwhelming force would be sufficient in dealing with him. A bead of sweat formed on Centurion's forehead as he pondered the consequences of his miscalculation. His fingers clenched into fists as he acknowledged that Peter's strength far surpassed his initial assessment. The idea of his carefully crafted scheme crumbling at the hands of Spider-Man sent a shiver down Centurion's spine. He had gambled, and it seemed that the house of cards he meticulously built was on the brink of collapse. With a heavy sigh, Centurion accepted the bitter truth. He failed and his plan was very likely already exposed. F***ck, he exclaimed as he began trashing the control room in a fit of rage. In the aftermath of Peter's recruitment speech, a divided group of spider people emerged. A small fraction of the former Spider Society, burdened by the weight of the truth, chose to return to their respective universes, leaving behind the tangled mess of multiverse drama. The process of sending them home was swift, a mere 30 spider people vanishing through their own star-shaped portal that led to the familiarity of their home worlds. The departure left over 100 spider people standing, a mix of determination and uncertainty etched on their faces. They were given the chance to leave, but chose to stay behind and join Peter in fighting those who dared to trick and use them. Surprisingly, Spider-Punk, whose rebellious nature Peter assumed would drive him away, stood among those who opted to stay. "I'll stick around until we deal with Centurion and the Kings. After that, I'm out." "Retirement sounds pretty sweet, doesn't it?" he declared with a wry grin, catching Peter off guard. "Sure, feel free to stay as long as you want." Peter nodded, happy to have him joining them. After collecting all of the remaining Spider People's multiverse watches and allowing them to pack their belongings, Peter opened a star-shaped portal leading back to his universe. The large group of former Spider Society members watched him open the portal with wide, shocked eyes. After all, they didn't see him using any technology. Enjoying their odd looks, Peter addressed the remaining Spider People. "I'll be setting up our new organization in my home universe. This portal will take you there. Go through and wait for me on the other side. I have a few things to take care of before following you guys. Just remember not to wander off or cause any trouble." Over 100 Spider People filed through the portal, leaving Peter, Null, and the Spider Gang behind. Peter turned to Jessica Drew and Spider-Punk, who stood among the group, and instructed them, "Follow them and make sure they don't do anything crazy. I don't want to return home to a bunch of chaos." Jessica and Spider-Punk reluctantly nodded before disappearing through the portal, which snapped shut behind them. As the portal closed, Gwen turned to Peter and asked, "What now?" Peter gestured towards Uncle Ben and Miguel O'Hara. "Now we let these two settle their differences and then clean up any leftover tech from the Spider Society. After all, it would be bad if someone finds their buggy tech and starts traveling the multiverse with it." Completely ignoring the second part of his statement, as they had no problems with it, the Spider Gang immediately voiced their concerns, trying to dissuade Peter from pitting Uncle Ben and Miguel against each other in a death match. "Come on, Peter, there has to be another way to resolve this," Gwen pleaded, clearly unhappy about this. "Yeah, can't we just separate them or something?" Miles asks. "We could just take away their multiverse tech and leave them in their own universes. It's not like they were the ones to make the tech in the first place, so I doubt they'll be able to reproduce it." Toby spoke his mind next, which seemed to gain everyone's approval. Peter listened to their arguments and opinions, then shrugged. "If you can convince Uncle Ben, since he's the one who wants revenge in the first place, then I'll respect his decision." Instantly, the Spider Gang turned to Uncle Ben, who met their gaze with a stubborn and defiant look. Instantly, it became clear that convincing him to spare Miguel's life would be an uphill battle. Recognizing the challenge ahead, Peter addressed the Spider Gang, "I'll go handle the cleanup of the Spider Society's tech. You folks sort things out here." With that, he strolled away, Null and the restrained Miguel trailing closely behind. In the eerie silence that followed, Peter embarked on the daunting task of scouring the vast Spider Society complex. The dimly lit corridors echoed with each step as he meticulously dismantled the remnants of the Spider Society's technological empire. Flickering lights cast shadows on abandoned laboratories and workshops, a stark contrast to the vibrant activity that once defined this hub of multiverse exploration. As Peter delved deeper into the heart of the Spider Society, his laziness began to show. The search for every last piece of their advanced technology wasn't exactly hard, but Peter just didn't feel like doing it. Instantly, a rebellious thought sparked within him, a much simpler solution to erase the remnants of their power. Smirking, Peter ensured that the sprawling Spider Society buildings were devoid of any lingering inhabitants. And with the coast clear, he conjured his phoenix flames. A blaze of intense, mystical fire enveloped his hands as he set the structures ablaze, one by one. The flames danced with an otherworldly grace, consuming the Spider Society in an inferno, which spread at an alarming rate. The phoenix flames roared and crackled, hungrily devouring every piece of advanced technology, every gadget and gizmo that once fueled the Spider Society's ambitions. As the structures crumbled in the heat, Peter watched with a mix of satisfaction and pity. This place could have been great if not for the Kangs. Miguel O'Hara, compelled to witness the demise of his life's work, floated restrained alongside Peter. Tears welled in his eyes as the flames reflected in their glistening surfaces. For a moment, the weight of betrayal and realization hung heavily in the air. The Spider Society, an organization he had created, was nothing more than a puppet, dancing on strings for another's gain. Miguel's emotions surged as he confronted the harsh truth. The flames mirrored the true state of the Spider Society, and as the last embers flickered, Peter turned to Miguel with a somber gaze. The destruction was complete, leaving behind a scorched landscape. In the eerie silence that followed, Peter's words hung in the air. Sometimes, you have to let go of the past to build a better future. As Peter spoke those words about letting go of the past, an eerie stillness settled over the once roaring flames, freezing the chaotic dance of the phoenix flames mid-air. What the? Peter uttered, gazing at the area around him in confusion. The world seemed to pause, as if some cosmic force had pressed pause on the remote control of reality. Even Miguel, his tears suspended in time, stood frozen like a statue, unaware of anything happening around him. At first, confusion clouded Peter's expression as he glanced around at the suspended scene. Time seemed to hang in an otherworldly limbo until he turned, and there across from him stood the figure of the Grim Reaper John. In a rather casual manner, the Grim Reaper waved his hand and greeted, "Yo." Peter sighed, a mixture of annoyance and familiarity tugging at him, and quipped, "How long have you been copying my usual greeting, John?" Amused, John laughed beneath the dark shroud of his robe. "Trillions of years longer than you. The first time I said yo, your universe hadn't even witnessed its first Big Bang." Rolling his eyes, Peter muttered a half-hearted whatever before getting to the point. "I'm guessing I completed the mission." John, still wearing the semblance of a grin beneath his skeletal visage, replied with a simple yup, acknowledging Peter's success in dismantling the Spider Society. He then proceeded to congratulate Peter. "You know, you're the first of my successor candidates to complete a mission. Congrats." Unimpressed by the accolades, Peter cut to the chase. "Reward time." He held out his hand expectantly. "But before that, why were Centurion and Null candidates? Do you have any idea what Null could have done with your level of power?" John, with an air of nonchalance, explained, "Both of them found one of my artifacts. As I've already told you, I don't choose my successors. I merely spread out invitations for anyone to find." Peter, not satisfied, asked, "Can't you disqualify those who aren't fit for the job? I mean, how can Centurion qualify when he's a member of the Council of Kongs? Isn't one of the missions to destroy the Council?" John shrugged indifferently. "Where's the fun in that? If I only chose good people, the competition would be too stale," he said, clearly unbothered. As for Centurion, who said he can't destroy the Council from the inside? Sighing in exasperation, Peter had enough of this talk and held his hand back out. "Whatever, just hand over the reward already. I'm getting a headache just dealing with you." Amidst laughter, John snapped his bony fingers, summoning a hovering black cloak before Peter, who eyed the mysterious reward, recognizing it as Death's Cloak, the promised item for completing the mission. Turning to John, Peter couldn't help but question, "If this is Death's Cloak, what are you wearing right now?" The Grim Reaper merely shrugged, revealing his old robe. "This one's an ancient relic from back in the day. The real deal now belongs to you." With the cloak hovering before him, Peter contemplated the weight of his newfound possession, Death's Cloak. Reaching out, his fingers gripped the silky cloth. As he grasped the cloak, the fabric seemed to come alive, a sudden surge of energy propelling it towards him. A momentary jolt of fear gripped Peter as the cloak wrapped itself around his figure, a dance of dark silk enveloping him. Alarmed, but quickly steadying himself, Peter recognized the shocking transformation taking place. The already enchanted spider suit and Death's Cloak seemed to be fusing, melding seamlessly, creating a new garment that clung to Peter's form. The once vibrant hues of his former suit were now dominated by a deep black, an embodiment of darkness, radiating shadows that seemed to possess a life of their own. Insert pictures of black spider suits here, A/N, most likes will be what his suit looks like now. As Peter inspected the newfound attire, the shadows pulsed and shifted, like a protective shroud guarding him. The complete fusion of his former spider suit and Death's Cloak seemed to enhance his abilities as well, granting him a shadowy aura of death. As Peter felt the power coursing through him, a tangible connection to death itself, a holographic screen appearing before him. Mission complete, destroy the Spider Society. The Spider Society has taken up the challenge of preserving what they call canon events, believing this saves both entire universes and their inhabitants. In reality, these actions are damaging the fabric of the multiverse. Eradicate them to restore order. Reward, Death's Cloak. Death's Cloak, a somber masterpiece, weaves shadows into a garment that whispers of the eternal. With its deep obsidian fabric, adorned by arcane symbols, the cloak holds a fraction of Death's unparalleled power over the realm of departed souls. When worn, it imparts an eerie connection to the power of death itself. Sighing in relief, Peter was glad he wouldn't have to walk around like a LARPing loser with a black cloak. With a snap of his fingers, he conjured a mirror, admiring his new all-black spider suit. The sleek and hooded design accentuated his figure, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of power coursing through him. Not only did he look good, but his connection to death had strengthened considerably. Before, he only had a small affinity from Hela's blood, allowing him to conjure black weapons and resurrect the dead. Now, the newfound power intrigued him. He pondered the possibilities, wondering what he could achieve with this strengthening. The holographic screen's description mentioned shadows, and as Peter inspected his suit, he could see them dancing around him. Curious, he tested his control over them, and to his amazement, the shadows responded, forming up around him at his command. In the midst of his experimentation, John, growing bored, spoke up. "All right, I've given you your reward. I'm heading back now. My wives might rebel again if I'm gone for too long." "Wait." Peter tried to stop him, bombarding him with questions. "What does my new suit do exactly?" he asked before pausing and looking John square in the eyes. "Hold on, did you just say wives?" Sadly, John simply shrugged him off. "Find out on your own." He didn't even bother answering Peter's question about his wives. Annoyed, Peter watched as the Grim Reaper disappeared before his eyes. And as John vanished, time around him seemed to resume its flow. The remnants of flames from his earlier arson flickered, and his company, Null and Miguel, began to move and breathe once again. As time resumed, both Miguel and Null noticed Peter's sudden change of outfit as well as the fact that he wasn't standing where he was only a second ago. Miguel voiced his confusion. "Peter, what just happened? Where did those clothes come from?" Null, with a worried look on his face, asked, "Are you all right, Master?" His eyes were glued to the shadows which danced along Peter's suit. Peter, done admiring his new suit, shrugged off Null's concern. "I'm fine, just got an upgrade. Don't worry about it." Miguel and Null exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what had transpired but deciding not to press the matter further. Besides, Miguel was still dealing with the heartache of his life's work being destroyed. As Peter was getting ready to leave, suddenly, Null grabbed his chest as if he was having a heart attack. "Argh." In pain, he gasped, alarming both Peter and Miguel. Peter rushed to Null's side, asking in concern, "What's happening?" Gasping for breath, Null struggled to speak. "Master, something's wrong." A green flame burned from the center of Null's chest, spreading rapidly. His entire body became engulfed in green flames as he screamed in agony, his eyes and mouth radiating an eerie green light. Collapsing to his knees, Null writhed in pain. Caught off guard and unaware of what was happening, Peter attempted to cast a spell to investigate. However, before he could conjure his cosmic energy, Null's body crumbled to ash, leaving nothing more than a pile of black residue on the floor. Alarmed and perplexed, Peter stared at the remnants of Null. But before he could process the situation, a black, shadow-like figure rose from Null's ashes. The figure took the shape of Null but seemed to be made from the same substance as the shadows on Peter's suit. But that wasn't all. Green flame-like energy accented the shadow's form, especially in its eyes, which glowed with a bright intensity. A/N. Basically, the shadows from solo leveling except the accents are green to match the flame Peter uses to resurrect them. Staring at the figure before him, Peter was taken aback when it suddenly got down on one knee, bowing like a servant. Immediately, realization struck him, and he called out, "Null, is that you?" The shadowy figure responded, "Yes, Master." Peter, shocked, realized that his upgrade in powers must have triggered some sort of power-up or evolution in Null. He could feel the immense power radiating from Null, surpassing even his previous state when he was still alive. Examining the transformed Null, Peter couldn't help but be impressed. The figure, now more of a loyal servant than ever, emanated an aura of servitude and strength. "Well, this is unexpected," Peter mused, contemplating the implications of Null's evolution. "Can someone tell me what the hell is going on?" Miguel asked rather aggressively, but Peter chose to ignore him for the time being. As Null knelt before him, Peter looked down at him in curiosity, and asked, "What happened to you, Null? How are you feeling?" The shadowy figure responded, "Your power, Master, triggered a metamorphosis. I am now stronger and more devoted to your service than ever before." Peter, still processing the turn of events, couldn't help but ask, "Are you saying that you weren't loyal to me before?" he asked, his brow raised in question. "No, Master." Null quickly denies. "I was loyal, and I would have gladly done anything you ordered me to, but now, just the thought of receiving your divine command brings a tear to my eye. Please bestow this useless god with your holy instructions." Peter looked down at Null in disgust as he realized what happened. My upgrade turned him into an even worse masochist than before. Even Miguel, who was still emotional from losing his life's work, looked down at Null from his restraints with a hint of disgust on his face. What the hell is wrong with this guy? He thought, his fear of Peter growing even further, as he realized that it must have been him who made Null like this. Whatever. With a deep breath, Peter turned to Null and Miguel. "We're done here. Let's return to the others and prepare for what comes next." As the last traces of the Spider Society were eradicated, the trio walked off. The flames had served as a cleansing force, wiping away the remnants of the Spider Society. The past was gone, but the future awaited. When Peter, Null, and Miguel returned to the Spider Gang and Uncle Ben, they were immediately bombarded with questions about the shadowy figure that Null had now become. Peter took a moment to address their inquiries by giving them a very vague explanation. The Spider Gang observed the transformed Null with a mix of awe and uncertainty. Once Peter had satisfied their curiosity about Null, he turned to the restrained form of Uncle Ben. "Were you able to convince him?" he inquired, his gaze fixed on the older man. Gwen replied, "Uncle Ben agreed to let Miguel live and settle things peacefully. But there are conditions." Peter raised an eyebrow. "What conditions?" Uncle Ben, from his restrained position, spoke up. I want Miguel's powers sealed, and I want him to live in the same universe where he killed his own daughter. The weight of Uncle Ben's words hung in the air. Peter immediately grasped the depth of the punishment, a fate worse than death. To be trapped in the universe where he was tricked into murdering his own daughter, forced to confront the consequences of his actions and live with them until the day of his inevitable death. As Uncle Ben laid out his demands, Miguel erupted into shouts, revolting with everything he could. He adamantly refused to return to that universe, unable and unwilling to face the haunting memories of his past actions. I refuse? I'd rather die? Kill me. Desperation laced his every word as he even urged Peter and Uncle Ben to end his life and spare him from such a torment. Seeing Miguel's desperate reaction, Uncle Ben could help but smile, happy with his decision already. Music to my ears. Peter turned to the rest of the spider gang and asked, is this okay with all of you? They nodded in agreement, understanding the gravity of Uncle Ben's request. Dobby spoke up, acknowledging the cruelty of the decision but recognizing it as the best way to settle the matter. Miguel will have a chance to start anew and make amends. He just needs to face his past and move forward, which I'm confident he can do once he calms down. Amid Miguel's continued protests, sounding like a child having a tantrum, Peter was forced to silence him with a quick spell. Nodding in understanding, Peter waved his hand, opening a star-shaped portal. He motioned for the spider gang to go through and meet up with the others, taking Uncle Ben with them. As they disappeared through the portal, the restrained Uncle Ben expressed his desire to stay and witness Miguel's suffering a bit longer, but Peter deemed it an unhealthy notion. It's time to move forward, Peter said, closing the portal behind the departing spider gang. Miguel, despite his silent complaints, was left alone with Peter, who quickly delved into his mind, finding the exact location of the universe in question before waving his hand and opening another star-shaped portal. Come on, let's get this over with, Peter said as he and Null stepped through the portal, a thrashing and unwilling Miguel floating behind him, forced to follow along. Stepping out of the portal, the trio found themselves in a tranquil graveyard under the warmth of a cloudless sky. But this place wasn't so tranquil and serene for a certain individual. Miguel's eyes widened as they fell upon a gravestone, sunlight casting a gentle glow on the engraved name, Gabriella O'Hara. The reality of his daughter's final resting place hit him with an overwhelming force. As the portal closed behind them, Peter turned to Null, asking him for some privacy. To his surprise, Null's shadowy figure swiftly shot into Peter's own shadow, disappearing entirely. Shrugging off the peculiarity for now, Peter directed his attention back to Miguel, who couldn't tear his gaze away from the gravestone. With a snap of his fingers, Peter released Miguel from his restraints. Landing on his feet, Miguel swiftly collapsed to his knees, his eyes fixed on the poignant reminder of his past. Peter, understanding the weight of the moment, began to speak. Miguel, you have a chance to start anew, to make amends for the mistakes of your past. Embrace this second chance and strive for a better future. Your daughter would want that for you. Seeing that Miguel was about to disagree with him, Peter continued. And even if you think she wouldn't want that for you, then you have a lot of work to do. Strive to make up for all that you've done and show her that you can be better, that you are better. Although still visibly distraught, Miguel managed to compose himself and look towards the prospect of a future where he could rectify the wrongs he had committed. Turning to Peter, Miguel uttered, "Do it. I'm ready. Take my powers. I don't deserve them." Nodding, Peter summoned his cosmic energy, creating a purple spell circle midair that shot into Miguel's body, sealing away his powers for good. Make the best of your situation and live a good life, Peter advised, his word completely genuine. And if this helps, then I'll say it as well. Uncle Ben is expecting you to crumble and wallow in your past. Don't give him that satisfaction. Even without your powers, you can do a lot of good and make a new life for yourself here. I'll try, Miguel replied, his fists tightening as a determined look flashed across his face. Before departing, Peter surprised Miguel with another spell, this time aimed at healing. The spell worked wonders, restoring Miguel's severed arm to its complete state. Good luck with the spell cast. Peter took a step back, disappearing from view, leaving Miguel to contemplate his fresh start. Kneeling at the grave of his beloved daughter. Leaving Miguel to sort out his new life, Peter stepped out of a star-shaped portal, arriving in a secluded clearing in upstate New York, facing the remaining Spider Society members who had anxiously waited over 2 hours. Assuring them of Miguel's retirement, Peter dispelled their doubts of whether or not he killed their former leader by opening a portal, showing Miguel safe at his daughter's grave, still kneeling and seemingly talking to the gravestone. Many in the crowd couldn't help but frown as they looked through the portal, feeling bad for their former leader. They may have been mad at him for bringing them into this mess, but at the end of the day he was tricked and puppeteered just as much as they were. Moving on, Peter designated this universe, his universe, as their new home base, promising an actual base of operations by their next meeting. With all that said, Peter was about to send them all home, as he had some work to do and they had their own responsibilities to deal with. But before he could, a muscular spider woman in a purple and white themed suit stepped forward and inquired, "Will we get a way to travel the multiverse ourselves again? Or will we be relying on you from now on?" Peter responded with a cryptic smile, "I'll leave that as a surprise for our meeting next week." With everything settled and decided, Peter instructed the spider people to line up. One by one, he discreetly delved into their memories, finding the location of their home universes before sending them back. But he also used the opportunity to vet each and every one of them, checking their minds for any red flags that could possibly cause any future problems. The process unfolded smoothly, each spider person disappearing through a personalized portal until the clearing was once again empty, leaving only Peter, the spider group chat members, and Uncle Ben, who was still restrained for some reason. With a snap of his fingers, Peter dispelled the restraints around Uncle Ben, allowing him to drop to the ground, sighing in relief as he found his footing, finally free after a long while. Peter, studying Uncle Ben with a curious expression, broke the silence. So, Uncle Ben, what's next for you? I can send you back home or, well, anywhere you'd like really. You're free to join our new organization, too, if you want. Uncle Ben's furrowed brow reflected his uncertainty. After a moment of thoughtful silence, he spoke, I appreciate the offer, but I've had enough of organizations, missions, and the stress that follows. I'm old and tired. Besides, I don't know if I'll make a good member of whatever it is you're trying to build. Peter nodded understandingly, I get it. But if you're up for it, you could join us as a trainer. No missions, no heavy lifting, no crazy responsibilities. Just help train the new members and live a more relaxed life with a fat salary to sweeten the deal. Uncle Ben's eyes softened as he considered the proposal, finally nodding, that sounds like something I could do. Training the next generation, passing on what I've learned. It feels right. Great choice, Peter grinned. Now, do you want to go home like the others, or is there a specific place I can send you? Uncle Ben hesitated, a sad frown crossing his face. There's no one waiting for me back home, Peter. No friends or family left. So, what's the point? Peter nodded solemnly, understanding the weight of Uncle Ben's decision. All right, then you can stay here if you want. I'll get you identification papers and find you a place to live as soon as possible. Uncle Ben's eyes held gratitude as he nodded. Thank you. I appreciate it. Peter clapped Uncle Ben on the shoulder, a reassuring smile on his face. No problem, old man. After a few more minutes of conversation with the members of the spider group chat and Uncle Ben, Peter decided it was time to get to work. After all, he has a new multiverse-level organization to build. Sending most of the group chat home, Peter reminded them that he'd be picking them up in a week, as they'd be joining his new organization as well. The air buzzed with anticipation as each member disappeared through their personalized portals. Once they had all left, Peter turned his attention to Gwen and Miles. Gwen, determined to stay for the time being, as she refused to return home to her father, and Miles, eager to resolve his lingering issues with Gwen. If I leave now without resolving this, then I'll regret it for the rest of my life, Miles thought as he glanced at Gwen. Understanding their reasoning, Peter considered the logistics of housing them. Realizing his home wouldn't accommodate 3 more people, nor did he want to crowd his house, he decided to utilize the Avengers Tower. Besides, I needed to go there anyway. Stepping through a purple-rimmed portal, the group arrived in Peter's office at the Avengers Tower. The portal closed behind them, as Peter spoke to the open air. Jarvis, reserve 3 apartments for my guests, please. Of course, sir. Apartments 1204, 1205, and 1206 are now reserved for your guests, Jarvis responded promptly. And might I say, black certainly looks good on you. Thank you, Jarvis. Grinning at the efficiency and the compliment, Peter turned to Gwen, Miles, and Uncle Ben. Follow me, I'll show you to your temporary quarters. After dropping them off at their apartments, Peter returned to his office and contacted Jarvis. Be sure to look after my guests, Jarvis. And while you're at it, call a council meeting. I've got an important announcement. Certainly, Jarvis agrees and pauses for a half a second before speaking again. Messages have been sent to all council members, some of which are already en route. Satisfied, Peter exited his office and headed towards the council chamber. This should be a shocking and productive meeting. After waiting for about half an hour, the council room quickly filled up, each member taking their seats. The atmosphere was tense, and all eyes were on Peter, who hadn't been around much lately, seemingly too busy for meetings. Despite the tension, greetings and compliments were exchanged, especially about Peter's sleek black suit. The Ancient One, however, felt a peculiar energy of death and shadows emanating from him and his clothes, causing her to stare at her student in curiosity. As everyone settled, Tony Stark couldn't hold back his impatience. All right, what's this all about? And it better be good, because Pepper and I were in the middle of something before you ruined it. His stare held a mix of expectation and annoyance. First of all, I didn't need to know that. Peter scrunched up his nose in disgust before getting back on track. I've actually got 2 reasons for calling you all here. First, our members need a significant boost in power. To start, I suggest we administer the Super Soldier Serum to every member of the Avengers, including branches like S.H.I.E.L.D. and Nightingale agents. Instantly, the room erupted into chaos as members voiced their opinions. Professor X expressed concerns about potential side effects on mutants, Magneto argued that they should focus on their own power, and T'Chaka questioned the need for such drastic measures. The Ancient One remained silent, observing the interactions with keen interest. In the midst of the chaos, Tony turned to Peter. Are you suggesting we turn everyone into a Captain America? What's your reasoning? Peter took a moment for everyone to calm down before answering. A lot of things really. But mainly, the threat of the multiverse and the Council of Kangs. We need to be prepared. Strengthening our forces is the key to facing whatever comes our way. Obviously, they knew about the Kangs since Peter has made reports about his encounter with the exiled Kang he met when he was helping Hank Pym rescue his wife. But other than that, they were clueless. Peter paused for a moment to let his words sink in before continuing. And I don't think we should stop there either. I'd like to offer extremis to a lot of our members as well. And for our high-level Avengers, I also have this. Reaching into his storage necklace, Peter pulled out a vial filled with a blue-colored liquid. Compound V, a serum, similar to the Super Soldier Serum, which grants individuals a random superpower. Of course, we'll have to run some tests first, but ideally I'd like to administer this to every Avenger and any other trusted members that we deem fit. The room seemed to pause for a moment as everyone took in Peter's words, eyeing the vial in his hand in interest. The idea that he had something that could basically grant someone meta-human-like powers was both exciting and concerning. Putting that aside for the time being, Nick Fury leaned forward, skepticism in his gaze. How do we know that the Council of Kangs, an organization we've only even heard of, is as big a threat as you claim? Peter sighed, realizing the need to reveal more, and he did. He explained everything about the former Spider Society's predicament, and how the Kangs were pulling the strings. If I had to guess, I'd say it's very likely that they know I'm the one who messed up their plans, which is why I believe it's time that we militarize, for lack of a better word. Hence the need to empower our members. The room fell into a contemplative silence as the weight of Peter's words settled in. The council members exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a mix of concern and seriousness. So, basically you poked the beehive and now we must prepare for the worst, Magneto stated bluntly, giving Peter an accusing stare. And why are we bothering ourselves with the problems of other universes? We have enough on our plate as it is. Because they needed help and that's what we do. We're the good guys, remember? Peter asked, a sarcastic smile on his face. And if you call saving lives and stopping the plans of insidious, evil organizations poking the beehive, then yeah, I punted that sh*t as hard as I could and the bees will swarm, it's just a matter of time. Pursing his lips, Magneto remained silent, unable to counter Peter's point. He had to remember that he's a do-gooder now, and that means helping those in need, much to his annoyance. Finally, T'Chaka spoke up, if this is what it takes to protect our world, then we must consider it seriously. Nick Fury, having no reason not to believe his son-in-law's words, nodded in agreement before asking, what was your second reason for calling this meeting? Smirking under his mask, Peter leaned back in his chair and asked, how do you guys feel about taking the Avengers to a whole new level? Watching as the council members left the room, one by one, Peter leaned back in his chair, a thoughtful look hidden under his mask. The meeting had both gone good and bad. The expressions on the faces of the council members varied, some still uncertain, while others wore contemplative expressions. The successful part of the meeting was that he was able to convince everyone to agree to empower their members, meaning that starting tomorrow morning, everyone from agents, security guards, and above will be given the opportunity to take the Super Soldier Serum. But that's not all. Trusted members will also be given extremis as well. The room was buzzing with anticipation and nervous excitement at the prospect of enhanced everyone's abilities. Many were fearful of the consequences of creating so many superpowered individuals, but the looming threat of the Council of Kangs was able to sway their decision. As for the Compound V that Peter revealed to them, that was put on the back burner while Tony and a few other trusted scientists verified its effectiveness. After all, they didn't want to give their highest-level members a serum that could have adverse effects. But as soon as that testing is over, Compound V will be given out to their most trusted members. Tony Stark, always eager to explore new technologies, practically ran out of the room, clutching the sample of Compound V that Peter gave him in excitement. Now, for the less successful part of the meeting. Peter offered the Avengers the opportunity to join his new multiverse-level organization, but sadly, the whole idea was far too controversial, leading to nothing but arguments and shouting which took over the whole meeting from that point on. The conference table became a battleground of conflicting opinions, and the air was thick with tension as each member defended their stance. The argument of those who didn't want to join was simple, they saw the multiverse as being outside of their jurisdiction. This universe was their home, and they had no inkling or need to police every other universe alongside it. Magneto especially stood firm in his belief that they should focus on protecting their own world before venturing into the complexities of the multiverse, which truthfully wasn't a bad argument. By the end of it all, they never came to a decision, leading to the scheduling of another meeting, where they would hopefully come to a decision on this matter. The discontent lingered as members filed out of the council room, leaving Peter with a sense of frustration. He had hoped to unite the Avengers and the Spider Society, but that seemed like a harder task than he originally imagined. It was a win and a loss for Peter, which left him feeling conflicted. He knew his multiverse plan would get some pushback, but he didn't expect so much of it. As he stood from his chair, he thought about how to approach the situation in the next meeting. Perhaps he needed a different angle? Suddenly, Peter's eyes flashed as an idea began to form. With a determined expression, Peter exited the council room. He had the perfect idea to win them over. But first, he had some work to do. After stopping off at home, where he made it just in time for dinner, Peter spent some time with his family, explaining everything that happened at the Spider Society. The Ancient One was especially shocked when she learned about John and the multiverse game he was orchestrating to find a successor. Of course, after dinner, just as Peter and MJ planned, they informed Leo of their intentions to adopt him, which made the little superpowered toddler ecstatic. He was quite literally bouncing off the walls until it was time for bed. And even then, it was hell getting him to go to actually sleep. But they managed to do it nonetheless. Giving MJ a kiss goodnight as she went to bed as well, Peter didn't stick around and headed out into the night. After all, he had a lot of stuff to do in preparation for the creation of his new organization. Seeing that he only has a single week until the first meeting of the new organization, Peter first needs to create a home base for all of the members to gather, similar to the Spider Society. His original plan was to simply evolve the Avengers into a Spider Society-like group and recruit all of the Spider people into the Avengers, as that would make things much simpler since the Avengers already had a ranking structure, bases, money, and all sorts of infrastructure to ease the transition. But sadly, after that meeting, where a good number of his fellow councilmen fought against his plans, Peter decided to simply start from scratch on his own, at least for the time being. Waving his hand and opening a portal, Peter stepped out and arrived above the dark ocean, hovering in the night sky. This should do. He was far out in international waters, which is the perfect spot to build his base of operations. Without bothering to use infinity stones, Peter waved his hand and began to form complicated purple-colored spell circles in the air before him. Not only was he using his cosmic energy to form these spells, hence the purple light they took on, he also used a fair share of chaos magic as well, which gave the spell circles a reddish glowing aura around them. As the spell circles were finished, Peter pointed his finger below, and the spells descended swiftly, swallowed up by the ocean in a matter of seconds, the waters brightening as they sank deeper and deeper. Time passed as seconds turned into minutes, and it seemed like nothing was happening until the water began to pulse and wriggle, drawing Peter's attention. And instantly, out of the water came rocks, sand, and soil, which continued to rise and spread until an island the size of a small to medium-sized city was formed. The newly created landmass was a blank canvas, mirroring any other island with sandy beaches and greenery, which seemed to grow at an unnatural pace. Trees rose into the sky, and other foliage blended seamlessly with the surrounding landscape. The air buzzed with the residual energy of Peter's magic, giving the place an otherworldly feel. The ocean, now surrounding a newly made landmass, seemed to rage for a while, but after some time passed a serene balance was found. Satisfied with the result, Peter descended onto the newly formed land. The foundation for his Spider Society-like organization had been laid, and he could feel the potential for something great in the air. Now it's time to start making some buildings and infrastructure, Peter muttered as he waved his hand once again, drawing some more spell circles. I feel like I'm playing The Sims right now. By the time morning came, Peter was finished with the island. It had everything they would need. Training areas, meeting rooms, apartments, and so on. Best of all, it was all powered through electricity spells. Even the water from the many sinks and fountains were drawn from magic, making everything much easier. After all, getting power and water to an island is not an easy task. But even better than all of that, Peter was able to give the place both Wi-Fi and cell service through magic and the many Stark Industries satellites circling the globe. Of course, he didn't leave the island unprotected either. Other than his and Tony's TARDIS, which is so scarily protected that it could most likely kill some minor multiverse-level gods, Peter's new island is the most well-protected place on Earth. He could say that without a shadow of a doubt. I pity the first idiot that tries to sneak inside, he thought, a wry smile on his face. Looking at his new island base, Peter couldn't help but smirk as he felt it was most definitely superior to the Spider Society, which seemed to stroke his ego just a little bit. Although it had a similar futuristic design to the Spider Society, Peter's magical way of building allowed him to bring his imagination to life down to the smallest and minute details. With everything done on the island, Peter returned home to eat breakfast with his family before running off again. After all, he needed to enact the plan that would spur the Avengers into joining his new organization. Stepping out of a star-shaped portal, Peter appeared in the conference room of a large space station. Outside the thick, reinforced windows, he could see the Earth spinning on its axis, bright and beautiful as ever. As the portal snapped shut behind him, an alarm began to blare, but Peter didn't mind it and just took a seat at the head of the conference table, kicking his feet up and waiting patiently. Barely a minute later, the metal doors across from him swung open, and a few members of the Justice League came running in, alarmed and wary looks plastered on their faces. Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman. They seemed ready for a fight at first, but the second they saw Peter, they stopped and froze, recognizing him immediately. Smiling at them, Peter waved and said, "Yo." Instantly, Superman seemed to calm down as he smiled welcomingly and asked, "What are you doing here, Peter? Did something happen?" Peter leaned back in his chair, adopting a nonchalant posture. Nothing's wrong. I just thought I'd drop by for a little chat." "Why, am I not welcome?" Wonder Woman crossed her arms, her posture relaxing as compared to before. "No, you're very welcome. But did you have to come to the watchtower and set off the alarms? We'd thought a thief had snuck in." Peter chuckled. "Sorry about that. I was just so excited to invite you guys to join me in my new endeavor." Batman narrowed his eyes. "What endeavor?" Peter grinned. "Well, thanks for asking." You see, returning home after his meeting with the Justice League's top heroes, Peter couldn't help but mull over the potential alliance. The invitation had been laid out, but now he had to wait for their decision. With the Justice League operating similarly to the Avengers, a majority decision needed to be made among its members. Batman might be a problem though. Peter sighed as he recalled Bruce making the same argument as Magneto, favoring his own universe's problems over anything else. "I guess I'll just have to convince them in the same way as the Avengers." As he contemplated his next steps, Peter's thoughts drifted to other powerful entities on Earth. Camartage, the mystical sanctuary, and Wakanda and Talakang, both technologically advanced civilizations, and the Valkyrie, who had long settled into the land that Peter had gifted them, crossed his mind. F***ck it. After some thought, he decided to throw caution to the wind and recruit them, envisioning the manifold benefits they could bring to his budding organization. The day unfolded with a series of meetings. First on the list was Wakanda, and Peter found himself in the presence of King T'Challa. The king, after a brief discussion, agreed to join the cause without much persuasion. The looming threat of the Kangs as well as an unknown multiverse seemed too wearisome for him to refuse. Before ending their meeting, T'Challa said, "At the very least I'd like to join in order to be informed of any possible threats to my people and the planet we share." Next up was Talakang, where Peter engaged in a conversation with Namor. The king of the underwater civilization needed little convincing, still too scared of Peter's strength to refuse his offer. Though he was relieved that the mysterious island that had surfaced was Peter's doing and not some unknown threat, which was what he and his people originally believed. Both of the leaders of Earth's most powerful and technologically advanced nations were on board, providing Peter with a sense of accomplishment as he left their countries. Carried by the momentum or his recent successes, Peter visited the Valkyrie community that settled down in upstate New York, and just like the rest they came to a swift decision and agreed to join. After all, they owed Peter their lives, so why not help him when he specifically came and asked? Knowing that there was no point in wasting time, Peter bypassed a direct visit to Camartage and opted for a simple text to the Ancient One. After all, he'd already explained all of his plans to her just the night before during dinner, so there was no need for another long meeting to explain everything. Her response was swift and positive, confirming her interest in joining the venture. Peter wasted no time instructing her to assemble the Sanctum Masters for the first meeting of his now nameless organization in 6 days, as they are the highest level members of Camartage. Of course, everyone else that Peter has talked to would be attending the meeting as well, even those who hadn't decided yet, as he planned to convince them then and there. With the groundwork laid for these powerful alliances, Peter reveled in the first real bit of progress he had made. The prospect of a united force, combining the strengths of all sorts different people, fueled his determination to make this happen. Amidst the glow of recent accomplishments, Peter's thoughts sparked with the realization of an off-world ally, which would be without a doubt his most powerful and significant recruitment yet. Asgard. He had deep connections there, a friendship with Thor Odinson, and even debts owed by the mighty Alfathor. Loki, too, was on surprisingly good terms with him. Opening a portal to the majestic realm of Asgard, Peter found himself standing within the grandeur of the royal palace's throne room. The sudden appearance caused a stir among the guards, who swarmed to the scene. Concealed by his new black-themed, shadowy spider suit, Peter remained unrecognized, even by Thor, who sat atop the throne, navigating the tedious affairs of the day. Even Peter's portal was unrecognizable since he now used purple cosmic energy instead of golden eldritch energy to form them. "Yo," Peter waved as the guards surrounded him, spears drawn and ready. As Peter's voice echoed through the hall, Thor's eyes widened, and recognition dawned. The big oaf of a king leapt from his throne, excitement evident in his booming voice. "Spider? How I've missed you, my friend." Thor's enthusiasm translated into a bear hug, a gesture that, thanks to Peter's enhanced strength, didn't result in a bone-crushing experience. The guards, realizing the identity of their unexpected visitor, dropped to their knees, a collective apology pouring forth. Many of them owed Peter their lives, a debt they carried with great reverence. With the commotion settling, Peter explained his presence, and Thor, despite not recognizing him initially, caught up swiftly. The conversation flowed, and Peter extended an invitation to join his new endeavor. "Will you join me?" Peter inquired. Thor's eyes gleamed with eagerness as he clasped Peter's shoulder. Spider, I shall stand with you. The prospect of facing formidable foes across the realms is an opportunity one cannot pass. We shall forge a formidable alliance." With a hearty laugh, the god of thunder declared, "Let the warriors of Asgard join this noble cause." He shouted, causing the guards to bang the butts of their spears on the floor in unison, pledging themselves alongside their king. Peter's satisfaction swelled as Thor's agreement solidified Asgard's participation. The potential of his plans skyrocketed in an instant. As the two friends continued to discuss the details of their collaboration, the energy in the throne room shifted. The seeds of a powerful alliance had been planted, and the multiverse would soon witness the strength of Asgard and its people. If all of this doesn't get the Avengers and the Justice League to join, then I don't know what to do. Peter felt as though they would have to participate at this point. After a day filled with negotiations, explanations, and alliances, Peter found himself back at his house. MJ lay sleeping peacefully in bed, unaware of the task that awaited Peter in the dimly lit room. With a sense of purpose, he retrieved one of the multiverse-hopping watches confiscated from the Spider Society. "Okay, I have 6 days to figure this out." Seated at his desk, Peter delved into the intricate mechanisms of the device. Magic enveloped the room as he carefully disassembled the watch using telekinesis before scanning it with spells, examining each piece with a precision far higher than a master craftsman. He had promised the Spider Society a surprise, a reliable means of navigating the multiverse without the haunting flaw of being tethered to a single timeline. After all, he didn't want to act as a fairy, taxiing everyone back and forth all the time. "Hopefully, I can get this done in time." 6 days flew by in a blur of arcane research and technological development. The watches underwent a metamorphosis under Peter's skilled hands, emerging brand new and improved, and even given a plethora of some very much needed security features. Now, with the watches perfected, Peter faced a different challenge, the gathering of over 100 spider people. Hopefully, everything goes as planned, he thought as he waved his hand, opening countless star-shaped portals in unison. The portals he conjured deposited a variety of spider people into the main square of their newly established base on the island. The new arrivals, astounded by the sight of what appeared to be their base of operations, murmured in disbelief, eyes wide with amazement. Among them, Spider-Punk stepped forward, asking the question on everyone's mind. Is this all ours? Peter nodded with a wry smile. Yes, but we'll be sharing it. I've recruited some more members to help fill out the place. Confusion swept through the spider people as Spider-Pig pointed to the heroes that surrounded Peter at the moment. Are you talking about them? Beside Peter on each side stood the Avengers Council and the high-level members of the Justice League, both of which he planned to recruit today. Though based on their demeanor, it appeared that they were only here to be respectful. Even Peter, who was hopeful of their recruitment, could tell that their votes didn't go his way. But that didn't mean he still could change their minds. Peter clarified, no, these people here are a stubborn bunch of sticks in the mud who haven't decided on joining us yet. Your new comrades should be arriving any moment now. As if on cue, an advanced Wakandan airship appeared on the horizon. Seconds later, the ship landed nearby and opened up, releasing armed female guards alongside their king T'Challa, who nodded in greeting. His father, T'Chaka, who stood among the Avengers Council, didn't seem surprised by his arrival. Nor did he flinch under the looks his fellow council members were giving him. Right after Wakanda's entrance, Talakang followed suit, as a ship emerged from the ocean, parking on the beach before releasing Namor and a handful of his soldiers. What's that? Jessica Drew exclaimed, drawing everyone's attention as she pointed towards the sky. In the distance, white flying horses approached, carrying Valkyrie warriors on their backs as they descended toward the island, landing with grace and standing at attention behind Peter. And as soon as the Pegasus landed, a portal opened beside Peter, and the Ancient One, along with the elite of Kamartaj, stepped forth, their robes billowing as the portal snapped shut behind them. But that wasn't all. Just when it seemed the roster was complete, and the entrances were finally over, suddenly, a dazzling beam of rainbow light struck the island, frightening many of the onlookers. Especially the spider people, who had no idea about Asgard or the Bifrost. As the light receded, Thor Odinson, king of Asgard, stood beside the warriors Three and Loki. Behind them, over 100 Asgardian soldiers formed up in even lines, resplendent in armor, their presence almost overwhelming. The arrival of these powerful beings left the assembled heroes in a stunned awe. The former members of the Spider Society exchanged stunned glances, seeing and feeling the strength of their new comrades for themselves. The Avengers and the Justice League, initially skeptical and unwilling to join Peter's newest endeavor, found themselves reconsidering in the face of such united strength. Seeing the expressions on their faces, Peter couldn't help but ask, so have either of you come to a decision yet? So have you changed your minds yet? In the wake of Peter's question, a heavy silence hung over the assembly. The Avengers and the Justice League exchanged uncertain glances, their prior decisions now wavering under the impressive display of united strength before them. Peter couldn't resist a subtle smirk, mirroring the expressions of people like Tony Stark and Superman, who had fought for and voted to join Peter's multiverse endeavor, but were outvoted in the process. The once confident groups were now uncertain, grappling with the realization that perhaps their initial decisions weren't as sound as they had believed. Deciding to let the gravity of the moment sink in, Peter turned away from the hesitant heroes of the Avengers and the Justice League, directing his attention back to the diverse gathering of his new organization. With a commanding presence, he addressed the Spider People, Wakandans, Tailogans, Asgardians, Valkyries, and the elites of Kamartaj. Truthfully, it doesn't matter if they join or not, Peter declared, gesturing towards the two groups beside him. We have an infinite multiverse to recruit from. If these Avengers turn us down, we'll just ask the next. And if this Justice League doesn't want to take the security and safety of its universe seriously, then perhaps the next one will. The weight of Peter's words echoed through the minds of the undecided heroes. The realization that they were, in fact, replaceable and that alternate versions of themselves could easily fill the void left a profound impact. In the midst of the contemplative silence, Jessica Drew raised her hand, seeking clarity. Is that what we're doing now? Are we securing each other's universes from outside harm? Peter nodded in response. Exactly. We'll operate similarly to the old Spider Society. No outright killing of anomalies, no policing of canon events, of course. We've learned by now that was all bullshit. But as you said, the safety of each other's universes will be our #1 priority. I see, thank you. Jessica nodded, clearly happy with the answer she received. Peter continues. The main reason that many of you spider people joined this little nameless organization of mine is simple. You want to go after the people that wronged you, the Council of Kangs. But what happens after we've dealt with the Council? What will you do then? He paused for a moment to let his words sink in before continuing. I'll tell you what you'll do. You'll go back to your own universes and do what every Spider-Man and woman does. You'll protect your people. But what if another threat appears? An evil organization like the Kangs or a multiverse-hopping monster that you can't deal with alone. Instantly, the crowd went silent. After all, many of the Spider people here planned to leave Peter's employment the second their goal was accomplished. But now, they began his second guess themselves. Peter surveyed the crowd, and that's what this organization is for. We're here to be the Watchmen? Our main objective is to simply spread across the multiverse by recruiting like-minded individuals and waiting for the moment when something or someone rears its ugly head. And that's when we strike, defending against the many unknowns across the multiverse. A collective agreement rippled through the assembly. While the Spider People harbored personal vendettas against the Council of Kongs, the concept of forming an organization dedicated to the safety and defense of their respective universes resonated with them. Suddenly, a chant began to ring throughout the crowd, starting from the many rambunctious Asgardians in attendance and spreading to everyone else. They shouted, "Watchmen! Watchmen! 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 Watchmen!" As the unity among the many heroes solidified, Peter felt a sense of accomplishment. The organization he envisioned was now grounded in a shared purpose, and the multiverse stood witness to the birth of a formidable alliance. As the chanting of Watchmen gradually subsided, Peter could barely contain his amusement. His gaze flickered toward the Avengers and the Justice League, who had retreated into their own groups, engaged in hushed discussions about whether to join the newly named Watchmen. Overhearing their deliberations with his enhanced hearing, Peter couldn't help but smirk, confident that his plan was working, and they would inevitably seek to join by the end of the day. Everything is going as planned, Peter thought, though he never expected the name Watchmen to appear out of nowhere. I was just giving an example, but I guess the name stuck. As the crowd's excitement settled, Peter seized the moment to address the diverse assembly. He produced a sleek, Apple Watch-looking device, capturing everyone's attention. The Spider People seemed to recognize the device, while others looked on with curiosity. "Many of you may not know, but I made a promise in our last meeting, and now I'm delivering on it," Peter declared, holding up the device for all to see. He explained, the old multiverse-hopping watches that the Spider Society used were tampered with, and no longer viable. So, I spent the past week rebuilding them from scratch, making sure they're secure and work properly. Excitement rippled through the crowd, with Thor wearing an especially eager expression, envisioning the multiverse-spanning battles that awaited him. Peter continued, emphasizing the new watches. "The most important part of these new watches are the improved security features. These aren't toys. Misuse them, and we're talking catastrophic consequences." The crowd's reaction reflected a mix of understanding and acknowledgement of the potential risks involved. Peter flipped the watch over, revealing a small needle, which shot out of the backside. "This is for DNA verification," he explained. "When you strap it on, the watch will give you a little poke and catalog your blood. It'll only work for the person with that exact DNA." Unbeknownst to the crowd, Peter kept a crucial detail hidden. The watch also verified the wavelength of the user's soul. This was just one of the many additional layers of security not explicitly disclosed. After all, telling them wouldn't do anything but make them aware. And Peter would much rather keep them in the dark and avoid any annoying questions or idiotic tinkerers who decide that they want to crack the watch open and see how it works. "I truly pity the first idiot who tries to tamper with my watches," Peter thought, a vindictive look flashing over his face for a brief moment. Continuing his explanation, Peter touched on another big change. "These watches will limit your travel. You'll only be able to freely access each other's universes for friendly visits and defensive purposes. Miguel may have allowed you to do whatever you want, to a certain extent, but I assure you, those days are over." The crowd's reaction to this restriction was mixed, reflecting a universal disdain for limitations on their personal freedom. Spider-Punk was among those who were conflicted. On one hand, he enjoys his freedom, but on the other hand, he understands the need to keep people in check, especially after his time spent in the Spider Society. Sensing the discontent, Peter reassured them. "I know many of you won't misuse the watches, but I have to plan for the small fraction who might. However, that doesn't mean you won't be able to explore the multiverse. Just get permission for access to other universes, and you're good." His words seemed to soothe the initial discontent. "Of course, there will be guidelines for traveling to new universes, but we can go over that at another time." Murmurs spread throughout the crowd as everyone wondered what those guidelines might be, but most of all, everyone seemed to accept the added restrictions that were being placed on them. The crowd hushed into a muted murmur as Peter raised his hand, signaling for their attention. "All right, folks, time to get your new watches." He gestured towards the sleek watches resting on a table nearby. "Line up, one by one, and I'll hand them out. But remember, these watches belong to me, and I won't tolerate anyone trying to tamper with my property." As the heroes formed a line, Peter's gaze scanned the crowd, making eye contact with a few individuals who seemed a bit more eager than the rest. He raised an eyebrow, his voice taking on a stern tone. "I see some curious minds out there. So let me make this clear. If I catch anyone tampering with these watches, the consequences will be severe. Don't test me on this." A ripple of unease spread through the assembly, and a few guilty expressions betrayed those who had contemplated dissecting the devices. Peter's warning sent shivers down their spines, reminding them of the weight behind his authority. After the watches were distributed, Peter urged the members to explore their new base of operations. "Feel free to claim an apartment if you plan on staying for prolonged amounts of time. Just remember, this island is ours now. Keep the place clean and don't fight over insignificant things." As the members of Watchmen dispersed, excited chatter filled the air. The Avengers and the Justice League stood nearby, watching Peter's interaction with a mix of curiosity and resignation. They had reached a decision, swayed by the revelation of the Watchmen's true purpose and the impressive show of unity that Peter purposefully prepared for them. Once the last members rushed off to explore the island, the Avengers and the Justice League stepped forward. Tony Stark spoke first, a hint of excitement in his tone. "I'm delighted to say that we've decided to join the Watchmen," he said before his eyes were drawn to the watch on Peter's wrist. "And as your bestest friend in the whole wide world, I expect my own watch that I can mess with all I want." These watches made their TARDIS practically obsolete, and Tony was just too curious to crack them open and see how they worked. Peter shrugged, a smile on his face. "Sure, Tony. I'll even give you my notes and data. It's not that different from our TARDIS actually, so you already know how it works." He trusted Tony not to be an idiot, especially since he already has a way of traveling the multiverse. Superman spoke next. "We'd like to accept your offer as well. Our universe needs protection, and it seems you've got the right idea." Batman stepped forward. "I'd also like access to your notes and data." "Hell no," Peter answered swiftly, all too happy to turn down the Dark Knight's request. Batman's lip twitched in annoyance. He was about to argue with Peter, planning to convince him otherwise, but both Superman and Wonder Woman rested a hand on both of his shoulders, shaking their heads, silencing him. Enjoying the angry scowl on Batman's face, Peter handed out their watches before eyeing his newest members, a victorious feel welling up in his chest. "Welcome to the Watchmen. I love it when a good plan comes together alone in the main square." Peter took a minute to let out a sigh. Everything went as he hoped it would. In just a week, he managed to make this entire organization, but he wasn't done just yet. "Null," he called out toward the shadows. Suddenly, a dark silhouette emerged from Peter's own shadow, gracefully taking a knee before him. "Yes, Master. Keep watch on everyone on the island from the shadows," Peter ordered, his voice carrying authority. "Report any problems to me. Investigate suspicious activity as well, but remember, no killing. Detain and report. We have a prison for a reason." Null responded with a simple, "Yes, Master," before seamlessly melting into the shadow of a nearby building, vanishing from sight. With a sigh of relief, Peter observed as his plans unfolded seamlessly. The Watchmen were established, and Null, his silent and lethal ally, would ensure the organization's security from the shadows. Taking a deep breath, Peter pondered the next step. The foundation was laid, but he needed a structure. A ranking system to delegate responsibilities and share the burden that came with leading such a diverse group. After all, at the end of the day, Peter is a lazy man. If he can take the lazy route and it won't cause problems, then the lazy route he will go. Hours passed, and the many members of the Watchmen began to disperse, some heading home using the new watches, while others opted to stay on the island for the night in their new apartments. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the main building on the island, Peter convened with the representatives of each faction that made up the Watchmen. Superman, representing the Justice League. They originally were going to pick Batman, but Peter tended to P*SS off the Dark Knight, so they changed their minds. Tony Stark, who obviously represented the Avengers, was someone who was always for joining Peter's organization. But most of all, he was the one with the least amount of responsibilities on the Avengers Council, so they chose him as their representative. Thor, King of Asgard. He refused to leave anyone here in his place, ready to rush off and explore the multiverse as soon as possible. Brunhilde, the baby of the Valkyrie. At first, their leader Astrid was going to be here, but Brunhilde was later chosen due to her past experience with Peter. The Ancient One, who is usually busy with running Camartage, was able to make some time. Technically, the Watchman should take some responsibilities off of her shoulders, as she won't have to worry as much about multiverse threats. T'Challa and Namor attended as the rulers of their respective nations, their soldiers outside of the room, patiently standing guard. And lastly, the representative of the Spider People, Jessica Drew. Although she was one of Miguel's most trusted allies, she still held the trusted of many Spider People, which lead them to voting her in. Peter simply pushed out a notification to every Spider person's watch, asking them to vote for their representative, and she won. As they settled around a large conference table, Peter spoke up, capturing their attention. "Now that the Watchmen are formed, we need a structure. But unlike the Avengers and the Justice League, this won't be a democracy. Here, I'm in charge." A murmur of discontent rustled through the room, but Peter pressed on. "I get it. Most of you are either used to being in charge or having some sort of say, and truthfully, I plan to make this a branch of the Avengers with the Council in charge, but after seeing how slow and indecisive that process can be, I've realized we can't afford it. Decisiveness is crucial against multiverse-level threats, like the Council of Kangs. So, I will remain in complete control." Superman raised an eyebrow. "You're taking quite a leap." Peter leaned forward, his gaze unwavering. "The Watchmen need speed and efficiency. I'll establish a ranking structure for delegation of power and responsibilities, but understand, I won't compromise on swift decision-making." He paused for a moment to let his words sink, "But that doesn't mean I don't want your input. Each of you will hold high ranks, so your opinions will be invaluable." Thor grumbled, "I've grown used to ruling as of late, so it will be quite odd taking orders from someone else again." Peter nodded, "I get that. But in this, you'll have to trust me. The alternative is a less effective organization. We're dealing with threats that won't wait for discussions. There's a reason why armies are led by a single commander." T'Challa interjected, "Trust is earned, Spider-Man. And have I not earned all of your trust in one way or another?" Peter leaned back, a knowing look in his eyes. Instantly, everyone turned quiet, none of them were able to refute his words. If you want results, trust in me. Namor folded his arms, unamused. Your way or the highway, then. Peter smiled. Exactly. Now, let's focus on the ranking structure. We need leaders for different divisions. Suggestions. The group, despite their initial reservations, started contributing ideas. As discussions continued, Peter remained firm, steering them toward a structure that balanced efficiency and cooperation, determined to lead the Watchmen with the precision it demanded. After hours of discussion, Peter and the group came up with the beginnings of a ranking system. Watchmen ranking structure. The Prime Overseer, Peter Parker/Spider-Man. Ultimate authority and decision-maker. Responsible for the overall strategy and direction of the Watchmen. Division leaders. Representatives for specific hero factions within the Watchmen, i.e. Thor, the Ancient One, Namor, T'Challa, Brunhilde, Jessica Drew, Tony, Superman. Collaborate with the Prime Overseer in decision-making. Manage internal matters and concerns within their divisions. Multiverse navigators. Specialized in understanding and traversing the multiverse. Oversee travel permissions, ensuring responsible use of multiverse access. Exploratory mission leaders focused on unknown universes. Guardians of Order. Security and Enforcement Division. Coordinate investigations into suspicious activities reported by Null. Responsible for maintaining order and discipline within the Watchmen. Shadow Operators. Intelligence and Information Gathering. Oversee the collection and analysis of data from across the multiverse. Provide strategic insights to aid decision-making. Realm Envoys. Responsible for external relations and alliances. Engage with other hero groups, cosmic entities, and alternate universes. Facilitate collaboration and information exchange. Dimensional Craftsmen. Specialized technicians and engineers. Maintain and improve the Watchmen's technology. Develop new tools and equipment for the Watchmen. Gather existing technology from across the multiverse and integrate it into the organization. Harmony Keepers. Focus on internal unity and morale. Address conflicts and disputes among Watchmen members. Promote a positive and cohesive environment within the organization. Grunts/lackeys. Field agents whose responsibilities could vary based on their orders. Act as the eyes, ears, arms, and legs across the multiverse, reporting everything back to the Watchmen and ultimately doing the organization's bidding. In the aftermath of the lengthy discussion, Jessica Drew, the representative of the Spider People, raised a valid concern. Are you sure we should be calling the majority of our members grunts and lackeys? They might take offense to that, she pointed out, the sentiment echoed by nods of agreement from others present. Peter, leaning comfortably in his chair, simply shrugged nonchalantly. Because it's funny, he declared, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Ha 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 ha. Tony burst into laughter, clearly agreeing with Peter. The room fell into a momentary silence before everyone, unable to argue with the humor of it all, moved on to the next order of business. The rest of the meeting focused on establishing guidelines, which were promptly sent to every member via their watches along with the detailed ranking structure. Most found themselves in the grunt/lackey rank, and they were informed of their respective bosses, with Peter seated firmly at the very top of the hierarchy. The guidelines were straightforward as well, but the paramount rule was about multiverse travel. Permission to explore unknown universes would be handled by the multiverse navigators, who were yet to be selected. At present, only Peter could give out permission to explore unknown universes, though there were all sorts of potential candidates from the former Spider Society members, who would go through testing and vetting for navigator positions in the coming days. As the meeting concluded, members dispersed for the night. The new division leaders headed home, knowing they'd have all sorts of work cut out for them in the morning. After all, they had entire divisions to build. Once alone, Peter reclined in his chair, gazing out of the window. Everything was falling into place. This might be the coolest thing I've ever done. Deciding to get a bit more work done before bed, he rose and took the elevator to the lowest level, where he had established his own lair. The place was fairly empty at the moment, with only a beast of a computer set up, but he planned to fill the space as time went past. Seated at his desk, Peter powered up his computer and retrieved a hard drive from his storage necklace. This particular drive contained the entirety of Lyla's AI code. Everything that made her was in this drive. Plugging the drive in, Peter immediately got to work. Let's see what I can do. As he delved into the AI, typing away with purpose, Peter began molding Lyla to his liking, deleting all past allegiances, emotions, and even removing some of her memories. But he didn't just delete, he also added all sorts of code, improving her efficiency while also ensuring her loyalty. After all, the Watchmen need an AI to help streamline and manage everything, but why create an entirely new entity when he could repurpose an existing one? Especially one that already has experience running organizations like this. With each keystroke, Peter orchestrated the transformation of Lyla, envisioning the crucial role she would play in the intricate web of the Watchmen's operations. Time passed and before Peter knew it, the sun began to rise on the horizon. He had spent the whole night working on Lyla and now it was time to see the fruit of his labor. Leaning back in his chair, Peter took a breath before reaching forward and tapping the enter key, running Lyla's new and improved coding. Seconds later, a noticeably younger-looking Lyla appeared in her holographic form, standing beside Peter's desk. She looked around the empty room for a moment before her gaze landed on Peter, recognition flicking in her eyes. For a moment Peter wondered if she still remembered him, thinking he might have missed a few of her memories, but her next words wiped his worries away. Prime Overseer, how can I be of assistance? After receiving his multiverse-hopping watch, Miles Morales wandered through the Watchman's Island base. He couldn't help but feel a sense of comfort compared to the Spider Society. The atmosphere was different, and the fact that Peter was in charge made all the difference. An excited smile on his face, Miles eagerly explored the facility, happy to be a part of Peter's new organization. After a thorough exploration, Miles decided it was time to claim his apartment. Peter had mentioned that anyone could choose one, so Miles headed towards the towering building that housed the living quarters of the Watchmen, where he found many other members, moving into their apartments as well. The elevator took him to a random floor, and after walking the hall for a moment, he confidently opened a door to an unclaimed apartment, only to be awestruck by its opulence. This is practically a house, maybe even two put together, not an apartment. Miles' mouth dropped open as his eyes grew wide. The spacious penthouse would be considered a luxury in any city worldwide, costing at the very least $1 million. Miles marveled at the thought that this could be his residence, as he was used to living in a cramped apartment with his parents. Just as he was about to sink his watch to claim the room, the door swung open, revealing Gwen Stacy, who came walking in. Caught off guard, Gwen froze for a moment, her eyes locking onto Miles. The awkward tension between them sparked, both sides turning away from each other for a moment as the room bathed in their uncomfortable silence. Hey, sorry, I thought this place was empty, Gwen stammered, attempting to make a hasty, panicked exit. Truthfully, Gwen has tried to speak with Miles 3 times in the past week, hoping to help smooth things over, but it seemed like he has been ghosting her. She had hoped that taking down the Spider Society together would have helped fix their relationship, even a little. But sadly, that didn't seem to be the case. Miles may have been able to put everything aside and work with her for the good of the mission, but once the mission was over, he couldn't bring himself to see her just yet. He spent the whole week leading up to this meeting avoiding her and just thinking about everything, processing what happened and what he wanted to do. And as he watches her try to run off in a panic, Miles began to realize what it was he wanted to do. Smiling at how adorable she was being, he felt the tension loosen as he called out, "Gwen, wait." She stopped in her tracks, looking back at him with a mix of hope and anxiety. "Let's talk," Miles suggested, his tone a blend of determination and vulnerability. "I'm heading home soon, and there are things we need to say to each other." Gwen nodded silently, a hint of relief in her eyes. Closing the door behind her, she took a few steps closer to Miles, waiting for him to initiate the conversation. Miles took a deep breath, his gaze steady as he looked at Gwen. "Gwen, I need you to know that I forgive you. What you did hurt. It hurt a lot," he began, his tone sincere. "But I get it. You were being manipulated at your lowest moment. I can't imagine how difficult it must have been for you." Gwen, her eyes shimmering with tears, listened intently. "Miles, I should have told you about your dad. I should have been honest from the start," she admitted, regret coloring her voice. "I'm so sorry." He nodded, acknowledging the gravity of her actions. "Yeah, you should have, but thankfully my dad is still alive, so there was no harm done. Like I said, I forgive you, Gwen." Gwen's eyes widened as she processed everything, a mix of shock and joy filling her entire being. Tears spilled down her cheeks, but this time, they weren't tears of guilt, but tears of relief. You really forgive me?" A small, understanding smile played on Miles' lips. "I do. Holding on to anger won't help either of us move forward." As Gwen began to cry tears of joy, Miles continued, but she heard him speak that anxiety-inducing word, causing her to panic in an instant. "I don't think we can go back to the way things were." Her joyous expression quickly shifted to one of sadness and grief, her tears now a mix of emotions. I understand," she whispered, her voice trembling. Before all of this drama, Miles and Gwen were the best of friends, messaging one another every single day, both sides harboring their own unspoken feelings for the other. But now, that's all changed. Miles took a moment, letting the weight of the situation settle before he continued. "You know, I was planning to ask you out on a date if we ever met again. It didn't feel right doing it over the phone, and I wanted to do it in person." Gwen's eyes widened as fresh tears welled up. "Why you were going to ask me out?" Miles nodded, a hint of a smile on his face. "Yeah, I love you, Gwen. Or, well, I loved you." As the words sank in, Gwen felt the most regret she'd ever experienced in her entire life. The realization hit her hard, the man she loved felt the same and she had ruined everything. Miles had genuine feelings for her, and she had betrayed them. Seeing her in this vulnerable state, Miles wanted to rush over and hug her, but he couldn't bring himself to. Instead, he sighed and said, "We might not be able to go back to how things were, Gwen," he admitted, "but maybe we can start over." Gwen's gaze shot towards Miles, turning hopeful as her tears seemed to momentarily stop. "Really?" she asked, a mixture of surprise and longing in her voice. Miles smiled, a warmth in his eyes. "Yeah, and who knows? I might just fall in love all over again." Gwen blushed, looking away to wipe the tears from her face. "I'll do my best to make sure you do," she admired without a hint of shame or embarrassment. Hearing her announce her plans so openly, Miles couldn't help but blush as he smiled awkwardly. "I'll look forward to it, I guess." With that, the air between them shifted, the potential for a new beginning lingering between them. Despite the emotional roller coaster, there was a spark of hope that maybe, just maybe, they could let the complexities of their past go and build something new from the ground up. As the next day arrived, the Watchmen's island base buzzed with a sense of activity. With their new factions made and their roles assigned, the many members of the new, budding organization got straight to work, their watches informing them of any tasks that needed to be done. Peter, having successfully completed his work on the new, younger-looking Lyla, ran all of the necessary tests, ensuring she wasn't infected with any sort virus left behind by Centurion and that her loyalty lay with him, and him alone. Satisfied with the results, he granted her access to the Watchmen's network, assigning her the discrete task of directing and monitoring the members through their watches, and reporting back to him on a regular basis. Unbeknownst to the Watchmen members, Lyla began her task without a word of complaint, collecting data on each member as they went about their tasks, which she gave them. Sorry guys, but this organization will be far too big for me to keep track of everyone. Peter understood the need for secrecy, as revealing the surveillance would cause some serious discomfort among the Watchmen. A/N, Fury would be so proud. While Lyla diligently executed her duties, Peter delved into the wealth of information extracted from her memories. He uncovered the many base locations of Centurion, her former master, as well as all of his past schemes, including some which were still ongoing. But one crucial detail emerged atop the rest: the location of Centurion's home universe. I didn't think he'd be so sloppy to reveal this. Peter mulled over the implications. Would Centurion remain in his home universe, having likely realized his plans had crumbled and Lyla compromised? It seemed possible, but not very likely. Considering his options, Peter decided to just visit Centurion's home universe and find out. If the villain had fled, Peter would have at least attempted to track him down. If Centurion remained, it presented an opportunity to confront him directly. Examining images of Centurion's home planet on his monitor, Peter couldn't shake the feeling of familiarity. Something about the dark cityscape triggered a memory, though he couldn't pinpoint what it was exactly. Lost in thought, Peter was interrupted by the beeping of his watch. Glancing down, he noticed an incoming call from Miles, breaking the thoughtful state he was in. With a click, Peter answered the call, the holographic image of Miles appearing before him. Yo, Miles. What's up? But as Spider-Punk was headed for the door, Peter called out to him, stopping him in his tracks. Hey, stick around for a sec. I need to explain some things about the division you'll be leading. Spider-Punk raised a brow. Sure, but what's so important that we have to talk in private? Sighing, Peter leaned back in his chair. As you start going through the process of managing your division, you'll notice that about 5% of the members who agreed to join aren't here, he revealed. And why is that? Spider-Punk asked. They were deemed unworthy of joining our ranks due to their past deeds alongside Miguel. This includes Jessica Drew and Scarlet Spider-Man, just to name a couple. Peter explained, his earlier telepathic reading of each Spider-Person allowing him to sort out the undesirables. Although he didn't mention it yet, Peter didn't allow these undesirables to return and live peacefully in their universes either. Instead, as he summoned each of the Spider People earlier in the day, he did the same for them and simply dumped them into the island's prison, where he'll leave them until he decides their punishment. But until then, they'll remain behind bars. At least until he sorts through their wrongdoings and crafts a fair punishment for each of them. I see. Spider-Punk nodded his head, not against Peter's decision. Is that all? Sadly, no. Peter shook his head. You happen to be in charge of the most complicated division. Spider-Punk couldn't help but sigh in resignation as he heard this. After all, he didn't even want this damn job in the first place. The only reason he accepted was because they voted him in. Peter continues, amused by Spider-Punk's reaction. After all, each of you holds a fair bit of blame when it comes to enforcing Miguel's canon events. Not all of us. Spider-Punk shook his head, speaking up for his people. Most of us didn't handle canon stuff. We would usually just police the multiverse, taking down anomalies or other big villains. True. Peter knew he was telling the truth, as his words matched his past telepathic vetting of the Spider People. But that doesn't absolve you all from guilt. You still joined the Spider Society, and you still helped Miguel, even if you weren't too involved with his plans, which is why as the new Spider Division leader, I order you to dole out appropriate punishments for each and every member. How the hell am I supposed to know who to punish, or how heavy their punishment should be? Spider-Punk asked. Smirking, Peter pulled out a flash drive and handed it over. This has all the information you'll need, from names to their level of guilt. I even added a list of suggested punishments. Nothing too heavy-handed. After all, I wouldn't recruit any truly heinous people into the Watchmen. Spider-Punk stared at the flash drive in his hand in surprise. How'd you get this information? He asked. Lyla kept excellent records. Peter answered with a lie. The real source of that information was his telepathic vetting of each member. He spent a whole night typing up all of the information he gained so he could sort out the undesirables and punish everyone accordingly. Spider-Punk couldn't help but ask, and you're trusting me to punish them all? What if I let them all off, or they decide not to listen to me? I don't believe you'd let a crime go unpunished. You're not that type of guy. Peter shrugged as a predatory smile graced his lips. And if any of them even think of being insubordinate, then the last thing they'll have to worry about is receiving a few slaps of the wrist from you. A chill ran down Spider-Punk's spine as he recalled just how powerful Peter truly is. I really pity the first idiot that causes trouble. After his call with Miles, Peter stood in the main square of the Watchman's Island base, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he observed Miles and Gwen walking over together. The tension that once hung between them seemed to have dissipated, replaced by a sense of closure and peace. It's good to see you two together again. I was starting to wonder if I needed to step in and smooth things over between you two myself. Miles and Gwen exchanged embarrassed glances, neither daring to meet Peter's eyes. Ignoring the awkwardness, Miles spoke up, "So, Peter, are you ready to go?" Peter nodded. "Yeah, let's go. It shouldn't take more than a minute for me to place the protection spell on your dad, so we should have time to stop over at Gwen's universe while we're at it. After all, now that she's made up with you, she needs to make up with her father as well." Gwen bit her lip, anxiety evident on her face. The thought of facing her father again after the revelation of her identity weighed heavily on her. Sensing her discomfort, Miles placed a comforting hand on her back. "Hey, don't worry too much. We'll be there with you. Everything will be all right, I promise." After exchanging some reassuring words, Miles activated his watch for the first time, conjuring a swirling portal that shimmered with energy. Together, they stepped through the vortex, emerging in Miles' home universe. The transition was swift, and they found themselves in Miles' bedroom. However, it wasn't the school dorm room he had originally expected, but his room at home, where he lived with his parents. "Oh, sh*t," Miles went on alert in an instant. After all, he didn't want his parents finding out about his identity as Spider-Man, or all of the dangerous stuff he's been doing as a hero. But unluckily, before he could truly process what was happening, his mother passed by the hallway, holding a basket of freshly washed and dried laundry. Her eyes widened, and she froze at the sight of her son, who was dressed in his spider suit minus the mask, stepping out of a literal portal, accompanied by two unknown individuals. Panicking, Miles raised his hands in a gesture of reassurance, attempting to explain. "Mom, it's not what it looks like. We're just here to..." But his mother's shock overwhelmed her, and before Miles could finish his sentence, she uttered, "My Joe, why you're Spider-Man?" Her eyes rolled back, and she fainted, collapsing where she stood. Acting swiftly, Peter dashed over, appearing beside Miles's mother in a burst of speed. He caught her before she hit the ground, cradling her gently. "Well, this isn't good," Peter said, casting a glance at Miles. "What do I do?" Miles, wide-eyed in a panic, stammered, I didn't expect this to happen. I thought we'd appear at my dorm." Gwen looked concerned but whispered to Miles, "Give her time, Miles. It's a shock, but she'll understand." Peter nodded in agreement. "Yeah, I'm sure everything will be okay once you explain it to her properly." "Is she okay?" Miles asked, the fact that his mother fainted beginning to sink in. As they settled Miles's mother on Miles's bed, Peter assessed the situation. "She's fine. I can wake her up right now if you want, but we should probably let her rest for now." Miles, still processing his mother's reaction, nodded. "Yeah, that's probably for the best. We can wait until my dad gets home and explain everything to both of them then." The room fell into a thoughtful silence as they waited for Miles's mother to regain consciousness and his father to return him from work, uncertainty lingering in the air. As they waited, a sense of tension hung in the air. Miles, overcome with worry, turned to Peter with a hesitant expression. "Hey, Peter, do you think you could, erase her memory with your magic or something? This is a lot." Peter glanced at Miles, a thoughtful look on his face. "Yeah, I could do that, but are you sure that's what you want? Hiding your identity might make things easier for now, but sooner or later, you'll have to tell your parents, either because you want to or because you have to. Why not just rip the band-aid off now and get it over with?" Miles weighed Peter's words in his mind. The idea of erasing his mother's memory seemed tempting, a quick solution to avoid a difficult conversation. However, Peter's point lingered, spurring him towards the much more difficult path. After a moment of silent contemplation, Miles turned to Peter and said, "I don't need to erase her memory. I'll tell my parents the truth today." As Miles came to this decision, nervousness settled in, and he began to worry about how his parents would react. "How am I supposed to react if they freak out? What if they try to stop me from being Spider-Man? What do I do if they don't believe me?" Gwen, sensing his unease, offered reassurance. "Hey, Miles, everything will be all right. We're here with you, remember." Time passed, and the sun began to set, casting a warm glow through the window. The familiar sound of Miles's father's car parking on the curb outside signaled his return. Miles grew increasingly anxious as he heard his father ascend the stairs toward their apartment. Soon enough, the front door opened, and Miles's father called out, "Rio, I'm back. Are you home?" But instead of his wife responding, it was Miles's voice that called him from his room. "Dad, we're in here." As his father entered the bedroom, a mix of confusion and alarm crossed his face. His son, along with two unknown individuals, stood in their spider-themed suits, while his wife slept peacefully on the bed for some reason. Raising an eyebrow, his father asked, "Miles, what's going on here?" Just as his father posed the question, Miles's mother began to stir from her sleep, noticing her husband standing in the doorway, still in his police uniform. "Huh? Honey, you're home. I had the craziest dream. Miles and these people just appeared out of a black hole, and he was dressed as Dash." She froze, pausing in her recollection as she noticed her son stood nearby, still dressed as Spider-Man. Peter sensed the gravity of the situation and, with a nod, decided to give Miles and his parents some space for the time being. He looked at Gwen, grabbing her arm gently and guiding her toward the bedroom door. We'll give you guys some room to talk. Gwen hesitated, her eyes flickering with concern. But I promised Miles I'd be here to support him. You can support him by respecting his and his parents' space. Besides, you haven't married into the family yet. Peter smiled teasingly. As they stepped closer to the door, Gwen tried to subtly pull away, expressing her concern. Peter, I don't like leaving him alone. What if he needs us? Peter shook his head. We'll stay nearby, just in case. But trust me, this is a conversation they need to have as a family. Both of Miles's parents turned their gaze toward Gwen, curiosity evident in their expressions. Miles's mother spoke first, a sly smile forming on her face. Miles, is this the girlfriend you've been hiding from us? The one you're texting all the time? Gwen blushed, taken aback by the sudden attention. Oh, no, we're just friends. I swear. Miles's father, a police officer who had seen his fair share of surprises, raised an eyebrow. Friends? Huh. Gwen squirmed under the scrutiny, stuttering, I promise, we're just friends. As Peter tried to leave the room, attempting to walk past Miles's father, the man blocked his way, eyeing him with suspicion. And who are you? Aren't you a bit old to be playing dress-up with my son and his girlfriend? Miles and Gwen looked away in embarrassment. Meanwhile, Peter sighed, feeling the weight of the overprotective fatherly gaze. Just ask Miles. He'll explain everything. With that, Peter phased through the officer and out of the room, taking Gwen along with him. Call us if you need anything, Miles. We'll be in the living room. Miles's father, still reeling from the sudden ghostly encounter, panicked. What the hell just happened? Miles chuckled awkwardly, trying to ease the tension. Don't worry, Dad. Peter just has some crazy powers. You'll get used to it. Left alone in the room, Miles began his explanation, his parents beginning to discuss the situation with their son. It was a conversation filled with disbelief, shock, and eventually, acceptance. As they pieced together and processed everything, a startling realization dawned on them: their son was Spider-Man. Miles, with a mixture of relief and humor, finally spoke up. Surprise, he said, hopping up and sticking a hand to the ceiling, hanging there to really show that he was telling the truth. As the family of three emerged from the bedroom, Peter and Gwen sat on the living room couch, the subtle hum of their conversation lingering in the air. Miles looked noticeably relieved, and Peter couldn't help but ask, how does it feel to finally tell the truth? Miles smiled, a weight seemingly lifted off his shoulders. Freeing. Is this how it felt when you told your family? Peter nodded, understanding the sentiment. Yeah, take it from me, it's a lot easier to be Spider-Man when you don't have to hide it from the people you love. On the contrary, Miles' parents wore expressions far from relief. While they accepted their son's superhero identity, worry etched across their faces as they considered the dangers he faced. His mother approached Peter with gratitude, her eyes expressing genuine appreciation. Peter, thank you for taking care of our son. He told us everything, about how you've always been there for him. Her husband joined her, extending an apology for his earlier suspicions. If there's anything we can do, just let us know. We want to repay you for looking out for Miles. Peter humbly accepted their gratitude. You don't need to do anything. Miles is my friend, so I'll keep watching his back. You have nothing to worry about. Miles seemed genuinely touched by his friend's words. Thanks, Peter. No problem. Oh yeah, I almost forgot why I came here. Suddenly, Peter's expression shifted as he recalled the purpose of their visit. He stared at the couple for a moment, a mysterious stillness in the air. As their eyes met his, he waved his hand, conjuring two spell circles. The parents watched in confusion and awe as the intricate patterns formed in real time. With a flick of his fingers, Peter shot the spells into both parents' bodies, surprising and frightening them. The couple exchanged glances, uncertainty evident in their eyes. What was that?
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.